Chapter 318. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian's current strength was not weak, and his attainments in formations were not low, he did not dare to rashly enter an unfamiliar formation. That was undoubtedly the most foolish action. Therefore, the first thing Yan Chutian did was to observe the surroundings of the grand formation. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing strange when he looked in from the outside of the huge rocks. Even if he used his spiritual eye, he could see almost no traces of the formation. It was as if the huge boulders here were ordinary to begin with, and not the great array he was thinking of. However, the more it was like this, the more difficult it was for Yan Chutian to lower his guard. In this mysterious fire-holy palace, there were too many similar places. He would not foolishly think that such a place would be ordinary. Therefore, Yan Chutian would rather spend more time to go around this place and safely reach the peak. However, after a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian's idea fell through. During this quarter of an hour, he kept going around. However, as far as the eye could see, there were huge rocks in front of him. It seemed that if he wanted to reach the peak, he would have to go through them. Such a situation finally caused Yan Chutian to sever his other thoughts. After adjusting his state of mind, he stepped into it. Stepping into the huge rock forest, there was still no movement inside. However, this silence was not like the outside world. It was terrifyingly quiet and could even be described as dead silence. Stepping lightly, it seemed that only Yan Chutian's own footsteps echoed in the whole world. Going deep into the rock forest, even if there were no abnormalities, the sudden appearance of a corpse in front of him still revealed that this place was unusual. This corpse was obviously a Heaven's Pride who had died not long ago. The clothes on his body were luxurious, and the spiritual sword beside the corpse was also extraordinary and dazzling. However, this Heaven's Pride's death was very miserable, although there was no expression of horror on his face, and even from behind, there was no abnormality. However, if one turned him over, one could see a small bloody hole in his chest. Using his spiritual energy, he could clearly feel that his internal organs had been eaten clean. Even his dantian had been bitten through and was completely empty. Yan Chutian didn't know if this Heaven's Chosen had become like this after his death, or if it had been like this before his death. However, if it was already like this before his death, yet his face was still so calm, then the situation was a little strange. This was because, generally speaking, when one's internal organs were being devoured, one's reaction would definitely be extreme pain. How could one's expression be indifferent? Even if one committed suicide after extreme pain, the expression before death should be one of relief. No matter what, it would not be such an expression. The only possibility was that this chosen had died unknowingly. It was possible that he didn't even know what had happened to him the moment before he died. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian quickly scanned his body. However, everything in his body was normal, and there was not the slightest difference. Even so, Yan Chutian did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. He quickly got up and walked forward, wanting to leave this strange place immediately. However, even though he wanted to leave immediately, the situation he was most worried about still happened. The surrounding stone forest seemed to be endless, and there was simply no way to leave. Yan Chutian knew that this was definitely not the case, but he was trapped by the stone forest's array. Helpless, even though he didn't want to stay, Yan Chutian couldn't just walk around casually. Instead, he chose to sit cross-legged on a blue stone and swept his gaze around, paying attention to every corner of the stone forest, hoping to find some loopholes. However, he didn't find any loopholes. Instead, with his spiritual eye, he discovered that there were actually some extremely small flying insects flying in the air. The moment he discovered these small flying insects, he suddenly felt a stinging sensation on his neck, causing him to subconsciously reach towards his neck. Then, a small flying insect was pinched between his two fingers. When he touched the back of his neck, Yan Chutian could clearly feel some traces of blood seeping out from the stinging pain. In other words, this seemingly small flying insect had actually bitten through his third-grade, mysterious young body in an instant. Suddenly combining this with the geniuses who had died tragically earlier, Yen Chutian found it hard not to associate this flying insect with the culprit who had eaten the genius's internal organs. Thinking of this, how could Yen Chutian hesitate? He immediately pinched the flying insect in his hand, intending to crush it to death. However, Yen Chutian didn't expect that under his ferocious strength, this seemingly weak flying insect would be so tough that it was difficult to crush it to death. Yen Chutian hurriedly used his spiritual fire, burning the flying insect to ashes. As if to confirm his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in a certain part of his left leg. Yen Chutian immediately reached his hand towards his left leg. Sure enough, at the stinging sensation, another flying insect was pinched out by him. This time, the injury on his left leg was even more serious. Even though he had a third-grade, mysterious young body, a small bloody hole had been drilled into it. Dark red blood continued to seep out. Consecutive situations like this allowed Yen Chutian to confirm his conjecture as the truth. This was because this flying insect had already shown its ability and desire to drill into a cultivator's body. At this time, looking at the numerous flying insects flying in the air, Yen Chutian's scalp felt numb. He could even imagine that if he hadn't cultivated the mysterious young body, the two flying insects would have already drilled into his body without him noticing and eaten him into an empty shell. Therefore, even though there were no flying insects flying towards him, Yen Chutian hurriedly urged his spiritual power, condensing it into a spiritual fire that lingered around his body. In the next moment, Yen Chutian could clearly see that numerous tiny flying insects were flying towards him, almost crazily flying towards his body. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was prepared. A large number of flying insects flew towards him, but they were all burned to ashes by the spiritual fire around his body. Although these flying insects' bodies were extremely hard and hard to kill, they were afraid of fire and could be easily burned to death. It was understandable. Similar insect-type creatures, even insect-type Shioja who could take human form, were most afraid of fire. However, even though he knew the weakness of these flying insects, Yen Chutian didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Although these flying insects in front of him were afraid of fire and couldn't hurt him, what if there were other dangers? However, no matter how Yen Chutian flew, he couldn't get out of this stone forest. The stone forest seemed to be endless, with no end. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter such a situation, they would be extremely anxious. After all, the spiritual fire required a continuous supply of spiritual power. If they couldn't get out of this stone forest, there would be a moment when their spiritual power would be exhausted. At that time, how could they continue to resist these flying insects? However, Yen Chutian was different from ordinary cultivators. The more urgent the situation was, the calmer he was. This was because he knew that being anxious was useless. Only by remaining calm could he find a way out. Moreover, there must be a way out of this stone forest. Otherwise, how could the previous batch of cultivators who climbed up the dragon peak not appear here? Constantly telling himself to stay calm, Yen Chutian continued to scan every inch of land around him with his spiritual eye. However, under the scan of his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian still didn't notice anything strange. Even though he knew that this stone forest was strange, he could scan every inch of land with his spiritual eye. There was nothing strange. It was the same for half an hour, and it was the same for a quarter of an hour. Although he wasn't anxious, Yen Chutian couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that he really couldn't find a flaw in the stone forest and could only rely on luck to find a way out? After another half an hour, Yen Chutian finally gave up the idea of finding a flaw. Since he couldn't find a flaw with his spiritual eye, he could only rely on luck to find a way out. When Yen Chutian stood up, there was already a pile of ashes outside of the lingering spirit energy flames around his body. These were all flying insects that were burned to death. However, even though so many of them were burned to death, the number of flying insects flying in the air didn't decrease by much. However, at this moment, looking at the ashes of these flying insects, Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately raised his head and swept his gaze, closely watching the flying insects flying in the air. Yan Chutian suddenly thought that the stone forest was incomparably desolate. Other than the huge rocks, not to mention living creatures, even plants were rare. Then, how did these flying insects survive? There was only one possibility in this situation, and that was that these flying insects could freely enter and leave the stone forest. On the way here, there were no shadows of these flying insects. In other words, as long as he followed these flying insects, he could leave the stone forest, or rather, reach the Dragon Peak. Chapter 319. In the deathly silent stone forest, Yan Chutian was quietly setting up a formation. Since he had already thought of a way to find a way out, he naturally had to act now. Yan Chutian's idea was very clear. Because of his existence, these flying insects were crazily flying towards him. Then, as long as he hid himself, these flying insects would lose their target and eventually leave the stone forest. At that time, it would be time for him to follow them and leave. However, although the idea was good, it was not easy to actually put it into action. This was because the first thing Yan Chutian had to do was to set up a concealment formation that could follow his movements. This was not easy. However, it was fortunate that it was only a concealment formation. Moreover, what he wanted to hide from was only these insects that did not have much intelligence. Otherwise, even if he found a way, he would not be able to move. After a full 2 hours, Yan Chutian managed to arrange a small formation on his body. This formation was able to conceal his body and aura while he was moving. Of course, this kind of concealment was only effective against the flying insects in front of him. If it were a cultivator, they would immediately see through it and there would be nowhere to hide. After the formation was set up, Yan Chutian immediately activated it. Then he quietly waited under a huge rock and watched the movements of the flying insects in the air. As expected, when the formation was activated, these flying insects immediately lost track of Yan Chutian. This obviously made it difficult for them to understand. They kept flying around in the air restlessly, searching for Yan Chutian's aura. The chaos of the flying insects lasted for a few hours before they finally seemed to accept the fact that Yan Chutian had disappeared. They flew around aimlessly in the stone forest. At this time, Yan Chutian was extremely careful. He opened his spiritual eye and stared at the large number of flying insects in the air. Under Yan Chutian's careful gaze, he finally noticed what he wanted to see. As expected, there was a small group of flying insects that no longer flew around aimlessly. Instead, they flew together in a certain direction. This made Yan Chutian extremely happy. While concealing his aura as much as possible, he cautiously followed under the cover of the concealment formation. Following these flying insects through the stone forest, Yan Chutian came across several corpses of geniuses. Their deaths were the same as that of the first heavens chosen. All of their bodies had been eaten clean. However, there was also a difference. It was obvious that some of them knew about the existence of these flying insects. When they died, their eyes were filled with panic and even deep fear. Yan Chutian could only sympathize with these geniuses who had died. The path of cultivation was fraught with dangers. The slightest carelessness could cause one to vanish into thin air and turn into dust. Take Yan Chutian, for example. Others only knew that he had become one of the top 10 prides in the heaven realm. But had they ever thought about how many life and death situations he had gone through to get to where he was from an orphan with no one to rely on? It could be said that from the beginning, there are thousands of orphans like Yan Chutian, but in the end he was the only one who became one of the top 10 prides in the heaven realm. The others all died on this path. Restraining his emotions, Yan Chutian continued to carefully follow the flying insects through the stone forest. Just as Yan Chutian thought, these flying insects really did know the way out. At least as he followed them, Yan Chutian did not feel that this stone forest was endless. Instead, he felt that he was about to walk out of it. Not long after this feeling appeared in Yan Chutian's mind, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the boulders in front of him were very sparse. It seemed that he was only a few dozen feet away from walking out of this stone forest. But since he had already walked to the last few steps, Yan Chutian naturally told himself that he had to calm down and not act rashly. And it was obvious that Yan Chutian's calmness had saved him. They were only a few dozen feet away from the outside world, but the flying insects did not directly go out. Instead, they flew into the interior of the stone forest for a while, then flew forward and completely rushed out of the stone forest. Looking at the seemingly strange flight path of these flying insects, Yan Chutian looked behind him again. At this time, he was shocked to find that there was no way out in front of him. Instead, there was a towering boulder. This made Yan Chutian immediately understand that if he had rushed out rashly, he would have been trapped in this stone forest. The top of Dragon Peak was full of broken walls and ruins, but in such a messy ancient building, there were loud, rumbling sounds from time to time. Looking over, he saw two figures trembling in the middle of the broken building. The explosive aura was really shocking. The two parties fighting were a man and a woman. The woman who was fighting had a stunning appearance and a graceful figure. She was Yan Ningzhu, who had been separated from Yan Chutian for a long time. As for the man, although it was impossible to know his identity, from his powerful aura and the noble aura that he exuded, it was as if he was born. It was not hard to imagine that this man's identity was extraordinary. It was also not hard to see that although the two parties were fighting, the male, cultivator, probably had an even more powerful ability that he had yet to display. After all, his cultivation was at elixir level 8. Although Yan Ningzhu's cultivation speed was not slow, she was only at elixir level 6. Hence, the male cultivator easily crushed Yan Ningzhu's attack and slowly said, "Seeing that you are Zhou Ling's woman, if you hand over the fire pearl, I, Xin Qing, will not hurt you." But in the face of Xin Qing's great mercy, Yan Ningzhu was too lazy to say anything more. She directly answered with her actions. Boom! Her jade-like hand pressed down fiercely from afar. Suddenly, a monstrous amount of spiritual energy gathered and turned into a giant palm print. It pressed down on the tiny figure below. But in the face of this situation, Xin Qing only smiled coldly. In the next moment, his right foot stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, a dazzling golden light shone from his body. No matter how hard the spiritual energy palm tried to suppress him, it couldn't do any harm to him at all and was completely shattered. But it was also because of this that Xin Qing seemed to have lost all his patience. As he walked step by step towards Yan Ningzhu, he said coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then even if you are Zhou Ling's woman, you will be embarrassed today." Hearing her opponent's cold words, although Yan Ningzhu's expression remained firm, a deep sense of helplessness emerged in her heart. Now she was indeed not weak. Even if her cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir, an ordinary 7th level elixir cultivator would not be able to bully her. But now she was facing the pride of one of the 5 major regions, the Sacred Heart region. Even if the other party was not the young master of the Sacred Heart region, he was still a genuine 8th level elixir cultivator and had mastered all kinds of powerful techniques. Compared to him, her chances of winning were really slim. But even so, she would never hand over the fire pearl. Mind seal. At this moment, Xin Qing had already formed a seal. Spiritual energy, like a whirlpool, rapidly surged between his palms. When the majestic power in the whirlpool seemed to have condensed to the peak, finally, a small palm print slowly appeared. The small palm print was only the size of a palm and looked really insignificant. But in the aura that spread out, there was a terrifying, destructive fluctuation. Faced with this situation, even if they had not exchanged blows, Yan Ningzhu knew that Xin Qing had not held back. Previously, he had not used too much strength because of Zhou Ling. But now, Her refusal to hand over the fire pearl had obviously angered him. In such a situation, Yan Ningzhu could not think of any other way to deal with it. She could only quickly activate the powerful spiritual energy in her body and condense a powerful fluctuation between her fair hands. Yuan Shui Seal. Her red lips parted slightly. When the last word was uttered, the temperature between heaven and earth seemed to have dropped significantly. One could faintly see a figure emitting an ancient aura slowly appear above Yan Ningzhu's delicate body. The figure's face and body could not be seen clearly, but one could vaguely tell that it seemed to be a woman. In the next instant, when the small handprint that Xin Qing was brewing in his palm shot out, the lady's illusory figure above Yan Ningzhu's head also slowly pressed down. It was accompanied by a chilling aura that could freeze everything as it sealed the area. But even though Yan Ningzhu's spiritual art was extremely powerful, it was still no match for Xin Qing's spiritual art. The collision did not last long. The woman's illusory figure gradually collapsed until it was completely destroyed in the end. When the spiritual art collapsed, Yan Ningzhu, who suffered from the backlash, suddenly took 2 steps back. Her beautiful face was strangely red and blood was about to spurt out from her red lips. She knew that this was not because her spiritual art was inferior, but because her cultivation was insufficient. Chapter 320. Looking at the injured beauty, Shen Qing's expression was indifferent, and he was not surprised at all. This was because he had expected this to happen. He was born in the Sacred Heart region and possessed the cultivation of level 8 elixir. He knew very well what level of strength he could unleash. On the contrary, it was the woman in front of him who surprised him. Even if he had held back earlier, logically speaking, his opponent, who was only at level 6 elixir, should not have been able to withstand his attack and would have been in a sorry state. After all, there was not only a difference in status between the two of them, but there was also a gap of 2 levels in cultivation. Even so, his opponent had not shown any signs of being in a sorry state. It was only when he did not hold back that her defeat became apparent. Thinking about it carefully, Xin Qing suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhou Ling had taken a liking to the woman in front of him. At their level, beauty was one of the reasons for choosing a cultivation partner, but most of the time it was also dependent on the cultivation partner's talent and strength. Back to the topic, looking at Yan Ningzhu, who was stumbling backward, Xin Qing raised his hand and shouted coldly, "Hand over the fire pearl!" At this point, his opponent should have understood the gap between them. Xin Qing thought that Yan Ningzhu would probably hand over the fire pearl. However, Xin Qing did not expect that, even so, the girl's pale face was still unwilling to admit defeat. Her expression seemed to be silently telling him that if he wanted to get the fire pearl, he would have to walk over her dead body. Seeing her reaction, Xin Qing sighed faintly. He had to admit that a woman with such a temperament was quite extraordinary. However, it was a pity that he had to get the fire pearl. Hence, he could not be gentle with her today. The moment he sighed, Xin Qing's eyes slowly gathered a ghostly pattern. As it gathered, a strong aura spread out from his body. It was the power of the spiritual pattern. Since his opponent insisted on not handing over the fire pearl, there was nothing he could say. He could only injure her severely and take the fire pearl himself. Flame binding pattern. An indifferent voice sounded from Shen Qing's mouth. After that, a spiritual pattern appeared in the sky above his head. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xin Qing used his 3rd spirit inscription right from the start. The immense pressure of the spirit pattern spread out. On the mysterious pattern, there was a crimson flame burning like blood. Not to mention how majestic such a spirit rune was. If it were to launch an attack, no matter how powerful the spirit rune was, it could only be incessantly destroyed and burned to ashes. When the flame-binding rune appeared above Xin Qing's head, how could Yan Ningzhu not feel the powerful power of the spirit rune? But even so, she did not retreat. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to activate the power of the spirit inscriptions in her body, gathering it into the third spirit inscription in the depths of her dantian. She had only condensed 3 spirit inscriptions, and this was her strongest one, Great Cold Spirit Rune. Her red lips, which seemed to be stained with blood, gritted her teeth firmly. The moment the stubborn voice of a woman rang out, a faint blue spirit rune appeared in the sky. The faint blue spirit rune was like a fairy wandering between heaven and earth. It was condensed with the pure aura of the cold spirit. The freezing power contained in such a spirit rune was probably unmatched in the world. But even so, when the 2 spirit inscriptions collided in the sky, Yan Ningzhu's great cold spirit rune was the first to show signs of defeat. Yan Ningzhu was unwilling to accept this, but she could do nothing about it. She knew that Shen Qing had probably condensed the 4th spirit rune. Therefore, even if they were to collide with each other's 3rd spirit rune, she was still inferior in terms of foundation. At this moment, Yan Ningzhu wished that she could be given more time. If she had more time, she might be able to condense the 4th spirit rune from the inheritance she had received. And if she had condensed the 4th spirit rune, she would not be so weak. It was a pity that there were no ifs in this world. When the signs of defeat appeared, Yan Ningzhu could not hold on any longer. When the great cold spirit rune was defeated, she also spat out blood and flew backward in a sorry state. It seemed that she was really useless. After flying backward for a while, the sorry state that Yan Ningzhu wanted to land on the ground did not appear. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a familiar aura suddenly entered her nose. It made her face, which was on the verge of despair, reveal an expression of disbelief. In the next moment, she felt as if she had fallen into a thick embrace. When she hurriedly turned her head, sure enough, a familiar face appeared in front of her. When she saw this familiar face, Yan Ningzhu could not use words to describe her emotions. She seemed to be longing, surprised, but also aggrieved and afraid. Compared to Yan Ningzhu, the owner of this face only had one emotion in his heart, and that was extreme anger. Yan Chutian, who had just escaped from the stone forest and ascended to the mountain peak, saw Yan Ningzhu flying backward and spitting out blood before he could rejoice. In an instant, Yan Chutian could not control his emotions. It was as if a monstrous anger had accumulated in his heart, ready to erupt at any time. However, no matter how much anger he had, Yan Chutian could not summon any anger when he saw that pale face. He said softly, "Ning, Miss Yan, recover well. Leave this person to me." Yan Ningzhu naturally would not reject Yan Chutian. Or rather, she did not know when it started, but she no longer rejected him. Seeing this, Yan Chutian carefully placed Yan Ningzhu down. He then raised his head and revealed a sharp and cold gaze, sweeping toward Shinqing. The sudden appearance of this figure made Shinqing even more unhappy. Following that, the other party even used such a gaze to sweep over him. Shinqing could not help but laugh in anger. He laughed coldly and said, "Are you saying that you want to deal with me? Haha, so what if I am?" Because of the anger in his heart, Yan Chutian shouted coldly. He did not say anything else and immediately shot out. The majestic spiritual energy gathered into a fist and fiercely punched towards the other party's chest. Shenqing could clearly see that Yan Chutian was only a level 5 elixir cultivator. Yet a level 5 elixir cultivator actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He could not help but want to laugh to the sky. "You are courting death." While he was laughing coldly in his heart, he shouted angrily on the surface. He raised his hand and punched out towards Yan Chutian. The 2 punches collided after a moment. At this moment, Yan Ningzhu did not care about recovering. Her beautiful eyes stared at the center of the collision, unwilling to blink. And the result of this clash of fists, Yan Chutian, who had always made her pleasantly surprised, did not disappoint her. After the collision of the two punches, both of them took a few steps back. In other words, they were evenly matched. This situation made Yan Ningzhu happy, or rather, she had expected it. However, to Xinqing, it was an unbelievable scene. How could he believe that a level 5 elixir cultivator who suddenly appeared could unleash such a powerful punch? Who exactly are you? His gaze immediately shot towards Yan Chutian. How could Xinqing still underestimate him? However, Yan Chutian did not even need to answer. Looking at this face, he suddenly thought of something. You are that reckless disciple of the Tianji sect, Yan Chu. Obviously, Xinqing's knowledge of Yan Chutian came from the news that had spread like wildfire in Zhongyuan City. It was even easier to understand that he was reckless. Perhaps to the other party, he was courting death for daring to go against Zhou Ling and even fight over a woman. Hearing this, although Yan Chutian was not happy with such a description, he did not refute it. It could be considered that he had indirectly accepted this identity. Seeing Yan Chutian's tacit acknowledgement, Xinqing's originally disbelieving expression could not help but be curious. Come to think of it, Zhou Ling was the young master of the Fire Xian region. Even his own status in the Sacred Heart region could not compare to Zhou Ling. Yet one day, a disciple of a second-rate force dared to fight over a woman with Zhou Ling. How could he not be curious? Originally, Chen Qing thought that the rumored Yan Chu was really just a fool who didn't know the difference between life and death. However, after the fight earlier, he seemed to have changed his mind. After all, the strength that the other party had displayed was not something that a level 5 elixir cultivator could possess. Seeing a leopard through a tube, he naturally believed that Yan Chutian should have some ability. However, even so, Xinqing still did not believe that the other party could really fight against Zhou Ling. This was because even he did not think that he could win against Zhou Ling. Although they were both prides of the 5 major regions, Xinqing knew that there was a difference between a disciple and a young master. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 321. In other words, Xinqing believed that there was still a gap between him and Zhou Ling. Even though the punch just now made him pay more attention to Yan Chutian, he still believed that Yan Chutian was no match for him. However, this was also an opportunity. If he could get rid of this second-rate force disciple, he might be able to form a relationship with Zhou Ling. In this way, if he could get the help of a young lord of the Fire Xian region, he might be able to gain a lot on the Dragon Peak. At the very least, he would be able to gain the other party's favor. At least, he would not have to worry about facing the young lords of the other 5 regions. Xinqing was an extremely decisive person. With this thought, he naturally did not hesitate. Moreover, Yan Chutian did not allow him to hesitate and immediately attacked. Mysterious Yang Hand. The majestic, mysterious Yang Qi in his body poured out and rushed into his palm like crazy. In the next moment, Yan Chutian suddenly raised his right arm and slapped down at Xinqing. Even though Xinqing already knew that Yan Chutian was not simple, he was still annoyed. Could it be that this second-rate force disciple really thought that he could be so arrogant in front of him just because he had some ability? Mizar seal. Once again refining his hand seal, Xinqing similarly struck out with his palm, pressuring Yan Chutian. In his opinion, no matter how amazing the strength displayed by his opponent was, it was not his true strength. Therefore, he did not have to worry at all. However, although he had a good idea, when the 2 palms collided again, he still could not gain the slightest advantage. This naturally made Xinqing's face turn slightly gloomy. As if to hide his ugly expression, he immediately sneered. I want to see how long you can resist. It was not difficult to tell that even now, Xinqing did not think that this was Yan Chutian's true strength. And this was easy to understand because when had he ever seen a 5th-level primal core practitioner actually be able to fight him to a standstill? In Xinqing's opinion, the other party must have used some kind of trick. Even if these methods could be used to show off for a while, they would not last long. Xin Qing's thoughts were written all over his face. With just a glance, Yan Chutian could tell what he was thinking. This made Yan Chutian smile coldly, because Xin Qing's beautiful plan was destined to fail. Of course, he wouldn't miss such an excellent opportunity. After all, this was a loophole that the other party revealed due to his ignorance and arrogance. Triple fragmentary star mark. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chutian used his most powerful spiritual technique. A 3-colored light flashed on his arm. Then it condensed into a mysterious star mark and shot out toward the other party. As expected, in the face of such an attack, Xin Qing still held a contemptuous attitude. Therefore, when he sensed the other party's attack, he only used the Kaiyang seal again. In Xin Qing's opinion, as long as he delayed for a while, the other party would give himself away. At that time, without any external means, he would be able to pinch him to death. Unfortunately, it seemed impossible to really kill him, although the spiritual talisman had no effect on the water outside the Dragon Peak. But on the top of the Dragon Peak, the spiritual talisman seemed to be able to work. Just as Xin Qing was fantasizing and regretting that he couldn't really kill Yan Chutian, the power of the star mark finally collided with the Kaiyang seal. But the result of this collision was destined to be different from the previous one. Xin Qing had to pay the price for his contempt. Dong! A heavy muffled sound immediately resounded. But how could Xin Qing block the sharpness of the triple fragmentary star mark so easily? The Kaiyang seal was immediately torn apart by the power of the star mark and continued to shoot toward the former's body. Not good. The moment the Mizar seal shattered, Xin Qing immediately sensed the situation. Thus, he could no longer maintain his originally indifferent expression, and immediately revealed an extremely ugly expression. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. In his opinion, the current Yan Chutian was only relying on some means to hold on. Being able to fight with him for a while was his limit. He didn't expect that he could suddenly erupt with such a powerful force. At this moment, Xin Qing's heart was filled with deep regret. If time could be reversed, he wouldn't have been so careless. He knew that because of his carelessness, he would have to pay the price. The power of the star mark continued to shoot toward him. Even if Xin Qing immediately condensed a defense, how much power could a hastily condensed defense have? Therefore, the result was that his defense continued to be torn apart by the power of the star mark. That wisp of star mark, which was almost undetectable, heavily hit Xin Qing's chest as if it was indestructible. Even though Xin Qing had cultivated an extraordinary body refining spiritual art, this blow still caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body abruptly retreated, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground before he gradually came to a stop. Hurriedly stabilizing his badly injured internal organs, Xin Qing's cold eyes, which seemed to be able to tear a human body apart, stared at Yan Chutian's body. Because of his carelessness, he had suffered in the hands of a disciple from a second-rate force. How could he, Xin Qing, tolerate this? At the same time, he was greatly shocked. To be able to erupt with such a powerful force all of a sudden, could it be that the power he had just displayed was his true strength? But how could a 5th-level elixir cultivator be on par with him, who was an 8th-level elixir cultivator? How could this be possible? At the same time, Yan Ningzhu's tense, delicate face finally relaxed slightly. Even though she knew Yan Chutian's identity and origin, and even knew that he was extraordinary, she couldn't help but worry whenever he fought with others. After all, she also knew that Yan Chutian's cultivation was not as good as when he was in the Heaven Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so hard to follow the rules set by the 5 major regions of the mortal world and use the Heaven Stairway to return to the Heaven Realm. But every time, Yan Chutian had never disappointed her. It seemed that no matter how strong the cultivator in front of him was, they were not an undefeatable enemy. And even if Yan Ningzhu wouldn't admit it, she knew in her heart that this might be one of the aspects of Yan Chutian that attracted her attention. After stabilizing the injuries on his body, Shin Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. His pair of fierce eyes were still staring at Yen Chutan, unwilling to relax even a little. As he stared intently, his ice-cold, murderous words were slowly spat out. You really made me, Shin Qing, wrong. Disciple of the Tianji sect, you are not bad at all. Although he was praising, anyone could hear the anger in Shin Qing's tone. It wasn't hard to know that at this moment, Shin Qing couldn't wait to crush Yen Chutian's bones and scatter his ashes. Therefore, Shin Qing, who immediately made his move, didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. As he raised his hand, the gushing spiritual energy was like a spring gushing towards his arms. When the surging spiritual energy accumulated to a certain extent, Shin Qing raised his arms and shouted towards Yen Chutian's direction. Saint Heart / Whoosh! Even if there was no sword at all, when Shin Qing's last word fell, there was a loud and clear sound of a sword. Then it could be seen that above his head, the dazzling spiritual energy was like a sword that constantly spread out. In an instant, it transformed into a broad and dazzling huge sword. When this huge spiritual energy sword was formed, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to dim. There was only this dazzling, huge sword in the world that suppressed everything. At this moment, Yen Ningzhu's heart tightened again. Perhaps Yen Chutian didn't know, but Yen Ningzhu understood that this Saint Heart / was one of the Saint Heart region's master skills. Since it could be called a master skill of a region, how could its power be weak? Moreover, just the aura that was spreading out at this moment made Yen Ningzhu feel that it was difficult to resist and suffocate. It was hard to imagine what kind of powerful destructive power would erupt when the huge sword slashed down. However, even if Yen Chutian didn't know the origin of this Saint Heart / the oppressive aura that was spreading out was enough to make him be very cautious. Spiritual inscriptions were indeed an extremely powerful skill of an elixir realm cultivator. However, anyone who had a discerning eye knew that spiritual arts were never weaker than spiritual inscriptions. If the spiritual arts grade was high enough, an elixir realm cultivator could truly unleash its power, then the power of the spiritual art could be on par with, or even stronger than spiritual inscriptions. And the Saint Heart / displayed by Shin Qing in front of him made Yen Chutian feel that way. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 3:22. In Yen Chutian's eyes, Shin Qing's Saint Heart / was already comparable to the spiritual marks of some cultivators. Obviously, after suffering a loss, how could he still look down on himself so casually? However, it was a pity that Yen Chutian might have found it difficult to deal with such a situation not long ago. But now, he was no longer the same person he was in the past. His 4 spiritual marks were even more different than before. Therefore, it could be said that at the same time, many spiritual marks rapidly appeared in Yen Chutian's eyes. Then, they gathered to form a golden cauldron. After that, the golden cauldron appeared in the sky above his head. Even though the surrounding area was suppressed and dimmed by Shin Qing's Saint Heart / the golden cauldron with spiritual marks was not affected at all. Even so, when Shin Qing saw the golden cauldron with spiritual marks above Yen Chutian's head, he did not feel that it was difficult to deal with. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking expression. The power of his Saint Heart / was comparable to spiritual marks. In the past, there were cultivators who used spiritual marks, but they were all cut down by it. TSK, it seems that this tortoise shell is your greatest defense, Shin Qing said sarcastically. However, Yen Chutian did not have the intention to respond to his sarcasm. This made him reveal a look of anger. Then he impatiently controlled the giant spiritual sword and slashed down fiercely. He wanted to see if the other party would still have the same expression when his Saint Heart / shattered the other party's tortoiseshell. Boom! When the giant sword slashed down, it first stirred up a huge energy ripple. At a glance, It was as if the giant sword had gathered all the spiritual energy in the world and pressed down on the golden cauldron with spiritual marks above Yan Chutian's head. Ha ha! The more the saint heart / descended, the more the sneer on Shen Qing's face became. He was clear about the power of his spiritual art. At the very least, it would not be a problem to break the tortoise shell of his opponent. At the same time, the worry on Yan Ningzhu's face became more and more intense. At this moment, how could she have the mood to recover? She was already prepared. If there was even the slightest accident, she would immediately take action. Even if it was like a moth flying into a flame, she would not hesitate. Finally, under the gaze of two different people, the Saint Heart Chop finally chopped onto the spiritual pattern golden tripod above Yan Chutian's head. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. However, this crisp sound immediately caused the cold smile on Shen Qing's face to turn unnatural, because in the past his Saint Heart / had always succeeded in tearing apart the attacks and defenses of his opponents. But now it seemed like there was going to be a stalemate. You're really a dogskin plaster. You're still stubbornly holding on at such a time. Saint Heart / His fierce gaze swept over. Now he could no longer see Yan Chutian's figure clearly. Under the dazzling light of the collision between the Saint Heart / and the spiritual pattern golden cauldron, the latter's body was completely covered. However, in Shen Qing's opinion, Yan Chutian was definitely in a panic right now. Maybe he was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could be defeated at any time. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. With a cold shout, he poured the remaining spiritual power in his body into the Saint Heart / without hesitation. Clang! Under the infusion of such a huge amount of spiritual power from Shen Qing, there was an ear-piercing clang in the light. Although Shen Qing still could not see clearly in his perception, his Saint Heart / had already suppressed the spiritual pattern golden cauldron. It was only a matter of time before it was completely torn apart. Ha ha ha! As expected, it can't withstand a single blow. In such a situation, he could not help but laugh wildly. In Shen Qing's opinion, the result was already predetermined. Even if Yan Chutian could still struggle at death's door for a while, what could he do? Even Shen Qing could not perceive the specific situation, let alone Yan Ningzhu, who was a bystander. From Shen Qing's appearance, even if Yan Ningzhu did not want to believe it, she had to think in the worst direction. Thinking of this, Yan Ningzhu could not hesitate. Although she had not recovered and could even be said to be seriously injured, she immediately gritted her teeth and stood up. She was about to manipulate all the power in her body and attack Shen Qing. Yan Ningzhu's actions were also seen by Shen Qing. The latter could not help but laugh coldly. Did this woman think that she could take the opportunity to attack him when he was fighting with others? If she were to recklessly attack him, then he wouldn't mind letting her know exactly what kind of gap there was between him and her. However, just as Yan Ningzhu was about to attack and Shen Qing was disdainful, a heavy clang resounded in the dazzling light again. Along with the clang resounded this time, a cold snort slowly sounded. Shen Qing, you think you can suppress me with such a slash? You underestimate me too much. Then, without giving Shen Qing much time to react, as his indifferent expression suddenly froze, a force that he could not believe burst out. This force was so strong that even his Saint Heart / could not suppress it. The body of the giant spiritual sword collapsed with a bang. The remaining force swept over and immediately sent him flying. He staggered for more than 10 feet before he could stop with difficulty. The sudden situation had happened so suddenly that he had to stop awkwardly. Shen Qing seemed to still be in a daze. When he really came back to his senses, his heart was still full of disbelief. How could he believe that his Saint Heart / which was powerful enough to destroy spiritual inscriptions, was defeated by the opponent? However, no matter how unbelievable Shen Qing was, when he looked over, he saw that the golden cauldron above Yan Chutian's head was still floating quietly. The golden light shrouded his body and did not affect him at all. This scene silently told him that his saint heart slash did not cause any damage to the golden cauldron spiritual inscriptions at all. Looking at this scene, Yan Ningzhu's heart was filled with a strong sense of surprise. Although this scene also shocked her, it was more of a pleasant surprise. When she came back to her senses, her heart was full of shock. However, after that, a monstrous rage quickly filled Xinqing's heart. No matter what, he could not accept that he was defeated by a disciple of a second-rate force. Flame-binding rune. Therefore, he raised his hand again, and Xinqing's powerful third spiritual inscription appeared in the sky. Above the mysterious and profound spiritual inscription, a crimson flame was burning. It seemed that any powerful attack would be slowly bound and burned under this spiritual inscription. When Xinqing used the flame-binding rune, Yan Ningzhu was the first to look anxious. Just now, the opponent defeated her with this spiritual inscription. Therefore, she knew best how difficult it was to deal with the opponent's spiritual inscription. "Be careful, this flame-binding rune," Yan Ningzhu hurriedly reminded him. However, the moment she opened her mouth, Yan Chutian turned around and gave her a reassuring look. Under Yan Chutian's gaze, Yan Ningzhu's anxious mood immediately calmed down. This obedient look was not the slightest bit similar to her usual temperament. After comforting Yan Ningzhu, Yan Chutian turned around again and looked at the mysterious spiritual inscription that was burning with a crimson flame above Xinqing's head. His opponent's spiritual inscription was indeed not weak. However, if he wanted to defeat him with a spiritual inscription, what did he think of his achievements in spiritual inscriptions? Great Thunder Rune. Mysterious spiritual inscriptions gathered in Yan Chutian's eyes. In just a few breaths, a lightning rune was hidden in the sky. From time to time, the dull sound of thunder resounded, showing its dominance and power. Rumble. In the next moment, when the flame-binding rune swept out, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down forcefully from the hidden lightning rune. Yan Chutian's Great Thunder Rune was not weak to begin with. After being refined, it was much more powerful. Moreover, Yan Chutian's Great Thunder Rune was the fourth spiritual inscription, while Xinqing's Flame-Binding Rune was only the third spiritual inscription. Because of all these reasons, the result of this collision was still hard for Xinqing to believe. The heavenly lightning struck. In the roar, the flame-binding rune that was surrounded by crimson flames trembled violently. The surrounding flames dimmed, and there seemed to be a mournful wail spreading out. Then, the flame-binding rune jumped back in embarrassment and fell back into Xinqing's chest. Xinqing, who had suffered from the backfire, had a bitter expression on his face, mixed with a deep unwillingness to accept it. How could he accept that his third spiritual inscription was defeated so thoroughly by his opponent's spiritual inscription? However, he was still unwilling to admit defeat, and he could not admit defeat. He still had a fourth spiritual inscription, and there was a fourth spiritual inscription that he had not used yet. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 323. Condensing 4 spiritual inscriptions at the 8th level of the elixir did not sound too extraordinary. However, only when one reached this level would one know how difficult it was to achieve it. Condensing spiritual inscriptions was not like cultivating spiritual energy. As long as one continued to cultivate diligently, they would be able to reach the 9th level of the elixir one day. The further one progressed in condensing spiritual inscriptions, the more difficult it would be to condense them. Otherwise, there would not be so many cultivators who could not condense the 5th spiritual inscription until their deaths. Hence, they had no chance of breaking through to the Yuanying state. Therefore, Xinqing, who was at the 8th level of the elixir, had already condensed the 4th spiritual inscription. He was worthy of being called a proud son of heaven. It was also because of this that Xinqing would not admit defeat if he did not display his 4th spiritual inscription. Mysterious Heart Eagle Tattoo. Shen Qing endured the pain from the backlash of the spiritual inscription. He gritted his teeth and channeled all the power of the spiritual inscriptions into the depths of his energy center. It was the most mysterious fourth spiritual inscription on the elixir. The Mysterious Heart Eagle Tattoo was naturally related to the spiritual beast, the Mysterious Heart Eagle. In fact, the Sacred Heart region was home to the Profound Heart Heavenly Eagle, a rare and powerful spirit beast. It was even rumored that a deputy region master of the Sacred Heart region had a Mysterious Heart Eagle King as his pet beast. When the Mysterious Heart Eagle King unleashed its full cultivation, it could even fight against a Yuanying elite. If someone who knew the inside story saw this scene, they would realize that the Mysterious Heart Eagle tattoo that Shen Qing displayed was very similar to the Mysterious Heart Eagle King of the Sacred Heart region's deputy region master. To put it more clearly, the spiritual inscription in front of them was condensed from the Mysterious Heart Eagle tattoo. Shao! The sharp cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Looking up, one could see a giant spiritual eagle circling above Shen Qing's head. The Mysterious Heart Eagle was extremely good at attacking. Shen Qing's spiritual inscription was obviously the same. The moment the sharp whistle rang out, the sharp eagle eyes locked onto Yan Chutan. After that, the entire spiritual tattoo shot toward Yan Chutan like an unsheathed sword. At this moment, Shen Qing's face was also filled with madness. As long as the other party couldn't block his fourth spiritual inscription, he would still be the final victor. Furthermore, he firmly believed that his fourth spiritual tattoo was the only thing that could withstand the attack. However, no matter how strange his performance was, it was impossible for a level 5 elixir cultivator to condense a fourth spiritual tattoo at such a level. If he were to know that Yan Chutian had already unleashed the fourth spiritual rune, it was unknown how marvelous Shen Qing's expression would be right now. However, no one would tell him. Furthermore, Yan Chutian did not activate the other spirit runes and continued to use the great shocking thunder rune. This scene had already caused Shen Qing's pale face to reveal a crazed look of joy. He knew that this spiritual tattoo was the other party's limit. However, how could the third spiritual tattoo be able to resist his fourth spiritual tattoo? Finally, the two spiritual tattoos collided with a loud bang under Shen Qing's ecstatic expression. However, the result of the collision was destined to make Shen Qing go crazy. As the two spiritual tattoos collided, Shen Qing's Mysterious Heart Eagle rune was indeed more powerful than the previous flame binding rune. However, this time, Yan Chutian also released all the power of the great shocking thunder rune. The hidden thunder rune was like a chain of mountains. Thunderbolts continuously descended. Even though the Mysterious Heart Eagle rune continuously attacked, it was beaten back time and time again. How is this possible? Shen Qing found this situation hard to believe. His face, which was originally filled with ecstasy, turned frenzied as if he had gone mad. He really could not believe it. How could the other party's third spiritual tattoo block his fourth spiritual tattoo? Could it be that the quality of his spiritual tattoo was so amazing that even his fourth spiritual tattoo was no match for it? Unfortunately, no one could give him an answer. After the two spiritual tattoos collided for a long time, his Mysterious Heart Eagle rune finally retreated into his body. After failing again and again, Shen Qing was already extremely weak. However, Yan Chutian's situation was obviously much better than his, although he was not in his peak state. Perhaps this situation would make Shen Qing feel incredulous. However, there were too many things that made him feel incredulous just now. Compared to this, what was this? Knowing that he had lost, Shen Qing could only slowly take out the spiritual talisman and crush it in his palm, even though he felt humiliated in his heart. In his current situation, he no longer had the strength to fight. Even if he did not take the initiative to leave, the final result would be the same. This was because he knew that the other party would never let him go. However, even if he was defeated and left, Shin Qing still did not feel the slightest regret in his heart. The only thing he was unwilling to accept was that he should not have underestimated the other party. Otherwise, the final result would not be like this. Seeing that Shin Qing had crushed the spiritual talisman and left, Yan Chutian, who had been tense for a long time, finally let out a sigh of relief and withdrew the great thunder rune. Now, his condition was not very good. After all, Shin Qing was a level 8 elixir cultivator and the pride of the Sacred Heart region. However, perhaps even if he could do it again, seeing that Yan Ningzhu was being bullied, he would definitely rush out regardless of everything. Moreover, to be honest, he had won in the end. At this time, Shin Qing had already crushed the spiritual talisman and left the ancient ruins. The moment Shin Qing disappeared, Yan Ningzhu did not care about her own situation. Her delicate body flashed and rushed to Yan Chutian's side. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry as she stared at him. However, Yan Chutian did not experience the situation she was worried about. The former sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated the mysterious yang qi. The strength of this support-type technique was immediately displayed. At the same time, on the outside world, on the Rune Mountain, a brilliant light flashed and a figure fell out in a sorry state and crashed heavily on the ground. The upper echelons of the surrounding forces were already used to this. After all, the number of people who were eliminated was not small. All in all, the result was still satisfactory to most of the first-rate forces, because even though the number of people who were eliminated was not small, most of them were disciples of the second-rate forces. Their level of pride was only a small number of people who were eliminated. Among them, the upper echelons of the 5 major regions were the most relaxed. Among the geniuses of their sect, not to mention the young masters, even the ordinary disciples were rarely eliminated. However, this was something that the other forces could not be envious of. Because the 5 major regions were the overlords of the entire Central Plains, their foundations were incomparably deep. Even the ordinary disciples they cultivated were comparable to the strongest geniuses of the 8 major first-rate forces. Back to the topic. Although the figure who fell out was not eye-catching at first, when he climbed up in a sorry state, his face that was revealed to everyone caused quite a stir, because many of them recognized this face. This figure who had been eliminated was the pride of the Sacred Heart region. What? The pride of the Sacred Heart region was also eliminated. Could it be that he encountered the pride of the other 5 major regions, or even the young masters? I'm afraid that he encountered an irresistible danger in the ancient ruins. If the mysterious danger hidden in the ancient ruins were to erupt, I'm afraid that even Yuaniing experts would find it difficult to resist. Only a few of the 5 major regions' prides were eliminated. Therefore, Shin Qing, who had been eliminated, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Feeling these gazes and recalling that he had been eliminated by Yan Chu, who was from a second-rate force, Shin Qing's heart was filled with a strong sense of humiliation. However, Shin Qing understood that he could not lie about this matter. Moreover, he did not want this to become his inner demon. Therefore, when the upper echelons of his sect looked at him with questioning gazes, he did not hide anything. He spat out the name that he wished he could chew into pieces. Although Shen Qing did not make it public and even lowered his voice, the news that Yan Chu had defeated him quickly spread like wildfire among the upper echelons and forces. Hearing this name that they had just heard not long ago, many disciples were filled with shock and disbelief. This was especially true for the prides who had been eliminated by Yan Chutian. They had been waiting for him to lose miserably and fall to the ground. However, as they waited, the news that he had displayed his invincible prowess and defeated the prides of the various major forces came again and again. Not to mention the disciples. Even the upper echelons of the second-rate forces and first-rate forces were shocked and shocked. Not long ago, Yan Chu's name had disappeared without a trace, making them think that he had become a nobody. However, Who would have thought that not long after, he would eliminate the prides of the 8 major first-rate forces, bringing this name back to the public's attention. However, how long had it been? This person had actually eliminated the prides of the Sacred Heart region of the 5 major regions. Could it be that he had disappeared for too long and wanted to make a comeback all of a sudden? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 324. The news that Yen Chu, a disciple from a second-rate force, had eliminated a genius from the Sacred Heart region spread. Some people were happy while others were sad. Those who were unhappy were the higher-ups of the first-rate forces and the higher-ups. The second-rate forces were supposed to be used as a testing ground for their disciples, but now a disciple from a second-rate force had shown his prowess. Regardless of whether the person who had been eliminated was a genius from their own force, it was hard for them to accept, especially the first-rate forces whose geniuses had been eliminated, such as the higher-ups from the demon-slaying hall. All looked gloomy. Although the higher-ups from the second-rate forces were not very happy, they were still happy to be able to hold their heads high. After all, the other party had arranged an elimination test before the genius pageant, and they had treated the disciple they valued as a testing ground in the antiquity relic. How could these higher-ups, who had always been in high positions, feel good, now that there was news that a disciple from a second-rate force had eliminated a disciple from a first-rate force, and even a disciple from the 5 major regions? They could not help but be secretly happy. The only pity was that the famous disciple was not from their own force. Otherwise, it would be even more surprising. However, there were always exceptions. Among the second-rate forces, there were always people who heard such news, and their faces darkened. This person was the elder from the Divine Heaven sect, the number 1 second-rate force. Similarly, his disciples all looked gloomy when they heard the news, and they could not accept it for a long time. After a long while, someone shouted coldly with resentment in his voice, "What kind of luck is this? He actually made it to this stage. He is so arrogant. Let's see how long he can last." They did their best to vent their anger and resentment because they were envious of Yi Shiwen's battle record of defeating the pride of the Sacred Heart region. When they thought of the Heaven's Secret sect disciple, who they could have easily killed not long ago, they did not do it for some reason and allowed him to slowly make it to this stage. How could they feel at ease? Naturally, the deputy sect leader of the Heaven's Secret sect, Zhu Yin, was also feeling emotional. At this moment, there was a slim figure of a woman standing beside Zhu Yin. She was quite eye-catching. The slim figure was Luo Shui. In fact, when Luo Shui had been eliminated not long ago, Zhu Yin had thought that this was the limit of the Heaven's Secrets sect disciples. However, not long after, a genius from the demon-slaying hall was eliminated, and he even said that he had been eliminated by Yen Chu. Such news already made Zhu Yin extremely shocked. However, not much time had passed, and yet another prided disciple from the Sacred Heart region had been eliminated by Yen Chutian. This caused Zhu Yin's originally shocked heart to be ruthlessly hammered once again. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Zhu Yin's face when he finally accepted this fact. From the looks of it now, even though he had already realized that he had underestimated Yen Chutian, he had still underestimated him. According to his strength, which was enough to eliminate the Sacred Heart region's heaven prides, it was likely that he now had the ability to fight with the top heaven prides, the young masters of the 5 major regions. However, it was also because of this that he couldn't help but secretly worry. Yen Chutian's display of strength was very likely to cause the dissatisfaction of the disciples of the first-rate forces. At that time, no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Beside Zhu Yin, Luo Shui couldn't conceal the shock on her pretty face. Now that she had heard the news about Yen Chutian, she didn't have the indifference she had when facing ordinary matters. As she gradually returned to normal, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, and her red lips parted slightly as she softly muttered to herself, "Good luck." Ancient ruins, mysterious flame, sacred palace. In the dilapidated building, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged as he circulated the mysterious yang condensation qi. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Yan Ningzhu about the specific situation. Hearing this, how could Yan Ningzhu hesitate? She also recovered and immediately told him everything. After knowing all the news, Yan Chutian's face gradually became solemn. As Yan Ningzhu had said, there were too many top heaven prides gathered at the top of Dragon Peak, and they were all fighting for the 5-element bead. In the mysterious palace deep inside the peak, she had separated from Qiuyu and obtained a fire bead by chance. That was why she was chased by Xinqing. The moment Yan Ningzhu's voice fell, Yan Ningzhu unscrupulously displayed the fire pillar in front of Yan Chutian. It was a fist-sized round light bead, and there was a lotus-like flame slowly burning inside. It was truly strange. After glancing at the fire bead, Yan Chutian withdrew his gaze, and he didn't have the slightest intention of possessing it, because compared to the opportunity that the 5-element bead might contain, Qiuyu's safety was obviously more important to him. If Qiuyu unleashed all her strength, perhaps all the heaven prides present wouldn't be her match even if they joined forces. However, unleashing one's strength would come at a huge price, and that price was something that Mu Wan's body couldn't bear. Therefore, Yan Chutian had repeatedly warned her not to act rashly. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian not be anxious in his heart? He was worried whether Qiuyu was safe and sound, and whether she had used strength that exceeded what Mu Wan's body could bear. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't even have the intention to recover. He immediately asked anxiously, "Miss Yan, where is the entrance to the mysterious palace on the peak?" Seeing this, Yan Ningzhu looked deeply at Yan Chutian. Even though she was worried about Yan Chutian's current situation, she understood even more clearly what Yan Chutian was worried about. Therefore, she didn't say anything unnecessary and immediately pointed to the entrance. Before Yan Chutian left, she forcefully stuffed the fire bead into his palm and said faintly, "I can't help you now, but this fire bead might be useful. Also, okay." Yan Chutian didn't have time to listen to anything else and had already left in a flash. Yan Ningzhu, who hadn't finished speaking, could only look at his back. She muttered to herself to finish what she had wanted to say. "Also, I've been waiting for you here." He quickly rushed towards the entrance that Yan Ningzhu had pointed out. A moment later, a huge cave that seemed to lead to the depths of the earth appeared before his eyes. With Yan Ningzhu's information, Yan Chutian already knew that this huge cave was the entrance to the mysterious palace underground. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and immediately jumped into the huge cave. The cave had an ancient aura. Along the way, Yan Chutian had already seen many traces of activity. Of course, there were also many corpses, but now, Yan Chutian was no longer in the mood to care about these. He pressed forward and flashed past at an extremely fast speed. Right now, he urgently wanted to see Qiuyu safe and sound. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would go crazy. However, after going deep for a long time, he still didn't see a single living person, let alone a trace of Qiuyu. Even in the depths of the huge cave, there were very few traces of activity. The dark space was filled with an oppressive ancient aura, causing people to feel uneasy. Seeing such a situation, Yan Chutian quickly regained his senses. After regaining his senses, he finally realized that he was too anxious. It was fine if it was elsewhere, but here, how could he still be like this? Furthermore, he had to believe in Qiuyu. With Qiuyu's ability, even if he didn't use all of his strength, he wouldn't put himself in danger. In the past, when he was in the Heaven Realm, he had fallen into a dangerous situation a few times. Wasn't it because of Qiuyu that he was saved? After constantly reminding himself, Yan Chutian finally calmed down. Then he opened his spirit core and carefully scanned every inch of his surroundings. Under such a sweeping gaze, he finally discovered that this place was different from the places he had been to before. The large cave was extremely humid. Even the air was filled with a thick layer of moisture. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was unremarkable, but Yen Chutian was very sensitive, not to mention that he had a spirit core. Therefore, Yen Chutian consciously walked towards the source of the moisture. At this time, the role of his spirit core became more and more obvious. If it was an ordinary cultivator, how could it be easy to distinguish the difference in humidity? Only the spirit core could be so meticulous. After advancing for an hour, the humidity in front of him became denser and denser. Even on the ground, there were puddles of various sizes. But it was also at this time that Yen Chutian finally noticed that there was movement in front of him. There's someone. With that thought, Yen Chutian quickly lowered his voice and tried his best to restrain his aura. Only then did he slowly walk towards the source of the movement. Half a quarter of an hour later, when Yen Chutian cautiously probed out his line of sight, he saw several figures treading on the waves of a bottomless lake ahead. In the center of these figures, there was a fist-sized round bead floating up and down. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 3:25. The fist-sized round bead bobbed up and down. Even with a cursory glance, Yen Chutian immediately connected it to the fire bead obtained by Yen Ningzhu. The two were too similar. The only difference was that inside the fire bead, there was a flame in the shape of a lotus that burned quietly. On the other hand, the bead that bobbed up and down on the surface of the water was a ball of transparent liquid. In an instant, Yen Chutian immediately realized that the bead in front of him was probably the water bead from the 5-element bead. As for the xiuzhe surrounding the water droplet, there was no need to think too much. It was obvious that they were here for this water droplet. As expected, the white-clothed, long-haired young man slowly opened his mouth and confirmed the water bead's identity. Everyone, no matter what? I, Xian, was the first to see this water bead. Don't tell me that you all want to forcibly fight for it? The white-clothed, long-haired young man slowly opened his mouth. Even though his tone was indifferent, his words were filled with a layer of self-evident dominance. It was obvious that Xian had an extraordinary background. At the very least, the other young geniuses could not compare to him. Haha, of course we're not going to snatch it from young master Xian. It's just that heavenly treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. I'm sure young master Xian is aware of this principle, right? A bald young man's eyes flickered. His words were full of politeness, but in reality there was a hidden threat. Of course, if he was alone, he would not dare to say such words to Xian no matter what. After all, Xian was the young master of the Nether Ice Territory. Although he was a top genius of the Tyrant Sect, the Tyrant Sect was only one of the 8 great first-rate forces. It was still one level below the 5 great regions. However, there were 2 other people besides him. One was also a disciple of one of the 8 great first-rate forces, and the other was from the Great Spirit region. Even if Xian was the young master of a region, he might not be able to resist the 3 of them together. How could the other 2 not understand the meaning behind the bald young man's words? That was exactly what they meant. Therefore, they immediately opened their mouths and echoed, causing the young master of the Nether Ice Territory to be speechless. After a moment of silence, Xian looked at the purple-clad man on the other side and said coldly, "Zhao Mao, I think you know the difference between the 5 major regions' disciples and the young master. Why are you still so stubborn?" Hearing this, a look of struggle flashed across the purple-clad man's face. He naturally knew that even though they were both geniuses of the 5 major regions, there was still a gap between a disciple and a young master. But very quickly, this bit of struggle turned into determination. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to get his hands on the water droplet. To a large extent, obtaining a 5-element bead meant that one could obtain a fortuitous encounter. If he got the opportunity, it was not impossible for him to become the young master of the Great Spirit domain. At that time, he would not need to fear Xian. Therefore, how could he give up? Moreover, he was not the only one facing Xian. There were two other guys as well. If the three of them joined forces, they might be able to defeat Xian. Zhao Mao thought that it would be easier to get the water droplets from Xian or from the disciples of the two first-rate forces. Young Master Xian, since you know, then you should know how much I desire to become the young master of the Great Spirit Domain. You're already the young master of the Ice Nether Domain. Why don't you just give the water droplet to me? If I use this opportunity to become the young master of the Great Spirit Domain, I will definitely not forget to repay young master Xian's kindness. What nonsense! Xian flatly rejected Zhao Mao's words. Thanks to his rejection, the other two geniuses of the first-rate forces breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Xian really helped Zhao Mao, the two of them would have no hope of getting the water droplet. They might even be forced out of the ancient ruins. Then, as if Zhao Mao's words had sounded an alarm, the bald young man said directly, "Brother Zhao, brotherly, to avoid trouble, let's take action directly. As for the water droplet, we'll fight for it with our own abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald young man took the lead and formed a fist seal. A powerful wave swept out from the fist seal and blasted directly toward Xian. The bald young man had already made his move, and the genius surnamed Li was not to be outdone. Since the two of them had already made their move, how could Zhao Mao hesitate? He also formed a fist seal and attacked aggressively. The three of them could be said to be the top geniuses of the entire Central Plains attacking at the same time. If it had been any other genius, it would have been difficult to resist and would only end up in a panic. However, their opponent was Xian, one of the young masters of the Ice Nether Domain. How could a young master of a domain be weak? Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. A scene of a sandpiper and a clam fighting immediately appeared in front of Yan Chutian. If it had been something else, perhaps because of Qiuyu, Yan Chutian would have directly ignored it. However, this was a water droplet, one of the 5 elements pearls that could possibly contain the greatest opportunity in the mysterious Fire Sacred Palace. How could he miss it? More importantly, Yan Chutian knew that even if he immediately went to look for Qiuyu, the result would most likely be the same as before. He would not be able to find any trace of her at all. Because of all these reasons, Yan Chutian ultimately chose to stay behind and be the fisherman. Thus, Yan Chutian continued to conceal himself and quietly watched the battle erupt before him. After observing for a long time, Yan Chutian finally understood where Xian's confidence came from. Or rather, it could be said that he and Zhao Mao were both geniuses of the 5 regions, but he could sit in the position of young master. The 3 of them besieged one person, but Xian did not show any signs of losing. He was only occasionally suppressed. Moreover, when he seized the opportunity, he was able to repel the 3 of them and take the initiative to attack. However, this was also because of Xian's powerful cultivation base. He had already stepped into the 9th layer of elixir, a level higher than the other 3. Otherwise, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to display such ferocity. Under such circumstances, the bald youth's expression turned ugly. If this continued, he was afraid that he might not be able to defeat Xian. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to win. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Mao's eyes flickered, and he immediately spoke. Xian has the dark ice chi, which is overbearing and powerful. However, this kind of power is most afraid of flames. As long as we attack with the power of flames, we will definitely be able to suppress him. Zhao Mao's words caused the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li's eyes to light up. They really did not know that the disciples of the dark ice territory would have such a special ability. Then, without hesitation, the 2 of them raised their hands, and a majestic spiritual power swept out. Even if they did not have the power of flames, their spiritual power transformed into flames and attacked Xian. Zhao Mao's attack was even more overbearing. With a raise of his hand, a huge spirit pattern condensed and appeared. This spirit pattern was enveloped in green flames. Even though it was only floating in the sky, it seemed to raise the surrounding temperature by a lot. The three of them attacked at the same time. This time, O Xian's reaction could not be as calm as before. This was because Zhao Mao's words were true. The spiritual power he cultivated contained the dark ice qi. Although the dark ice qi was overbearing and powerful, it was afraid of flames. However, O Xian did not expect that there were very few people in the outside world who knew that he had the dark ice qi. How did Zhao Mao know? How did he know the weakness of the dark ice qi? However, reality did not give him much time to think. When the three attacks came, he quickly circulated the powerful force in his body and counterattacked. The main target of his counterattack was, of course, Zhao Mao. This was not only because Zhao Mao had pointed out his weakness, but also because his flame spirit pattern was the biggest threat to the dark ice qi. However, even if O Xian counterattacked with all his strength, the power he displayed was not inferior to before. However, the dark ice qi was indeed his weakness. He could barely block the attacks of the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li. But Zhao Mao's flame spirit pattern broke through his counterattack. How could Zhao Mao let go of such a good opportunity? He continuously poured the power of his spirit pattern into his flame spirit pattern. Whoosh! Flames gushed out from the flame spirit pattern and crazily attacked O Xian. Under such circumstances, even if O Xian condensed a defense, it would be difficult for him to block it easily. As the flames rushed past, O Xian had already staggered several dozen feet back on the surface of the water. Even the clothes on his body appeared to be in a sorry state from being burnt. P.S. My subscription has been dropping. Friends reading books, can you help support my subscription? Please, please. Chapter 326. O Xian's miserable appearance caused joy to emerge on the faces of the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li. In their opinion, this situation meant that they could defeat their opponent. If they could lose one of the 5 region's young masters, their chances of obtaining the water droplets would be much higher. How could they not be happy with such an outcome? However, while they were rejoicing, Zhao Mao, who was closely watching O Xian's movements, was not happy at all. Indeed, on the surface, it seemed that they had the upper hand. However, he faintly felt that the situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. It seemed that Zhao Mao's eyes involuntarily fell on the water below his feet. The clear water that existed because of the water droplets did not seem to contain any killing intent. However, when he looked at the clear water, Zhao Mao's eyes changed drastically. As for this sudden change, it became extremely ugly. He knew that the underworld ice energy was despicable, so how could he not know its advantages? However, the instant his expression changed, he clearly saw that O Xian, who had retreated dozens of feet, had already pressed his palms on the water. His sleeves were burned. Along with his chilling voice, an extremely cold aura surged wildly from under the surface of the water. I gave you a chance. Since you don't know what's good for you, then get out of this ancient ruin. Boom! Under the calm surface of the water, the dark ice qi surged like a tornado. Everywhere it passed, everything was frozen. It turned into sharp ice spears that flashed with cold light. They suddenly rose from the water and pierced toward the 3 people of the opposite side. Fortunately, Zhao Mao had expected this. When the icicles suddenly rushed out, his flame spirit tattoo rushed out and barely blocked them. However, while he could block them, the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li were not so lucky. Not only did they not react in time, but the ice spears that suddenly rushed out from under the ice could not be blocked by the spirit flames that they hurriedly activated. Ah, no. In the next instant, 2 painful cries rang out. When one looked over, one could see that the 2 ice spears were stained with dark red blood. The bald youth's situation was not bad. Only his right arm was stabbed. However, The genius surnamed Li was stabbed in the abdomen and was bleeding profusely. Zhao Mao, what's going on? With his body injured, how could the bald youth remain calm? He shouted loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Mao could only helplessly reply, "The dark ice chi fears fire, but when used in water or ice, it is extremely tyrannical." What? The bald young man was shocked. Beneath their feet was water. Didn't this mean that this was O Xian's battle heaven? How could Zhao Mao have the heart to say anything else? His heart was filled with anger and regret. He had actually forgotten such an important point. How could he possibly fight with O Xian in this area of water? Even if the three of them worked together, it would not be enough. In the next moment, the only thought left in Zhao Mao's mind was to run. He no longer had any thoughts of snatching the water droplet. Under such circumstances, as long as he could escape and not be forced to crush the talisman and leave, it would be a great blessing. Seeing Zhao Mao immediately flee, how could the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li not know that the situation was critical? Therefore, they immediately fled madly, not daring to stay in the slightest. However, just as they were frantically fleeing, O Xian's pair of ice-cold eyes had already slowly lifted up. He did not look at the water droplet. Instead, he first locked onto the three people who were escaping and gently curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. "You want to run? Can you escape?" As soon as the mocking smile appeared, O Xian's eyes suddenly focused. Suddenly, a huge, mysterious spiritual inscription slowly appeared in midair above his head. The moment the spiritual inscription appeared, an even more majestic cold air surged violently, and a continuous cracking sound could be heard. Looking over, the water below O Xian's feet had already begun to freeze. Furthermore, the area of the ice was continuously expanding, approaching the surrounding water. Heavenly frigid rune. Soon after, O Xian's low shout was heard again. At the same time, he slammed his palm down again. Although it was still a palm, with the support of the spiritual inscription, the power of his palm was too great. Under the layer of ice, a giant ice crystal hand gradually formed. At a certain moment, it suddenly broke through the layer of ice and blasted out forcefully. Bang! The giant ice crystal hand solidly hit the bald youth's chest. Even though the bald youth had put up a defense and had even activated the spiritual inscription, it was still difficult for him to resist. Pooh! Boiling hot blood violently spurted out from the bald youth's mouth. When he was smashed backwards, his heart was already filled with regret. If he had known that O Xian's dark ice chi was so powerful in the water, he would not have been able to resist. No matter what, he would not have had any thoughts about the water droplet. However, it was clearly too late for regret. The giant ice crystal hand had already slammed down again without any mercy. The bald youth knew that if he continued to stay, he would only end up being severely injured by O Xian. Therefore, he could only helplessly crush the spiritual inscription and teleport away. Seeing the bald youth crush the spiritual inscription, O Xian's cold smile grew wider. Then his cold gaze locked onto the genius surnamed Li and Zhao Mao. He did not expect that his gaze would cause the genius surnamed Li to crush the spiritual inscription. However, when he thought about it, the genius surnamed Li was already injured. Even the bald youth who was in perfect condition could only crush the spiritual inscription. Even if he resisted, the result would not have changed. However, the genius surnamed Li had taken the initiative to crush the spiritual inscription, saving O Xian some effort. He immediately sneered at the fleeing Zhao Mao. "Ha ha! Today none of you will escape." Hearing those words, Zhao Mao's heart was filled with deep regret. In fact, he should be the one who was the most regretful. This was because he had long known that O Xian cultivated the dark ice chi. He also knew that it was domineering and weak. However, just now he did not know why he had forgotten about its domineering aspects. Wasn't that the same as courting death? However, Zhao Mao knew that there was no use in regretting. At this point, Xian would not let him go no matter what. However, he could not stop here. He wanted to be promoted to the Great Spirit Region's young master. If he was eliminated like this, how could he have the chance to become a young master? Therefore, Zhao Mao gritted his teeth and shouted at Xian behind him. Xian, spare me this time. In this profound fire holy palace, I will not go against you again. Haha, you think you have the qualifications to say such arrogant words now? Xian sneered in response. In his opinion, the situation was already decided. He could force the genius out of the spiritual inscription and then take the water bead. Why should he listen to him? Therefore, after sneering, Xian did not hesitate and once again activated the spiritual inscription. With the support of the spiritual inscription, he slapped the layer of ice under his feet. Boom! Under the water, the dark ice chi and the power of the spiritual inscription surged crazily. When they reached the water under Zhao Mao's feet, they turned into a giant fist and blasted out. Xian, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. In such a situation, Zhao Mao's expression was extremely ferocious. This was because the other party had no intention of holding back at all. He wanted to force him to crush the spiritual inscription and leave. With a shout, Zhao Mao activated the flame spiritual inscription. This was not because he had only condensed this spiritual inscription, but because this spiritual inscription had the strongest restraining effect on Xian. And as expected, because of this flame spiritual inscription, he finally blocked Xian's attack with difficulty. However, this situation made Xian's face contort with a strong sense of mockery. Final struggle. After the mocking laughter, Xian raised his hand again. He had decided to launch the final attack on Zhao Mao. Zhao Mao also knew this. He knew that he could block once or twice, but it would be difficult for him to block a third or fourth time. But he was really unwilling. He still wanted to become the young master of the Great Spirit Region. How could he be eliminated here? At the same time, from a corner that neither of them paid attention to, a ghost-like figure flashed out and headed straight for the water bead that seemed to have been completely ignored. The figure appeared without a sound and did not attract anyone's attention. However, just as he was about to touch the water droplet, an extremely furious roar resounded, accompanied by an underworld ice chi that could freeze everything. You're courting death. P.S. Another third update. Chapter 3:27. You're courting death. A furious roar resounded, accompanied by a gigantic hand formed entirely of ice crystals. It rose violently from under the layer of ice and slapped toward the figure that had suddenly appeared, which was Yan Chutian. Under such circumstances, Yan Chutian had no choice but to abruptly retreat. He only managed to escape the suppression of the gigantic ice crystal hand after retreating almost 100 feet. At this moment, Yan Chutian was not surprised by Xian's sudden detection. This was because when he approached the water droplet and came into contact with the layer of ice that extended from under the water droplet, he sensed that something was amiss. Initially, Yan Chutian thought that the layer of ice was naturally formed and condensed under the illumination of Xian's dark ice chi and spirit inscriptions. However, now that he thought about it, this was clearly done on purpose. He used the layer of ice that had unintentionally spread as a warning, so that as long as someone approached, Xian would immediately sense it. Even he did not notice this intention. So not only did he fail to obtain the water droplet, but he also exposed himself. However, since he was already exposed, Yan Chutian naturally would not hide anymore. He openly revealed himself in front of Xian and also appeared in front of Zhao Mao, who had almost escaped death. Just now, Zhao Mao could not help but hold the spirit talisman in his hand, ready to crush it completely at any time. However, he did not expect Xian to give up on attacking him at the last moment and look back. In such a situation, Zhao Mao could not help but retreat several hundred feet to the edge of the water droplet before looking into the distance. In his line of sight, a slightly weak figure appeared in front of his eyes. Zhao Mao thought that it was a young master from a certain region who had suddenly attacked, but upon closer inspection, he realized that he had never seen this person before. However, the other party still gave him a sense of familiarity, as if they had not really met before. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Mao suddenly recalled that this person was the disciple of a second-rate force who had dared to fight with Zhou Ling for a woman back in Central Plain City. Now, it seemed that this disciple of a second-rate force was truly fearless. He actually dared to secretly wait for an opportunity to attack the water droplet. Perhaps he had previously thought that Yan Chutian dared to challenge Zhou Ling because of his lowly background, but he himself was not simple. However, from the looks of it, the other party was only at elixir level 5. To dare to steal the water droplets from them with such a level of cultivation, what else could it be other than overestimating oneself? What made Zhao Mao even more disdainful was that the other party had clearly been hiding in the dark for a long time. If that was the case, how could he not know that O Xian was the strongest in the water realm and still dare to stay? For a moment, Zhao Mao's heart was filled with contempt for Yan Chutian, completely forgetting that if it weren't for Yan Chutian's sudden appearance, he would have been forced out of the profound flame, sacred palace, and these ancient ruins. At this moment, he did not hurry to leave because he was still unwilling to give up. He was looking forward to whether or not there were still people hiding in the dark. If this disciple of a second-rate force was forced out of the talisman by O Xian and no one appeared, he would immediately flee, like crazy. At the same time, he looked at O Xian, who had already retreated to the edge of the water realm, and his heart was filled with extreme anger. Then he fixed his cold eyes on Yan Chutian. If it weren't for this reckless fool in front of him, Zhao Mao would have already been forced out of the talisman. But now it was impossible for him to catch that cunning bastard. Die for me! Therefore, when facing Yan Chutian, he did not say anything at all. He raised his hand and used his extremely powerful attack. No matter who the other party was, he had no interest in him. He only had level 5 elixir cultivation, so he could kill him with a raise of his hand. As O Xian raised his hand, a huge icicle slowly formed under the layer of ice. It could swiftly and violently pierce out at any time, heading straight for Yan Chutian. This situation was seen by Zhao Mao, who was in the distance, and he was already prepared to escape. In his and O Xian's opinion, Yan Chutian was only able to avoid O Xian's attack because O Xian reacted quickly. Now that O Xian was facing him head-on, he did not have the slightest bit of luck. And because of the huge gap in cultivation, in their opinion, Yan Chutian could not have any other way to deal with this attack other than crushing the talisman. But was this really the case? Whoosh! Under the layer of ice, the huge icicle finally pierced out, heading straight for Yan Chutian. This attack had injured the bald youth and the genius surnamed Li, who had level 8 elixir, and could not block it. However, when the huge icicle approached Yan Chutian's body, the popping sound that the two of them imagined did not spread out, and there were no spatial fluctuations. There was only an ear-piercing cracking sound, followed by the sound of a huge object falling into the water. Two pairs of eyes looked over one after another, and they could not help but reveal astonishment. This was because they saw that Yan Chutian was still standing on the water, unharmed, while the huge icicle that had pierced out was broken into pieces and fell into the water below. The hearts of the two were like ripples of ice falling into water, rippling unceasingly. This was because how could they believe that a level 5 elixir cultivator could easily block O Xian's attack? One must know that this was the attack of the 2 level 8 elixir cultivators from before. Even the disciples of the top 8 first-rate forces could not block it. Spiritual inscriptions. O Xian's shocked voice rang out again, but his shock was not as simple as seeing the spiritual inscriptions. With his eyesight and knowledge, he recognized the spiritual inscriptions on a huge spiritual inscription sword floating above Yan Chutian's head. Just how pure and condensed was the spiritual inscription power contained in it? It was not an exaggeration to say that in terms of purity, even the freezing sky rune above his head could not compare to it. O Xian found it hard to believe that a mere level 5 elixir cultivator's spiritual inscriptions were more condensed than his. However, after thinking about it carefully, it did not seem impossible. After all, there were many opportunities in the ancient ruins, and O Xian might have obtained something to be able to achieve this. Hence, O Xian quickly concealed the shock on his face and continued to look at Yan Chutian condescendingly. It was just that this time there was more respect in his gaze. However, it was just more respect. O Xian's strength was not limited to that. If the person before him thought that he could defeat him or not be at a disadvantage with just a spiritual inscription, it would be tantamount to courting death. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. O Xian shouted coldly. He was not sure if there were other people hiding around, and the person before him did not seem like someone who could be easily killed, so he did not want to create more trouble. However, what O Xian and Zhao Mao did not expect was that after O Xian finished speaking, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest intention of backing down. I'm sorry, young Master O. I'm also a little interested in this water droplet. The moment the word interested was said, the atmosphere became extremely oppressive because of O Xian. He stared at Yan Chutian closely, and a light flickered in the depths of his eyes. In the end, all the light turned into a deep, cold glint. Do you really think that you can do anything in front of me just because of some small opportunity? Since you don't want to give me face, you should get out of the ancient ruins too. The moment the last word was uttered, a mysterious spiritual inscription appeared in O Xian's eyes once again. In a few breaths' time, the second and third spiritual inscriptions appeared in the sky and revealed their sharpness. O Xian only had one thought in his mind. Didn't you have a small opportunity in terms of spiritual inscriptions? Now, I'll completely defeat you in terms of spiritual inscriptions and shatter all your confidence. As the second and third spiritual inscriptions appeared, the 3 spiritual inscriptions hovered above O Xian's head together. An unprecedentedly powerful aura was released, and even Zhao Mao, who was at the edge of the water, felt immense pressure. It was hard to imagine how powerful the spiritual inscription pressure from Yan Chutian, who was targeted by O Xian, was. Zhao Mao silently circulated the spiritual inscriptions in his body to dispel the pressure. He looked at the thin figure in the water and could not help but sigh softly. Although Yan Chutian's performance earlier shocked him, that was it. He could also block 1 or 2 of O Xian's attacks. However, now that O Xian had unleashed all his spiritual inscriptions, even he could not match up to him, let alone a second-rate force's disciple whose actual cultivation was not even at level 5 elixir. No matter how pure his spiritual inscriptions were, could he unleash 3 spiritual inscriptions at the same time? Could he even condense a complete 3rd spiritual inscription? Chapter 328. 3 mysterious spiritual inscriptions appeared in the sky, and each of them emitted an enormous pressure. With the 3 of them stacked together, even a level 8 elixir cultivator would have a hard time resisting them. Such an attack naturally made O Xian confident, and an arrogant smile slowly appeared on his cold face. No matter how pure O Xian's spiritual inscriptions were, he was just lucky to have obtained an opportunity. It did not have much impact on his attainments in spiritual inscriptions. On the shore of the water, Zhao Mao had the same thoughts as O Xian. He did not think that a mere level 5 elixir cultivator could have great attainments in spiritual inscriptions. O Xian was just lucky to have obtained an opportunity to refine spiritual inscriptions. Even if it could make his spiritual inscription stronger, it would not be too outrageous. In the end, it still depended on the refiner's spiritual inscriptions foundation. Looking at the 3 spiritual inscriptions above O Xian's head, Yan Chutian had to admit that he felt a lot of pressure. As the young lord of the Nether Ice Territory, Xian had not only reached level 9 elixir, but he also had extraordinary attainments in spiritual inscriptions. Even if Xian had only displayed 3 spiritual inscriptions, Yan Chutian could vaguely infer that Xian had probably reached the 5th spiritual inscriptions. Knowing this, Yan Chutian was not envious. After all, he had already gone through the elixir realm and had condensed 7 spiritual inscriptions back then. However, what made Yan Chutian lament was that his cultivation was still too low, not to mention level 9 elixir. Even if he was at level 7 or 6 elixir, he might have already condensed the 5th spiritual inscriptions. This was because he had already gone through the path of condensing spiritual inscriptions. At least until he condensed the 8th spiritual inscriptions, it would be very easy for him to condense spiritual inscriptions. If Yan Chutian's achievement were to spread, countless geniuses would be envious. But no matter how envious they were, there was nothing they could do. After all, it was impossible for them to be someone like Yan Chutian who had been reborn. Back to the main topic. Even if Xian had touched the condensation of the 5th spiritual rune, he had not truly condensed it. Therefore, Yan Chutian had nothing to fear. At least in the battle of spiritual tattoos, he had never been defeated by anyone who had the same number of spiritual tattoos. Therefore, at almost the same instant, Yan Chutian also closed his eyes slightly. In the depths of his pupils, there were mysterious patterns that slowly connected and formed into runes. Moments later, a golden cauldron slowly descended above Yan Chutian's head beside the Mystic Yang sword rune. It was the Mystic Yang cauldron rune. The appearance of the spiritual pattern golden cauldron did not surprise Xian too much. If the other party could not even use 2 spiritual tattoos at the same time, or even condense them, it would be a waste of the opportunity he had obtained. The only thing he was concerned about was whether Xian could also use the 3rd spiritual rune. Under Xian's gaze, Yan Chutian's expression was calm. In his pupils, the great thunderclap rune gradually appeared as the spiritual tattoo was formed. Even though the great thunderclap rune was the 4th spiritual tattoo, Yan Chutian still used it in advance. This was because ever since the refinement of the spiritual tattoo, the true dragon rune had shown more power and form. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yan Chutian was really unwilling to use it. Seeing that Xian had really used the 3rd spiritual tattoo, Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the depths of his pupils quietly became more solemn. In his opinion, Xian had at most condensed 3 spiritual tattoos. However, it was one thing to be able to condense 3 spirit inscriptions, but it was another thing to be able to use them. At the very least, the scene before Xian was already in disbelief. This was because when Xian's cultivation was at level 5 of elixir, he had not even fully condensed the 3rd spiritual tattoo. You're lucky to have condensed 3 spiritual tattoos. Let's see how much power your so-called 3 spiritual tattoos have. Xian shouted coldly as he activated the 3 spiritual tattoos on his body. A valiant pressure spread out as if it was enveloping the entire space. Although Xian's spiritual tattoos seemed to be very pure, he could only know how much power they had by facing them head-on. The 3 spiritual tattoos above Xian's head pressed down, and Yan Chutian did not show any weakness. As he formed a seal, the 3 spiritual tattoos followed his thoughts and pressed down head-on. Nevertheless, when Yan Chutian activated the spiritual tattoos, he secretly glanced at the water droplet. His purpose of showing up was never to fight Xian head-on to prove anything. His purpose was only to obtain the water droplet. However, no one would notice this. Whether it was Xian or Zhao Mao, they did not think that Xian would dare to be distracted at such a critical moment. Moreover, even if Xian could be distracted, it should be Xian. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the power of his spiritual tattoos was stronger. Boom! When the 6 spiritual tattoos clashed head-on, there were not many tricks involved in a battle between spiritual tattoos. Most of the time, it was a pure clash of spiritual tattoos. Because of that, there were no flukes. The strong were the strong and the weak were the weak. Thus, when the 6 spirit inscriptions collided, they were actually equally matched. Neither side showed any signs of being defeated. This caused Xian and Zhao Mao's expressions to change greatly. The two of them found it hard to believe that the result of such a genuine clash of spiritual tattoos was actually evenly matched. This was especially so for Xian. As the person involved, he naturally knew how enormous the power of the 3 spiritual inscriptions that he performed was. However, the more it was so, the more he could not understand why the situation was like this. However, that was not the only thing that shocked Xian. The result of the clash of spiritual tattoos made him involuntarily look at Yan Chutian's location. However, when he looked over, he suddenly realized that there was no one there at all. The situation made Xian think of something in an instant. He quickly looked behind him at the water droplet. As expected, when he fixed his gaze on the water droplet, he saw a familiar figure. No matter how shocked Xian was a moment ago, he became unprecedentedly angry at this moment. A disciple from a second-rate force and a cultivator with a level 5 elixir cultivation base actually dared to steal the water droplet during the clash of spiritual tattoos with him. This was simply a naked humiliation to him. It would have been fine if he had broken through Xian's spiritual tattoos, but the problem was that the result of the clash of spiritual tattoos was still evenly matched. This sudden turn of events caused Zhao Mao to be greatly shocked. How could he have imagined that Yan Chu would be so daring as to divert his attention to snatch the water droplet while clashing with Xian? Therefore, he even forgot about himself for a moment. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would naturally take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Million Whale Tattoo. The situation was urgent, and Xian could no longer care about anything else. As he shouted, the tattoos in his eyes quickly gathered. In the next moment, they transformed into a humongous whale that broke out of the ice under his feet and roared at the sky. The Million Whale Tattoo was Xian's 4th spiritual tattoo. Seeing that Xian had cast the 4th spiritual tattoo regardless of the consequences, even if his true dragon tattoo was a taboo, Yan Chutian could not care less. Almost at the same time, the true dragon tattoo rushed out and circled around Yan Chutian, increasing his speed. However, even if the current true dragon mark was much more visible than before, it still wasn't something that could be seen at a glance, especially when Yan Chutian intentionally made the lingering flames even denser, because it still looked hazy. If Xian observed carefully, he might be able to see something strange. However, he was only filled with anger at the moment. He did not even care how Xian resisted. He only wanted to use the Million Whale Tattoo to immediately crush him. Boom! The power of the Million Whale Tattoo crushed down. The humongous body rushed out from the water and went straight for Yan Chutian's chest. However, when the power of the Million Whale Tattoo made contact, Xian discovered that the inconspicuous flames could not be easily extinguished by his Million Whale Tattoo. In fact, when the flames burned, Xian even felt that his Million Whale Tattoo would be damaged. If the previous scenes were enough to shock Xian, the current feeling was enough to cause a storm in his heart. This was his 4th spiritual tattoo, the Million Whale Tattoo. Normally, he did not need to use it at all. He would only use it when he was with some old fellows at the 9th level of elixir, or when he was with the young masters of the Nether Ice territory. However, such a spiritual tattoo could not be resisted by some unknown power. Chapter 329. The 4th Spiritual Rune. After recovering from his shock, Xian suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be using the power of spiritual inscriptions as well. This spiritual rune was obviously not the same as the previous 3. In other words, this could only be the 4th spiritual rune. Perhaps O Xian would have been extremely shocked if he had known this at the beginning. How could a mere fifth-stage elixir cultivator condense 4 spiritual runes? But now he could slowly accept it. His opponent had displayed too many extraordinary aspects, and only the fact that he had condensed 4 spiritual runes could explain why he was able to resist his spiritual rune power head-on. At the same time, the dumbfounded Zhao Mao gradually came to his senses. No wonder the divine fate sect's disciple was so bold and dared to seize the water droplet from the 2 prides of the 5 major regions. It turned out that they had underestimated their opponent. Their opponent had condensed 4 spiritual runes at the 5th stage of elixir. Moreover, each spiritual rune had been tempered and was of extremely high quality. Naturally, they were far superior to ordinary spiritual runes. On the other side, Yan Chutian did not care about what the 2 were thinking. After forcing the Million Whale rune back, he lightly stepped on a layer of ice under his feet. After shattering the metal-like ice, he immediately reached out and grabbed the water droplet. The water droplet was different from the fire droplet. It was cold to the touch, like a piece of ice. However, Yan Chutian was already at the 5th stage of elixir. This little bit of temperature naturally did not affect him at all. After putting away the water droplet, Yan Chutian stood on the ice. He did not immediately escape, because he knew that O Xian would not let him go so easily. The young master of the Nether Ice Territory was extremely powerful. Even Yan Chutian did not have much confidence in defeating him. But of course, Yan Chutian still had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, he would not have swaggered out to compete. Compared to O Xian, Zhao Mao, who was watching from afar, was a small character. He did not care about him at all, now that he looked at Yan Chutian again. How could O Xian underestimate him just because he had a level 5 elixir cultivation? O Xian's face was so gloomy that water droplets, which should have been his, ended up in O Xian's hands because of his earlier contempt. But now he really didn't have the confidence to get the water droplet back. The fact that the other party did not panic and did not retreat proved that he had the ability to protect himself. O Xian would have laughed his head off if a level 5 elixir cultivator claimed that they had the ability to protect themselves in front of him. However, he could not laugh at this moment because it was a fact that had happened in front of him. However, the water droplet, one of the 5 elemental pearls, was right in front of him. Although O Xian was not clear about the specific use of the 5 elemental pearls, he knew without thinking that the more 5 elemental pearls he obtained in the mystic fire sacred palace, the better. This was equivalent to grasping the key to a fortuitous opportunity in advance. In fact, the key itself was the fortuitous opportunity. After a moment of gloominess, O Xian finally said, "Yan Chu, give me the water droplet. I can promise to help you deal with Zhou Ling in the mystic fire sacred palace." Otherwise, O Xian did not continue speaking, but the cold smile at the corner of his mouth had already revealed his intentions. If Yan Chutian agreed, he would help Yan Chutian deal with Zhou Ling. Otherwise, he would help Zhou Ling deal with Yan Chutian himself. If it was an ordinary person, even a disciple of the Great Spirit region like Zhao Mao, they would be indecisive even if they were infuriated by such a threat. However, who was Yan Chutian? How could he be afraid of such a threat? If he was afraid of even this, then he could not have grown from an orphan and a rogue cultivator to one of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm in the Heaven Realm. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately replied with a cold smile, "If young master wants to deal with me, go ahead." This short sentence immediately left O Xian speechless. Although he really wanted to ask if O Xian would still dare to say such words when he really met Zhou Ling, he held himself back in the end. Because if they had not met, there would be no proof no matter how much he said. However, he quickly thought of another matter. He thought of the woman who came from the same sect as Yan Chutian. "Yan Chu, give me the water droplet, and I will tell you the news of your senior sister from the same sect." If you were a moment slower, what awaited her next would be death. And death without a complete corpse. It could not be denied that Xian was too lucky. The second time he spoke, he directly hit Yan Chutian's weak spot. Yan Chutian could not remain indifferent towards Qiuyu. Even if he found it hard to believe Xian's words, what if it was true? Having lost her once, Yan Chutian did not want to experience the pain of losing her a second time. Seeing how different Yan Chutian's attitude was from before, even if the former did not say anything, Xian's smile gradually deepened. Clearly, Xian did not expect such an indifferent person to behave like this because of a woman. However, it made sense. After all, did he not become famous in Zhongyuan City because of a woman? However, just as the sneer on Xian's face deepened, a calm voice suddenly rang out. It immediately froze Xian's sneer, and his expression turned extremely unpleasant. Fellow Yan, I can also tell you the whereabouts of your senior sister without any compensation. Zhao Mao, you're courting death. Zhao Mao's sudden disruption caused Xian's expression to turn unprecedentedly ugly. This was because he had a hunch that he could obtain the water droplet effortlessly. However, because of Zhao Mao's existence, this opportunity was obviously ruined. At that moment, Xian wanted nothing more than to strangle Zhao Mao to death. Faced with Xian's expression, which looked like he had just eaten shit, Zhao Mao was all smiles. He had suddenly opened his mouth to deliberately disgust Xian. Just now, he had repeatedly asked Xian, but Xian refused to let it go and almost forced the talisman out. Therefore, how could he let Xian do as he pleased now? Fellow Yan, not long ago, spiritual light gushed out from the depths of this underground palace. Not only did it spurt out the 5 element beads, but it also spurted out many natural treasures and spirit weapons. Your senior sister chased after a natural treasure similar to a white lotus and rushed into an abyss. That abyss is extremely mysterious. There are even several intersecting great formations at the entrance. The wind blades are even more violent. If you're not careful, even a 7th or even 8th level elixir cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Mao immediately explained the situation. From Zhao Mao's attitude and Xian's reaction, Yan Chutian immediately discerned that he was not lying. Moreover, Yan Chutian immediately thought of what the white lotus Qiuyu was chasing was. Wasn't it the Dao sculpting lotus? However, the other party did not know that they needed the Dao sculpting lotus, so it was impossible for them to fabricate it out of thin air. Where is it? Therefore, the answer to Zhao Mao was Yan Chutian's anxious shout. This time, Zhao Mao did not look at Yan Chutian. Instead, he looked at Xian's extremely unsightly expression and said word by word, "Fellow Yan, please follow me." As his voice fell, Zhao Mao, who was originally at the edge of the water, rose from the ground and used the momentum to dash in a certain direction. Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not follow? Using the water's momentum, he ran straight ahead. Seeing this scene, how could Xian be willing to give up? He immediately followed, closely behind. He did not know how many of the 5 element beads had been found. It was very likely that the water bead in front of him was the last one. How could he give up? Therefore, the 3 of them began a grand chase in the enormous underground palace. During this time, the 3 of them even encountered some other geniuses. Those geniuses did not understand what was going on. What was going on? In their confusion, even though these geniuses did not know what was going on, some of them still followed the group and chased after them. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the people behind him. He only focused on the front and stared at Zhao Mao's figure. He was already certain that Zhao Mao was not lying. Therefore, he urgently wanted to reach the abyss that Qiuyu had entered. Finally, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the space in front of them became wider. In the end, a huge abyss appeared on the ground in front of them. However, rather than calling it an abyss, It was better to call it a huge black hole. Just as Zhao Mao said, there were several conspicuous, large formations at the entrance of the abyss. Sharp wind blades filled the air. Perhaps one could safely pass through, but it was more likely that one would be attacked by the wind blades. And once they were attacked, even a primal core level 8 practitioner would be in deep trouble. Chapter 330. Fellow Taoist Yen, this is the abyss that your senior sister chased into. Zhao Mao immediately spoke to Yan Chutian when they arrived at their destination. However, Yan Chutian ignored him. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have a good impression of the great spirit regions, Heaven's Pride, Yan Chutian only had eyes for Qiu Yu. How could there be anyone else? Looking at the entrance of the abyss, Yan Chutian frowned. Even if he used his spiritual eye, he couldn't see the scene below. All he could see was the several large formations gathered at the entrance in front of him. Then he raised his head and coldly glanced at Zhao Mao. Seeing this, Zhao Mao obviously knew that Yan Chutian was questioning his words. Thus, he immediately raised his head and made his stance clear. Fellow Taoist Yan, I'm speaking the truth. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who saw your senior's sister chasing into the abyss. There were many other Heaven's Prides. Zhao Mao's solemn vow finally dispelled the last trace of doubt in Yan Chutian's heart. In his heart, he had already decided that he had to enter the abyss below. However, before he moved, he suddenly turned his head and looked provocatively at Ocean, who was chasing closely behind him. Under the gazes of many Heaven's Prides, he arrogantly said, Ocean, the water droplet, is with me. Follow me if you can. Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian had already leaped and charged into the abyss. A powerful wind blade swept over and engulfed him in an instant. At the same time, Ocean suddenly took a few steps forward. However, no matter how angry he was at the moment, no matter how angry he was at losing the water droplet, he wouldn't really charge into the abyss. He wasn't a fool. The entrance to the abyss was already so dangerous. How much more dangerous would it be inside? At the same time, the surrounding Heaven's Prides also began to guess the reason for this matter. In their opinion, Yan Chutian had obtained the water droplet and was chased by Ocean all the way until he finally jumped into the mysterious abyss. The moment Yan Chutian charged into the abyss, Zhao Mao fled without a trace. Ocean wouldn't take the initiative to tell them what had happened. Therefore, these prided geniuses might never be able to guess the true course of events and what exactly happened. Rushing into the abyss, he did not even feel his body falling at an extremely fast speed. The first thing that Yan Chutian felt was the surrounding wind blades madly attacking him. Facing such a dense amount of wind blades, even he didn't dare to be careless. Not only did he fully activate his third-grade mysterious yang body, but he also condensed a thick spirit energy shield around his body to resist the wind blades. Bang, bang, bang! The muffled sounds of the wind blades striking the shield continued to ring out. Although it was difficult, with the continuous flow of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy shield was finally able to withstand it. As soon as he started to resist, Yan Chutian quickly opened his spiritual eye and scanned the area below him. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were still filled with enormous arrays. From the ancient aura that was being emitted, it was impossible to estimate exactly how long they had existed. However, it also seemed that because they had existed for too long, these great formations had long since decayed, or perhaps they only had a tenth of their original power left. Otherwise, even the current Yan Chutian did not have the confidence to safely charge through. After a full quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian felt that he had landed on the ground. And within this quarter of an hour, the surrounding great formations appeared one after another without stopping. Even though most of them were decayed and broken, Yan Chutian could still vaguely feel that when these formations were in good condition, they were definitely extremely powerful. However, because they were too decayed, Yan Chutian was unable to truly discern how powerful these formations were. But even so, Yen Chutian had a feeling that if these formations were in good condition, even with his heaven realm cultivation, he could only be trapped here. This was not Yen Chutian belittling himself, nor was he exaggerating. The deeper one went into the abyss, the more terrifying the formations were, but at the same time, the more decayed they were. Otherwise, if they were in good condition like the entrance, even Yen Chutian himself could not guarantee that he would be able to safely come down. This also made Yen Chutian curious. With so many formations set up, what exactly was this place? Yen Chutian did not ponder for too long. Very quickly, he lit up the spiritual fire and followed the winding path at the bottom of the abyss, walking forward step by step. However, after walking for a few feet, he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He immediately turned back to look, but there was no sign of the entrance of the abyss behind him. Yen Chutian immediately thought that if the entrance of the abyss was filled with formations, then how could the bottom of the abyss be spared? It was just that the bottom of the abyss was not a killing formation, but something similar to an illusion formation. And Yen Chutian could also determine that this illusion formation was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, when he landed just now, he should have been able to more or less see some clues. Yen Chutian knew that perhaps if he immediately retreated now, he could still easily find the exit. But if he went deeper, it would not be easy to find it. But because of Chiuyu, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately stepped forward step by step and walked forward firmly. The bottom of the abyss was very wide, and the passage was even more winding. After walking for a distance of hundreds of feet, Yen Chutian suddenly found that there was more light in front of him. After he approached the light, before he could see anything clearly, he heard a woman's weak breathing sound. Yen Chutian immediately cast his gaze and saw a layer of black vines that seemed to emit a faint green light clinging to a stone wall. And in that position, a vine actually penetrated a woman's body. The woman's weak breathing sound came from her mouth. In an instant, Yen Chutian's eyes became extremely red. Fortunately, he came. If he did not insist on looking for her, he might have lost Chiuyu forever. Without hesitation, Yen Chutian brought out the spiritual power flame in his hand, and at the same time, the true dragon mark appeared immediately. The flames around the spiritual power flame burned fiercely and rushed to the black vine that penetrated Chiuyu's waist. Perhaps Yen Chutian used the right method, but when these strange vines encountered the flames, they immediately retreated and did not dare to approach. And when the vines retreated, Chiuyu naturally fell from the air and was caught by Yen Chutian in his arms. But no matter how slow Yen Chutian was, the moment he really caught the woman in his arms, he finally realized that the woman in his arms was not Chiuyu. Parting the woman's scattered hair, what was revealed was a pale, unconscious, but still attractive face. But this was not Chiuyu at all. But this was also not a stranger. Yen Chutian knew her. This woman was not the Flame Valley's young sect master, Zhou Yao, who had fought with Yen Chutian not long ago. Yen Chutian did not have any good impression of Zhou Yao, but if he just left her casually, she might very quickly be penetrated and entangled by those vines again and slowly wait for death. Although he did not have a good impression of her, Yen Chutian could not bear to see a cultivator end up in such a miserable state. So after hesitating, Yen Chutian finally took out some spiritual medicine. After refining it, he merged it into her body and helped her temporarily stabilize her situation. Then he took out a set of clothes from his storage space and put on her. Otherwise, with this woman's temperament, if she woke up and found herself in front of a man, especially an enemy man, she might even go crazy. After doing all this, Yen Chutian placed a restriction on Zhou Yao's body, and only then did he carry her on his back. He did not know when Zhou Yao would wake up, but he could not be in a sorry state during this process. He still had to continue searching for Chiuyu. Yen Chutian had to admit that he was extremely worried when he saw Zhou Yao's previous state. What if Chiuyu also encountered the same situation? Could she also be trapped somewhere while he was not paying attention? Continuing to walk forward, he was still surrounded by stone walls. The stone walls were also covered in those black vines. And this time, Yen Chutian saw clearly that the black vines on every stone wall originated from a single entity. Looking over, he saw a huge round cell at the top of the stone wall. All the vines extended out from a similar cell. If it was just a cell, it would be fine, but there were actually many human-shaped ghost faces on this cell. Each ghost face seemed to be crying and smiling, and it was very strange. Yen Chutian suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that every time these vines devoured a human, a ghost face would appear at the root? Swish! Just as Yen Chutian was daydreaming, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was already prepared. With his sharp eyes, he immediately saw that it was a black vine. Chapter 331. Yen Chutian was still hesitating whether to make a move, but the black vine took the initiative to attack, so how could he hesitate? Immediately, the spiritual power in his hand surged, and a dazzling flame filled the air as he fiercely slapped the vine. And as soon as it sensed the heat of the spiritual fire in Yen Chutian's hand, the violent vine was immediately scared. Not only did it not dare to continue to rush down, but it also quickly retreated back to the stone wall. However, Yen Chutian would not stop just because of its retreat. The palm wrapped in flames continued to slam down, hitting the many vines on the stone wall. Hua! The flame that was condensed with spiritual power was extremely easy to burn, and when it fell on the black vines, it burned even more violently, connecting into a curtain of fire. And he did not know if it was Yen Chutian's illusion, but after his palm fell, he seemed to hear a shrill scream like that of a woman. But when he looked around, there was no woman around. The only woman, Zhou Yao, was currently unconscious on his back. Then, when the shrill voice sounded again, Yen Chutian finally knew the source of the sound. It was the huge cell on the stone wall that was burned by his spiritual fire. This made Yen Chutian couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that flames were indeed the biggest nemesis of these strange plants. Then Yen Chutian's spiritual fire became more and more violent, and the flames continued to soar, finally completely engulfing the huge cell. After half a quarter of an hour, the cell was completely burned, and what Yen Chutian did not expect was that after it was burned, there was a round, seed-like green thing that fell down. Yen Chutian picked up this round object, and even if he did not use his perception, the pure spiritual energy that was overflowing from the object was immediately captured by him. There was no need to think too much to know that this was a good thing, but Yen Chutian did not expect that such a good thing would exist in this strange plant. While putting away the thing, Yen Chutian looked at the huge cell on the stone wall in front of and behind him, and a touch of expectation appeared on his face. Was there such a thing inside every cell? Without waiting for an explanation, Yen Chutian took a few steps forward and immediately urged the spiritual power in his body to condense the spirit fire. Then he rushed toward the stone wall and burned the vines. A quarter of an hour later, after the body also disappeared under the sharp roar, as expected by Yen Chutian, another round seed-like object fell from the sky. Immediately keeping the seed, Yen Chutian looked at the rest of the bodies on the stone wall. He no longer felt disgusted by them. However, the good times did not last long. When Yen Chutian consecutively harvested 5 seeds that were full of pure spiritual qi, he was shocked. The cells launched their most ferocious counterattack. On the body of the cell, each of the faces that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, had black liquid spurting out from their mouths towards Yen Chutian. And no matter how confident Yen Chutian was, it was impossible for him to block it with his body. He immediately propped up the spiritual power light curtain to block it. However, when the black liquid fell on the light curtain, there was an ear-piercing sound of corrosion. This made Yen Chutian feel that something was wrong. This liquid could corrode spiritual power? Even if Yen Chutian used his spiritual power flame to block it, he found that the effect of the flame resistance was indeed stronger. However, many of the ghost faces on the body spurted out the black liquid at the same time. Even if his spiritual fire was extremely strong, it was quickly extinguished. Go. For a moment, this was the only thought in Yan Chutian's mind. Even if the price of spurting out the liquid was the rapid drying of the huge cells, Yan Chutian did not know if he could hold on until then. Since he had made up his mind to escape, Yan Chutian naturally did not have the slightest hesitation. He immediately chose a direction and rushed forward quickly. But along the way, the surrounding stone walls were filled with huge cells. Now, they were all spurting the black liquid at him at the same time. Chi-chi! The ear-piercing sound of corrosion kept ringing, forcing Yan Chutian to continuously use his spiritual power to strengthen the thickness of the light curtain. Yan Chutian also had a premonition that if the quality of his spiritual power was not high enough, he was afraid that even if he had an endless supply of spiritual power, the light curtain would not be able to withstand the corrosion of the black liquid. But even so, if he continued to be corroded by the black liquid, no matter how strong Yan Chutian's foundation was, there would be a time when the spiritual power in his body would be exhausted. If his spiritual power was exhausted, how could he resist the impact of the black liquid? It was also at this time that Yan Chutian suddenly felt that the unconscious woman on his back suddenly moved. Almost at the next moment, Zhou Yao's weak cry of alarm abruptly resounded as the delicate figure on Yan Chutian's back writhed incessantly. "You, who are you?" "Behave yourself. If you move again, I'll leave you here." Originally, they were in the middle of escaping, so Yan Chutian's reaction was very impatient. And if it were not for the pity of this woman, he could have completely ignored her. If this woman doesn't know what's good for her, Yan Chutian wouldn't be polite to her. And it was unknown whether it was Yan Chutian's cold shout that had an effect, or the awakened Zhou Yao also saw the rain-like attacks outside the light curtain. She really didn't dare to struggle or scream again. Moreover, Zhou Yao seemed to be worried that Yan Chutian would really leave her behind. Her weak body was tightly attached to the former's back, intimately, feeling the two plump, soft lumps on his back that were constantly trembling slightly. Yan Chutian did not have the slightest expression of enjoyment. This was because he had never forgotten how tyrannical and overbearing this woman was in the past. Once again, he rushed for nearly 1,000 feet, but the stone wall cells on both sides did not show any signs of decreasing. Yan Chutian's expression became a little ugly. At this time, he suddenly recalled that there was a huge illusory formation at the bottom of this abyss. It was very likely that he could not escape at all if he kept running like this. But even if Yan Chutian knew about the existence of the illusory formation, he had no clue, because he could not even detect the outline of the formation. How could he break it? But just as Yan Chutian was at a loss, Zhou Yao, who had been silent for a long time on his back, suddenly said softly, "Go! Go to the left. There is a hidden stone room there." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the left. When he rushed into the passage on the left, he finally said, "Where is the stone room?" "Hit that protruding rock." Yan Chutian did as he was told. Sure enough, when he hit a protruding rock with his palm, the entire stone wall slowly opened up. After he rushed in, the stone wall slowly closed up. No matter how the huge cells on the stone wall attacked, they could not hurt the two of them at all. After rushing into the stone wall, there was a narrow space inside, but this space was not sealed. There were two forked paths in front and left, leading to unknown places. But Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to advance. The surrounding stone walls did not have those black cells. He could use this place to rest and recover. So, Yan Chutian placed Zhou Yao on his back on the left side, while he sat on the right side. Ignoring Zhou Yao's reaction, Yan Chutian entered a meditative state and recovered. Fortunately, the spirit qi in the depths of this abyss was not lacking. On the contrary, it was quite rich, so he recovered very quickly. When he was halfway through his recovery, Zhou Yao's weak voice sounded again. Can you give me some elixirs? At this point, how could Zhou Yao not understand that it was Yan Chu who saved her? So, only the heavens knew how ashamed she was when she asked for elixirs. But she had no other choice. She did not know where her Qingkuan bag was, but with her current injuries, she could not afford to delay. Yan Chutian opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Yao opposite him. He casually threw out several healing treasures. Along the way, he did not have many elixirs, but he had many treasures. Recover on your own. Also, I have placed a restriction on your body. Don't try to remove it or attack me. Otherwise, I can take your life at any time. As his voice fell, Yan Chutian continued to recover. Zhou Yao, who received the healing elixirs, did not immediately use them. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said angrily, I, Zhou Yao, will not repay kindness with ingratitude. But what made her angry was that Yan Chutian did not pay attention to her at all, as if he had completely ignored her words. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 332. Yan Chutian ignored Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. Since young, she had never been treated like this. However, no matter how angry she was, Zhou Yao did not dare to say anything. She was afraid of angering Yan Chutian. After all, she knew that her life was in his hands. As long as he willed it, she would die without a burial place. Therefore, she even deliberately suppressed her movements. Only then did she sit cross-legged and meditate, slowly refining and absorbing the various spirit herbs. Time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Chutian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Looking around, Yan Chutian saw that Zhou Yao was still recovering. He did not disturb her and directly stood up. Unexpectedly, just as Yan Chutian stood up and wanted to look around, Zhou Yao, who had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. She immediately opened her eyes and followed behind Yan Chutian. If it was in the past, Zhou Yao would never believe that she would follow behind a man and be afraid that he would leave. However, it happened now. In such a strange place, she had no confidence that she could leave or even survive. Needless to say, now that she was injured, she was even more fragile. Sensing the woman's actions behind him, Yan Chutian frowned. However, he was helpless. He knew the woman's current situation. Not only was she seriously injured, but she also lost her Qingkuan bag and talisman. It was impossible for her to leave. If he abandoned her, even if no other cultivators appeared, she would not be able to live for long in such a strange place. Therefore, Yan Chutian turned around. After pondering for a while, he spoke directly. If you want to follow me, you have to listen to me. Moreover, if we leave, I will be your savior. I don't expect you to be grateful to me, but at least you will not attack the people around me. Yan Chutian was sure that he did not ask for too much. In fact, the request could be said to be very low. However, he did not expect that, even so, Zhou Yao was still hesitating. This caused Yan Chutian's eyes to turn slightly cold, but he was a smart person. He quickly thought of something and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't be interested in a beauty like yours." When Yan Chutian pointed out the worry in her heart, even though Zhou Yao had always been overbearing, she couldn't help but blush. However, after her face turned red, an even more annoyed feeling emerged in her heart. What did he mean by trash? With her appearance, even if she could not be said to be the most beautiful woman in the world, she was definitely extremely beautiful. The number of people pursuing her could even line up several times at the entrance of the Flame Valley. However, as he was vexed, he suddenly thought of Yan Ningzhu, and the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared. Because even she had to admit that that woman was indeed more beautiful than her. Based on the situation back then, she would never believe that that woman had no relationship with the Yan Chutian in front of her. Therefore, if Yan Chutian compared Yan Ningzhu to her, Zhou Yao really couldn't say anything to refute. Of course, Zhou Yao didn't know that Yan Chutian wasn't thinking of Yan Ningzhu, but another beautiful woman who also made him admit that he was inferior. However, he quickly found out the name of this beautiful woman. Yan Chutian mentioned Qiuyu to Zhou Yao. However, without waiting for her to reply, Yan Chutian got the answer from the other party's blank expression. Then, Yan Chutian asked how she fell into the abyss. Yan Chutian clearly saw that even if Zhou Yao fully recovered, she would only be at the peak of the 7th level of elixir. Logically speaking, with such strength, it was impossible for her to safely pass through the wind blades at the entrance of the abyss. Even if she was lucky enough to pass through, her body should be riddled with injuries. However, when Yan Chutian saved her, his gaze swept over her a few times. Under Zhou Yao's tattered clothes, there were no injuries. There was only a hideous bloody hole in her abdomen that was pierced through by the vine. What abyss! I led a few disciples of the Flame Valley who obtained a square token. After entering here, we split up. After exploring for a while, I was suddenly swallowed by a black river whirlpool. When I woke up, I was already here. Zhou Yao's tone was sincere, and the expression on her face didn't show any signs of falsehood. Therefore, Yan Chutian believed her. After all, even if she wanted to deceive him, it was useless. Yan Chutian asked for some random information, but this Zhou Yao didn't know much at all. Therefore, he could only give up and bring this burden along as he continued to walk towards the 2 forked paths ahead. After glancing at the 2 forked paths several times, Yan Chutian's expression was very ugly. This was because on these 2 paths there were the black vines that they had walked all the way here. Although they weren't as densely packed as the previous path, they weren't few either. Of course, if he was alone, this situation was already very good. At the very least, it would be much less stressful than before. However, right now, he still had to bring along a burden. Yan Chutian glanced at Zhou Yao behind him. At this moment, she had clearly also seen the situation on the 2 forked paths and was at a loss as to what to do. "Can you walk over?" Retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian spoke in an indifferent voice. Hearing this, Zhou Yao remained silent. In her current state, it was impossible for her to walk over. Moreover, because of what happened earlier, she had a deep fear of these black vines. Troublesome. Yan Chutian snorted softly. He didn't care about Zhou Yao's face. After all, she wasn't his friend, so why should he care? However, although he said this, Yan Chutian still slightly squatted down when Zhou Yao's pretty face became increasingly ugly. "Come up by yourself. If you continue to move, I will immediately throw you down." Seeing this, even if Zhou Yao was unwilling, she knew that there was no other way. She could only step forward and lie on Yan Chutian's back. With the weight on his back, Yan Chutian's palm pressed on Zhou Yao's delicate buttocks and carried her on his back. The moment he carried her on his back, Zhou Yao's ample bosom naturally squeezed tightly onto Yan Chutian's back. Then they returned from flat to full. At the same time, Yan Chutian's palm seemed to have sunk into her similarly plump buttocks, and he unconsciously grabbed them lightly. With her private parts being sneak attacked, Zhou Yao's delicate body immediately trembled. However, she didn't dare to move because she was afraid that Yan Chutian's beastly nature would erupt and do something to her. I didn't expect you to have a feminine side. However, the situation that Zhou Yao was afraid of didn't happen. Yan Chutian casually said a few words and then steadily walked forward. A spirit shield quickly condensed around his body, protecting the 2 of them. The fact that the other party did not reveal his beastly nature made Zhou Yao sigh in relief. Not only was she not annoyed by Yan Chutian's casual words, she instead snorted proudly in her heart. She knew that this guy was talking nonsense. He said that he didn't like her looks, but what was that action just now? However, she had never seen this before. This fellow's willpower was indeed much better than those beasts dressed in human clothing who boasted of being upright gentlemen. However, The pride in Zhou Yao's heart didn't last for long. The huge black cells that appeared one after another and the black vines that were like nightmares swept over, making her lose her soul. Her delicate body quickly clung to Yan Chutian's back, not daring to be separated in the slightest. Yan Chutian was indeed not interested in Zhou Yao, but this didn't mean that he could remain unmoved like an ice cube when a woman with a good figure clung to him. No matter what, Yan Chutian was still a normal man, let alone the current Zhou Yao. She was only wearing the loose robe that Yan Chutian had draped over her. In the current situation, Yan Chutian felt that Zhou Yao, who was on his back, was wearing nothing. He could even feel the bulges on her 2 plump breasts. If it was a normal situation, Yan Chutian would think that Zhou Yao was deliberately seducing him. But now, from her trembling, delicate body, it could be seen that the surrounding scene was really a great fear for her. Yan Chutian thought about it and felt that this woman was really pitiful. Her body was penetrated by the black vines and she was seriously injured. Although she didn't die, her blood was being sucked away bit by bit, and she slowly lost her vitality. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he was in her position and didn't have the calmness that he had in his previous life, even if he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be much better than Zhou Yao now. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 333. A pitiful person would definitely have a hateful side, and this hateful person would naturally have a pitiful side. Being hugged tightly by Zhou Yao, Yan Chutian tried his best to unleash all of his aura. A powerful aura was naturally formed, and the aura that flowed out was incomparably powerful. One's aura was determined by one's strength. At this moment, the aura that Yan Chutian exuded was something that even Zhou Yao at her peak state could not compare to. And with such a powerful aura flowing out, the attack speed of those cellular vines decreased by quite a bit. Obviously, they were also afraid of Yan Chutian. At the same time, relying on Yan Chutian's spear technique, Zhou Yao's originally fearful heart also gradually calmed down. At a certain moment, she suddenly came back to her senses and realized her own condition. In a corner the Yan Chutian could not see, her delicate cheeks that had regained some color slightly blushed. Reason told her that she could not rely on him like this. But this feeling was really unprecedented and made her feel at ease. They followed the fork for more than 15 minutes. But during this time, the fork seemed to have no end, and the cellular vines that occasionally appeared on the stone walls did not disappear. This made Yan Chutian inevitably have the thought that he had chosen the wrong path. But just as he was about to turn back, a wide giant door suddenly appeared at the end of the fork. The giant door did not have much of a powerful aura, and on the contrary, it seemed very ordinary. But Yan Chutian did not think so. It was as if he had a vague feeling that behind this giant door, there was definitely something extraordinary. Rushing to the giant door, there were no longer any cellular vines on the stone walls. It seemed that even they were afraid of this giant door. Yan Chutian put down Zhou Yao, who was on his back, and looked straight at the ladder, saying directly, "I want to go in and take a look. I can't guarantee that there won't be any danger inside, and I can't block it." Hearing this, Zhou Yao knew that Yan Chutian was giving her a choice. She could either wait outside the giant door or go in with him. But if she went in, Yan Chutian could not guarantee her safety. Knowing this, Zhou Yao did not hesitate at all and immediately said, "I want to follow you." All right. Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't think much of it. Although the gate seemed safe, who could guarantee that it was really safe? With Zhou Yao's current state, any kind of danger could easily take her life. Moreover, it was very likely that there was an opportunity hidden behind the giant door. How could the other party be willing to miss it? It had to be said that Yan Chutian was really prejudiced this time. The current Zhou Yao didn't think so much at all. He just wanted to follow him, subconsciously. Ka-ka! The huge stone door that had been sealed for an unknown number of years was slowly pushed open. The huge door rubbed against the ground and made a dull, creaking sound. Yan Chutian pushed open the 2 stone doors completely. Using his spiritual eye to scan the interior, he discovered that there was actually a spacious hall behind the giant doors. However, it was as if too much time had passed. There was nothing left in the hall. It was as if everything had turned into dust along with time. By Yan Chutian's side, a small head squeezed out as a pair of beautiful big eyes scanned the interior. The owner of this pair of eyes was Zhou Yao. At this moment, her posture was still stuck to Yan Chutian's back. If it was in the past, Zhou Yao would definitely not believe that she would be so intimate with a man. However, it seemed that her back had been carried by Yan Chutian before, and she had even been pinched by him on her butt. She actually didn't mind it that much. Of course, it was also possible that she was also curious about the scene behind the giant door, so she neglected it for a moment. It wasn't clear if Zhou Yao had neglected it, but Yan Chutian was sure that it was the case. He carefully scanned the situation in the hall, then cautiously stepped inside. At this moment, not only did he forget that Zhou Yao was stuck to him, he even forgot about Zhou Yao herself. However, the latter didn't mind and hurriedly followed Yan Chutian step by step. She even grabbed onto a small piece of Yan Chutian's clothes. When he really stepped into the hall, Yan Chutian realized that the hall didn't only have one floor. There was a second floor, and even a third floor. They all led to the sky, as if they were connected to the outside world. When Zhou Yao saw this scene, she was extremely happy and said excitedly, "Can we go out?" Maybe. Yan Chutian didn't give a definite answer. He didn't know if these floors of the hall led to the top of the abyss. If they did, then they could naturally go out. If not, then it would be troublesome. This was because Yan Chutian was sure that the existence of this hall wouldn't be useless. Moreover, he hadn't found Qiu Yu yet. If Qiu Yu was still at the bottom of the abyss, how could he leave? Therefore, Yan Chutian said slowly again, "Maybe we can leave here. You can continue to climb the stone stairs at the side." "You're not leaving?" Zhou Yao heard the hidden meaning in Yan Chutian's words. "I still want to find my senior sister." Yan Chutian didn't mention his relationship with Qiu Yu. In his opinion, there was no need to tell outsiders. Hearing this, Zhou Yao immediately thought of a woman's name that Yan Chutian had mentioned to her. She remembered that Yan Chutian seemed to have entered here for that woman. At this moment, Zhou Yao didn't know why, but she felt annoyed. Woman, again for a woman. Wasn't she also quite beautiful? Couldn't she leave with her? However, Zhou Yao couldn't say these words no matter what. However, she didn't intend to leave. She looked determined to follow Yan Chutian. "You're not leaving?" This time, it was Yan Chutian's turn to ask. However, before he finished speaking, he seemed to have understood everything. "That's right. How could this woman leave without me? Moreover, even if she left the abyss, she would still be in danger in the underground hall." Yan Chutian understood. Zhou Yao didn't know what to say at all. She didn't know what was wrong with her. However, she quickly found an excuse for herself. It was because she was too weak now and still needed his protection. Yes, that was it. "You stay here. I'll take a look around." Knowing that she wouldn't leave, Yan Chutian wouldn't continue to bring this burden with him. This place seemed to be quite safe. He could let this woman stay here. However, Yan Chutian didn't expect that Zhou Yao would follow him closely after he took a few steps. She only said one sentence to him, "I want to follow you." Yan Chutian was helpless. He knew that this woman was already frightened and was afraid of leaving him alone. Therefore, he could only say, "We'll stay here and rest for the time being." As he spoke, he began to set up a defensive array around them. Although this place seemed very safe, Yan Chutian would never let his guard down if he wanted to rest temporarily. After setting up the array, Yan Chutian gave Zhou Yao some healing elixirs. Then, she sat down cross-legged and recovered some of her previous losses. After receiving the healing elixirs, Zhou Yao couldn't wait to refine and absorb them. 2 hours later, Yan Chutian sensed that after refining and absorbing the elixirs, Zhou Yao's condition had improved a little. However, her cultivation still hadn't recovered at all. At this moment, a loud and clear rumbling sound was heard. The moment the sound rang out, Zhou Yao's originally joyous face suddenly turned red, because this was her stomach growling. Zhou Yao had never thought that he would actually be hungry, let alone growling in front of a man. At this moment, she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Yan Chutian saw Zhou Yao's red face, but he didn't think much of it. When one was hungry, one's stomach would growl. This was a biological instinct. Even if cultivators almost didn't need to eat, this didn't necessarily happen. Speaking of which, Qiu Yu was also like this. When they were in the heaven realm, she once burped in front of him, and her face turned red. After that, Yan Chutian didn't say anything more. Under Zhou Yao's puzzled gaze, he took out a lot of things from the storage space. After a quarter of an hour, when she looked at the barbecued meat on the fire, Zhou Yao immediately understood. At the same time, a little pride appeared in her heart. "Humph, you finally know how to please me?" Zhou Yao didn't mind giving Yan Chutian a chance to perform. She even gave him a faint, encouraging smile. Little did she know that her current expression was no different from a hungry puppy that wanted to eat meat. This made Yan Chutian smile secretly. He didn't expect that this woman could have such a side. From the looks of it, he wasn't really a vicious person. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 334. After an hour, the roasted meat was golden brown and the aroma was enticing. Zhou Yao thought that she still maintained her image, but she didn't know that she didn't look like a proud girl at all. Seeing this, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't tease her. He immediately cut off a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to Zhou Yao. When the roasted meat was in her hands, Zhou Yao finally couldn't hold on anymore. Her body was injured and weak now. Even though she had recovered a lot, she still hadn't changed the root cause. So at this moment, she was no different from a mortal when she was hungry. She was very thirsty. However, after swallowing the first bite of roasted meat, Zhou Yao's brows suddenly tightened. The wound on her abdomen had already begun to heal. Normally, it wouldn't be visible, but when she ate, she realized that the wound was still there. Yan Chutian saw this scene and immediately knew that his method was inappropriate. Although Zhou Yao was hungry, the wound on her abdomen hadn't really healed. How could she eat? Your abdomen is injured. It's better not to eat this meat. Hearing this, Zhou Yao hesitated. She also knew that she shouldn't eat now, but after taking a bite, the roasted meat was really fragrant. Yan Chutian saw Zhou Yao's reaction. Yan Chutian was helpless and could only try to suggest a method. If you really want to eat, I will use my spiritual power to protect your wound. You can eat a little. Okay. Zhou Yao didn't hesitate. Her delicate body moved toward Yan Chutian. She grabbed the roasted meat while looking at Yan Chutian. Let's begin. After an hour, Zhou Yao lay on the side of the formation with satisfaction. Yan Chutian cleaned up the remains and the fire. Zhou Yao narrowed her beautiful eyes as she watched the former's movements. At this moment, she suddenly felt very satisfied. She even had an absurd idea. If she could live like this quietly for the rest of her life, it seemed pretty good. However, just as this idea appeared, she suddenly woke up. How could she have such an idea? Zhou Yao kept shaking her head to dispel these thoughts. At this moment, she didn't even have the mood to sit cross-legged and recover. She found a spot closer to Yan Chutian and quietly lay down. However, Zhou Yao did not fall asleep. Just as Yan Chutian had thought, she was too afraid. She was too afraid that if she woke up, Yan Chutian would suddenly disappear. It was only when she felt the former sitting cross-legged beside her that her heart slowly surged with love. Then her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. Yan Chutian originally wanted to wait for Zhou Yao to fall asleep before searching the surroundings and try to return before she wakes up. However, not long after he sat cross-legged, he suddenly felt a round object leaning against his thigh. Opening his eyes, this round thing was none other than Zhou Yao's head. Moreover, one of her jade-like hands was also placed on his thigh, and, as if she was afraid of being pulled away, her jade-like hands kept closing, tightly hugging his thigh. At this time, Zhou Yao had already fallen asleep. Her slightly rosy face was frowning, as if she was dreaming of something that made her afraid. Even her delicate body gradually curled up, tightly clinging to Yan Chutian. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian sighed softly again and helplessly gave up on his previous idea. It wasn't that he had developed feelings for Zhou Yao. It was just that he saw his past self in the current Zhou Yao, when he was in the heaven realm, and even before he set foot on the path of cultivation, he was an orphan who never had any sense of security. At that time, he didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve. Every day he would steal chickens and dogs to barely fill his stomach. But how could he not be beaten when he stole chickens and dogs? And after being beaten and bullied time and time again, he would curl up in a corner, fantasizing about when he would be able to rely on someone. Knowing the situation, Yan Chutian didn't want to wake Zhou Yao up, because he knew very well that they really needed to relax and rest, even if it was just for a moment. Above the abyss, in the vast underground palace of the Dragon Peak, a beautiful figure, dressed in white, sat cross-legged quietly. After sitting cross-legged for several hours, the beautiful figure finally opened her eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time. The beautiful figure opened her beautiful eyes, adding a beautiful vitality to her already beautiful face, making it even more admirable and unforgettable. The beautiful figure was not her, but Qiu Yu, whom Yan Chutian had been searching for at the bottom of the abyss. However, looking at her current appearance, it was clear that she had long since escaped from the abyss. Returning to the main topic, when she opened her beautiful eyes, the chaotic aura emitted from her delicate body rapidly rose. In just a few breaths, it had climbed to the peak of the 6th level of elixir, until it completely broke through the barrier of the 7th level of elixir. Yan Chutian's cultivation had risen so quickly that it would be shocking if it were to spread. But no one would know that his senior sister Qiu Yu was not the slightest bit inferior and even surpassed him. However, Qiu Yu didn't care about this. In comparison, she would rather be unknown. As long as she could always be by Yan Chutian's side, it was enough. Not long after Qiu Yu got up, suddenly, somewhere in the complex palace passageway, the sound of discussion gradually came from afar. Have you heard? The young master of the Nether Ice Territory, Ocean, was robbed of his 5-element pearl by a disciple of a second-rate force? In the end, he couldn't get it back. How could I not know about this? I was there at the time. At first, I didn't know what Yan Chu had done to offend Ocean and was being hunted down like this. Later, I found out that he was bold enough to rob the 5-element pearl from Ocean. Yes, and the voice originally wanted to continue speaking, but an unbelievably beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him, making him stop talking immediately. If a male cultivator suddenly appeared and blocked their way, no matter who the other party was, the two would definitely be angry. However, this was an extremely beautiful woman, so the two wouldn't fight. Instead, they were modest and polite. Junior sister, which force are you from? Why did you suddenly appear here? But now, Qiu Yu didn't have time to care about other things. When she heard the two mention Yan Chutian, her mind was full of Yan Chutian's figure. She knew that guy wouldn't miss this place. What happened to Yan Chu, the disciple of a second-rate force, and Ocean, the young master of the Nether Ice Territory? Hearing this, the two of them didn't notice anything and immediately told him everything they knew about the situation. When she heard that Ocean was chasing Yan Chutian, killing intent surged in her beautiful eyes. She didn't care what had happened. As long as he was chasing Yan Chutian, it was equivalent to fighting to the death with her. There was no reason for it. When she heard that Yan Chutian had rushed into the abyss she had entered before, the killing intent in her beautiful eyes faded, leaving only deep emotions. How could she not have guessed that Yen Chutian must have gotten the news of her from who knows where and rushed into that abyss? After learning this, Chiu Yu didn't have any intention to stay and immediately rushed in the direction of the abyss. Chiu Yu left, and the two people who stayed behind looked at her leaving figure, unable to come back to their senses. They had almost never seen such a beautiful female cultivator before. No, it wasn't that they had never seen her before. It wasn't the woman that the disciple of a second-rate force who had fallen into the abyss and fought with Zhou Ling, the young master of the Fire Xian territory, also a beautiful woman? But that woman was the woman that Zhou Ling had taken a fancy to. No, I know who that woman is. Suddenly, one of the two men said. In fact, he had a vague impression of her just now, but he couldn't remember for a while. Now that he thought about it carefully, he immediately remembered. She's the senior sister of that disciple from a second-rate force. Chiu Yu went straight to the abyss. But at this moment, two figures suddenly entered her sight. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was elegant and dignified. Chiu Yu had no interest in the woman. Instead, she instantly released a strong killing intent toward the man. This man was none other than O Xian, one of the young masters of the Nether Ice territory. As the killing intent surged, O Xian and the beautiful woman both looked over and fixed their eyes on Chiu Yu. Immediately, the beautiful woman's eyes flickered, and there was a flash of unconcealable jealousy in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The distant palace was one of the top 8 first-rate forces, but that wasn't the reason why it was famous. It was because the palace master of the distant palace took in women, and every woman was a proud daughter of the heavens with outstanding looks and talent. It could be said that most of the beautiful women in the central plains were in the distant palace. However, when she saw Chiu Yu, at least in terms of appearance, the beautiful woman knew that she was no match for her. Otherwise, why would she be jealous? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 335. It's you. O Xian also saw Chiu Yu, but he was not shocked by his appearance. Instead, when he looked at his face, he immediately recalled what happened not too long ago. That encounter was a great humiliation to O Xian. He never thought that a level 5 elixir cultivator would steal the water droplet from him. Therefore, when facing a woman related to him, he wouldn't be polite. He immediately formed a fist and attacked. The sudden situation left the desert palace's genius at a loss. She could only subconsciously retreat and distance herself from the two. At the same time, Chiu Yu had already formed a fist and attacked O Xian. When O Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. She just entered level 7 elixir, yet she dared to face him head-on. Apart from being reckless, what else could it be? He didn't deny that there were strange cultivators like Yen Chutian, but there was a limit. Could it be that a second-rate force was a sect that nurtured such strange cultivators? Moreover, even if Yen Chu was in front of him, he was confident that he could force him back. He, O Xian, had this kind of confidence because he knew that even if Yen Chu's attainments in spirit runes were high, his true cultivation was definitely only at level 5 elixir. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two fists fiercely collided. The result of this collision was destined to shock the desert palace's genius and O Xian himself, because after the collision, powerful spirit energy ripples spread out. However, under this situation, Chiu Yu wasn't embarrassed at all. On the contrary, O Xian's body seemed to have staggered. How is this possible? The desert palace's genius muttered in shock. She didn't expect this to happen. She had already planned to rely on O Xian and even become his Dao companion. Therefore, she naturally knew how powerful O Xian was. Taking a step back, how could he be weak to be one of the young masters of the 5 major regions? But what did she see just now? O Xian, who was at elixir level 9, was facing a woman who seemed to have advanced to elixir level 7 not too long ago. In the end, O Xian was the one who staggered. not to mention the proud daughter of the distant palace. Even Xian himself found it hard to believe. After the initial shock, Xian felt deeply humiliated. What did he think Xian was? Did he think that any low-level cultivator could show off in front of him? Shattering spirit finger. Xian let out a low roar, and his vast spiritual power surged madly, continuously gathering on the 2 fingers of his right hand. When the enormous spiritual power gathered to the peak, Xian finally pointed his finger. Instantly, an extremely sharp ray of light shot out, heading straight for Qiu. However, in the face of such a powerful finger, Qiu's reaction was very simple and domineering. She was still clenching her jade-like fists tightly. She threw out an ordinary punch to meet the extreme finger light that was shooting towards her. Boom! A huge roar reverberated, and the result this time shocked the proud daughter of the distant palace and Xian even more. This was because the finger light did not have much resistance against Qiu's jade-like fist, and was quickly shattered. This time, before the proud daughter of the distant palace could react, Xian's face had already turned extremely ugly. After a short exchange, he had already determined that Yan Chu's senior sister was even stronger than Yan Chu, and this kind of strength had already reached the point where she was shoulder to shoulder with him, or even stronger. But how was this possible? She clearly just entered Elixir level 7. At this moment, Xian could not help but want to curse out loud. Was the second-rate Tianji sect really ranked at the bottom of the second-rate forces? How could their disciples be so abnormal? Yan Chu has already entered the abyss that you rushed into before. Helplessly, Xian could only spit out such words. In his opinion, after knowing the news about Yan Chu, this woman should have left, right? However, he did not expect that Qiu would nod faintly. However, she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she coldly said, "Crush the talisman and get out of the ancient ruins." You're back." Looking at the thin figure that stepped in from the huge door of the main hall, Zhou Yao's face was filled with joy. Then, she excitedly pointed at the barbecued meat on the bonfire beside her. "This is what I just made. Quickly try it." Looking at Zhou Yao's current appearance, Yan Chutian found it hard to associate her with the domineering, proud daughter of the past. Ever since that night, Yan Chutian could no longer not look for Qiu because of Zhou Yao. And in these few days, Zhou Yao had developed an interest in his barbecued meat. He did not expect that she would try to make it again today. Yan Chutian understood that when encountering danger or despair, it was easiest to reveal one's true nature. Usually, a gentleman could turn into a murderous demon. However, there were also people who were usually domineering and vicious who revealed their true nature at such a time. It was not difficult to know that Zhou Yao was the latter. Therefore, when facing Zhou Yao, at least the current Zhou Yao, Yan Chutian would not be indifferent. However, when he looked at the charcoal-like barbecued meat on the bonfire where Zhou Yao was pointing at, he really did not know what kind of expression he should show. Zhou Yao was not blind. Of course, she knew that her barbecued meat did not look good. However, she was not willing to give up and immediately said, "The outside does not look good, but the inside must be very good. Although this is my first time making barbecued meat, it is such a simple thing, so it will definitely not be bad." Yan Chutian followed her instructions and cut open the charcoal outside. Looking at the similarly charred and half-raw meat inside, Zhou Yao's originally expectant little face gradually dimmed. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not say anything. He only cut away the charred meat and then continued to barbecue it over the bonfire. After less than an hour, the originally unsightly waste had become a delicacy that looked and smelled good. Yan Chutian tore off a large piece of barbecued meat and handed it to Zhou Yao. Eating the equally delicious barbecued meat, she thought that half of the credit was due to her. She suddenly felt that the taste was better than usual. However, when she thought about how the barbecued meat in her hand was made by her and a man together, a trace of shyness quietly emerged from the depths of her heart. This was a feeling that Zhou Yao had never experienced before. Since she was young, she had been the apple of her father's eye and enjoyed all his love. It was also because of this that she had always been domineering and did not put anyone in her eyes. In her mind, there were only two thoughts: to become stronger and to become stronger. Therefore, all along, her life had been very boring. However, she suddenly found that life seemed to be very interesting. While her thoughts were running wild, Zhou Yao secretly glanced at Yan Chutan. It was only a moment, but it made the shyness in her heart become even more intense. She did not know what was wrong with her, but she quite liked this feeling. Rest for the night. We will prepare to leave from here tomorrow. Yan Chutian's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhou Yao. She thought that he had discovered her little movements. Although she was not discovered, Zhou Yao suddenly became nervous. They were going to leave here. After leaving here, it would be very difficult for her to follow him. Did this mean that she would have to return to her previous life? Without comparison, there would be no difference. Zhou Yao suddenly realized how boring her previous life was. However, when she opened her mouth, she could not say anything. Because what could she say? Could she say that she wanted him to stay here with her? No matter how thick-skinned she was, she absolutely could not say such a thing. Moreover, Zhou Yao did not think that she was thick-skinned. In the end, she could only say this. You haven't found that woman, and you want to leave? Qiu, you should have already left here. Yan Chutian said indifferently. He indeed thought so. These days he had been constantly searching at the bottom of the abyss, but he still could not find Qiu. In his mind, there was only one possibility, and that was that Qiu had already left here. However, while Yan Chutian thought so, Zhou Yao did not think so. She felt that since that woman had fallen here, she might have already died. When she thought of that woman's death, Zhou Yao suddenly felt a little happy. However, she quickly remembered that there was another woman, the female disciple of the 100-Flower Palace. When she thought of Yan Ningzhu, Zhou Yao's first thought was not to take back the inheritance, but to think that it would be good if that woman died. In this way, with Yan Chu's character of liking beautiful women, he would definitely go find other women. Moreover, her appearance was so outstanding, so it was obvious that he was looking for a woman. Chapter 336. This night was very short for Yan Chutian, but for Zhou Yao it was long and torturous. However, the reason for her torment tonight was destined to be different from the past. Finally, after a night had passed, Yan Chutian, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, slowly opened his eyes, and Zhou Yao, who was already tormented, immediately opened her beautiful eyes when she sensed Yan Chutian's movement. Yan Chutian glanced at the former, then turned his gaze to the palace that seemed to lead to the outside world, and said softly, "Let's go." It was still Yan Chutian leading the way. Although Zhou Yao had recovered a lot, and even her cultivation had recovered more than half of her previous level. But as soon as they started moving, she couldn't help but follow behind Yan Chutian. Even looking at Yan Chutian's back, the image of herself lying on top of him a few days ago appeared in Zhou Yao's mind. However, Yan Chutian no longer cared about Zhou Yao's face. He slowly ascended the stone stairs leading to the second floor. His gaze swept across the surroundings, paying attention to every single movement in the wind and grass. The stone stairs were old and decayed, and there seemed to be cracking sounds as they stepped on it, as if the stone stairs could collapse at any time. But maybe this was just the two's worry. At least, under the scan of Yan Chutian's spiritual eye, the stone stairs were clearly very hard, not to mention cracking. After a while, the two really climbed to the second floor of the palace. The second floor of the palace wasn't as wide as the first floor because there was a circular hole in the center. It was this hole that allowed Yan Chutian to know that there were countless similar levels above the first floor. Sweeping his gaze, the second floor of the palace was the same as the first floor, without any figures or objects. It was empty and seemed to be extremely lonely. Yan Chutian didn't move, and Zhou Yao also didn't move, quietly following behind the former, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked around. When Yan Chutian started to move forward again, she followed closely behind Yan Chutian and stepped onto the stone stairs leading to the third floor. When they reached the third step of the stone stairs, Yan Chutian finally saw something different. Some thick green vines extended from the spacious three-story hall, wrapping around the huge eaves or hanging upside down in the air. However, the vines were too large, and the vines that were exposed on the third floor were only a small part of them. When Yan Chutian and Zhou Yao ascended to the fourth floor of the great hall, all they saw was the vines. Only the heavens knew where such a huge vine had taken root and grew from, and how many layers of palaces it had crawled through. When he first saw the giant vine, Zhou Yao immediately became nervous. This reminded her of the black vines in the tunnel. To her, the days when the vines pierced through her body were the biggest nightmare in her heart. However, when she realized that the two were different, or that Yan Chutian was beside her, she became much bolder and tried to approach some of the vines. This vine is already dead, and there is no sign of life at all, Yan Chutian said, slowly behind Zhou Yao. He could see that the giant vine was already dead, leaving behind only a huge shell. However, this shell showed no signs of rotting or disappearing, which was quite strange. Hearing that the giant vine was already dead, Zhou Yao became even bolder and even tried to touch the green vine. Seeing this, Yan Chutian didn't stop her because perhaps this could eliminate the nightmare in Zhou Yao's heart. After a few days of interaction, he already knew that this woman's nature wasn't bad, so he was naturally happy to see her develop in a good direction. However, when Zhou Yao tried to touch this deathly still giant vine, that giant vine actually trembled slightly. Even though this movement was extremely small, the scene of the black vine piercing through her body suddenly appeared in Zhou Yao's mind, and she quickly retreated in a panic. As she retreated, she involuntarily rushed into Yan Chutian's arms. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian obviously couldn't care about this. His gaze was also fixed on the giant vine, and even the huge amount of spiritual energy in his body had been stirred up. However, after one breath, 2 breaths, the giant vine still didn't move. Yan Chutian repeatedly scanned it with a spiritual eye and confirmed that this giant vine didn't have any signs of life. Then he looked at the woman in his arms and said slowly, "It's okay, this giant vine has cut off all signs of life. It should just be an accident." "Okay," Zhou Yao softly agreed, and from an angle that Yan Chutian couldn't see. Her pretty face was already fiery red. Just now, she was terrified, but now that she had regained her senses, she naturally knew where she was. She hid in Yan Chutian's arms. Zhou Yao never imagined that she would actually rush into a man's arms one day. Even if this was an unconscious action, the truth was the truth. Moreover, she didn't feel any disgust like she had in the past. In the past, she felt disgusted just thinking about touching a man, let alone hiding in his arms. But no matter what, after agreeing, Zhou Yao quickly broke free from Yan Chutian's arms. In fact, it couldn't be said to be breaking free. After all, Yan Chutian's hands didn't move at all from the beginning. Even if it was a slight movement, it was only to decide whether to stop the former from rushing into his arms. In the end, Yan Chutian didn't refuse, and still held on to the previous idea, hoping to help Zhou Yao overcome the nightmare. After that, they didn't stay for too long, and the two continued to head up the hall. However, Zhou Yao was much quieter than before, motionlessly following behind Yan Chutian like a puppet, and no one knew what she was thinking. After an hour, the two didn't know which floor they had reached, but they knew that the number of floors in the hall seemed to be endless. No matter how many floors they reached, there would always be a floor higher. However, it wasn't that there weren't any changes. At least, more and more of the huge vine's body was revealed in front of the two. Yan Chutian didn't know what kind of creature this huge vine was, but he had a feeling that if this huge vine was still alive, its strength would probably be very terrifying. And just as Yan Chutian was thinking this, he suddenly saw a small vine sweeping toward Zhou Yao. In Zhou Yao's current state, even if she used all her strength, it would be difficult for her to block it, not to mention that she didn't seem to be aware of the danger. Yan Chutian didn't care too much. He grabbed Zhou Yao's shoulder and directly pulled her into his arms. The sudden situation made Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes widen, and her already chaotic heart beat even more violently. What was he doing? Did he want to do that kind of thing to her? Although Zhou Yao had never experienced such things, it didn't mean that she didn't know. In the vast Central Plains, such things were common, especially in those chaotic regions. There were often rude and unreasonable male cultivators directly grabbing beautiful women and occupying them. And at such a time and place, the other party suddenly grabbed her into his arms so rudely. Previously, she had also taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. It was impossible for Zhou Yao to not think in all directions. However, Zhou Yao soon knew that she was wrong, because the moment she was pulled into Yan Chutian's arms, she heard a huge, muffled sound. Looking back with her beautiful eyes, she was surprised to see that where she was just now, there was actually a small vine sweeping across the ground, even leaving a shallow mark on the ground. This familiar scene immediately made Zhou Yao throw away the complicated thoughts in her heart, and they were all filled with fear. She didn't care about the difference between men and women, and her delicate body tightly wrapped around Yan Chutian's chest. At this time, Yan Chutian couldn't care about anything else, because after the sweeping vine gradually rose up, several more vines surrounded them. This made him subconsciously think, could it be that this giant vine didn't die? If that was the case, even Yan Chutian couldn't escape death today. He felt how terrifying this giant vine was. If it was still alive, not to mention that he was only an elixir, even if he cultivated to the Yuanying level, he would die without a doubt. However, Yan Chutian quickly dispelled this guess, because these emerging vines were extremely small, and the huge vine that was only a few feet away from him didn't even move. If this giant vine really didn't die, why didn't he just sweep this huge vine down? Yan Chutian thought that maybe the main body of this giant vine had died, but these small vines hadn't completely died. But even if it was just a few vines, he didn't dare to underestimate it. After all, the source of these vines was an extremely terrifying, strange giant vine. Chapter 337. Yan Chutian didn't underestimate them at all. As several thin vines surrounded them, he immediately released his fire of spiritual energy, which transformed into a curtain of fire that wrapped the two of them inside. However, this time, Yan Chutian was destined to miscalculate. Although the curtain of fire appeared, it was unable to block the sweeping, slender vines. It was penetrated by the vines and continued to approach Yan Chutian as well as the panicking Zhou Yao in his arms. Seeing this, Yan Chutian immediately knew that these thin vines were actually not afraid of fire. Thus, how could he hesitate? He immediately mobilized his spiritual power, which condensed into sharp blades that slashed at the vines that were shooting toward him. Clang! The spiritual blades slashed down, but the result still made Yan Chutian unable to relax in the slightest. This was because when the spiritual blade landed on the thin vines, it actually produced a clear, clanging sound. In this situation, it was as if the thin vines were made of diamond essence iron. Bang! After a series of attacks, the thin vines finally swept down. The protective spiritual energy around Yan Chutian was immediately torn apart, and then firmly hit Yan Chutian's body. At this time, Yan Chutian's third stage mysterious young body finally showed its effect. Even though the power of the thin vines was extremely terrifying, when they hit Yan Chutian's body, they were unable to cause any damage. At most, they would only leave a mark. As for Zhou Yao, who was in Yan Chutian's chest, with Yan Chutian's protection, she was safe and sound. Seeing herself being protected by a person like this, Zhou Yao's pretty face was stunned, and a strange feeling kept growing in her heart. Yan Chutian couldn't care about Zhou Yao in his arms because, even if he had a third-stage mysterious young body, he couldn't continue like this. God knows if these vines would tear apart his third-stage mysterious young body one day. Mysterious Yang Sword Rune. Without any explanation, Yan Chutian immediately executed his spirit inscriptions. A huge sword inscription appeared and continuously slashed at the thin vines. This time, Yan Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief, because he saw that the heavy sword with spiritual tattoos had cut those thin vines. Although it did not seem to cause any harm to them, if those thin vines suddenly retreated. This made Yan Chutian pleasantly surprised. He never expected that the spiritual runes would have a restraining effect on these thin vines. However, before he could rejoice, a small and inconspicuous vine appeared in front of him. At the tip of the vine, there was a protrusion that looked like a flower bud. The moment Yan Chutian saw the vine, the protrusion suddenly bloomed. Bang! After a soft sound, Yan Chutian smelled a faint fragrance. However, even though this fragrance was very thin, it still made him realize that something was wrong. He quickly protected Zhou Yao. Yan Chutian did not know if this fragrance was poisonous or not. If it was, he might be able to resist it, but Zhou Yao would definitely die. However, he did not know that at the same time, Zhou Yao's nose twitched slightly, as if she had also smelled this faint fragrance. After smelling the fragrance, Yan Chutian didn't feel anything wrong. But when he inadvertently swept a glance at Zhou Yao in his embrace, he discovered that her fair skin exposed under her loose robe was so alluring and tender. As for Zhou Yao, she seemed to have inadvertently raised her head as well. Yan Chutian could not help but catch a glimpse of that rosy face that exhaled like orchids. He also caught a glimpse of that half-round and full bosom that was exposed under the fair neck of this dainty head. Yan Chutian had never realized that this fair and plump body was actually filled with temptation for him. Looking at those dark red lips, Yan Chutian finally could no longer suppress the desire in his heart and heavily kissed her. The moment the kiss landed, Zhou Yao only let out a soft moan and did not resist too much. Or perhaps the current Yan Chutian was also filled with temptation in her eyes. Even though she was under the protection of the former and did not breathe in too much of the fragrance, she still could not control herself. Rip! In a daze, Zhou Yao heard the sound of clothes being torn apart. She knew that it was her clothes because she could feel her delicate body suddenly turn cold. However, this cold was quickly filled with heat because she felt two fiery hands climbing up, one grabbing her back, the other wantonly messing around with her chest. At this moment, even if Zhou Yao did not have much consciousness, she knew that she was about to be taken over by Yan Chutian. Very quickly, the almost completely hazy Zhou Yao felt a piercing pain. Zhou Yao did not know anything about human affairs, but she had heard of what it felt like for a woman to be taken over by a man for the first time. After that, Zhou Yao completely lost consciousness. Thus, she did not know that at the same time that she felt the piercing pain, Yan Chutian also felt the same. But unlike her, Yan Chutian suddenly woke up the moment the piercing pain appeared. Sweeping his gaze across, Yan Chutian not only discovered that he and Zhou Yao were in a state of almost naked entanglement, he also saw that there was a thin vine piercing through their backs. Chop! Without hesitation, Yan Chutian immediately controlled the heavy sword with spirit patterns to slash down, cutting apart the thin vines on his and Zhou Yao's backs. At this moment, he glanced at Zhou Yao's body, and there were still signs of him being unable to control himself. This was something that Yan Chutian would never have thought. It was all because of the thin vines that had spread out. Hurriedly taking out clothes from the storage space for Zhou Yao and himself to wear, Yan Chutian also summoned the mysterious Yang cauldron pattern. One cauldron protected himself and Zhou Yao, while the other sword floated in the air, constantly cutting the attacking vines. As for Yan Chutian, he had already sat down cross-legged, constantly searching every inch of his body, trying to force out the fragrance that had invaded his body. Sure enough, not long after, Yen Chutian found the fragrance in his body. Naturally, Yen Chutian did not hesitate and immediately circulated his spirit energy, forcibly forcing it out. Pooh! A moment later, a mouthful of black blood foam was spat out from Yen Chutian's mouth. When the blood foam fell, wisps of black gas filled the air and immediately dissipated. After forcing out the strange fragrance, Yen Chutian no longer felt any discomfort. However, he knew that he could not rest yet, because with Zhou Yao's current state, she had more or less inhaled the fragrance. Therefore, Yen Chutian hurriedly placed his palm on Zhou Yao's shoulder, and just like he did before, he searched the latter's body. After less than a quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian also found a thin aura. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to force this aura out, he did not expect that in the depths of Zhou Yao's dantian, a huge suction force would suddenly emerge, directly sucking in the fragrance. Yen Chutian also immediately swept into his dantian, but there was no trace of the fragrance in his dantian. However, Yen Chutian was not without discovery. In the center of Zhou Yao's dantian, he found a hazy light above the elixir. Although he did not know what this light was, Yen Chutian had a feeling that the suction force just now should be because of this light. He was not prepared to touch this light, because Yen Chutian knew that this was Zhou Yao's secret. Everyone had their own secrets, just like himself, so he would not touch the secrets of others. Retracting his perception, Yen Chutian looked at Zhou Yao. Although Zhou Yao had not yet woken up, her condition had already recovered, and there was no longer any abnormality like before. Yen Chutian knew that it was only a matter of time before Zhou Yao woke up. Indeed, as Yen Chutian expected, Zhou Yao slowly woke up in less than a quarter of an hour. After waking up, Zhou Yao sensed her own condition. She did not say anything, and only used her jade-like hands to grab Yen Chutian's loose robe. Then her beautiful eyes looked at Yen Chutian, who was nearby. Zhou Yao was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. At this moment, she could naturally sense that their condition just now was caused by the sudden appearance of the fragrance. However, even so, what had happened, and the other party had indeed taken possession of her. Zhou Yao was silent, and Yen Chutian did not know what to say. He believed that with Zhou Yao's intelligence, she should already know the cause of the matter. However, how could he explain this? Even if he did not really take possession of her in the end. Other than that, he had done everything else. Could it be that he could shirk all responsibility just because she was delirious? Perhaps some people could shirk responsibility with a clear conscience, but Yen Chutian was not some people, so he could not do it. After a long silence, Zhou Yao finally said softly, "My father is also here. After we go out, accompany me to see my father." Okay. Yen Chutian did not refuse. Since it had happened, he had to face it. In other words, if his daughter was treated like this by someone else, he had to find that guy and ask him clearly. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 338. It seemed that seeing Yen Chutian agree without hesitation, Zhou Yao's mood was much better than before. In fact, her thoughts were very simple. Since it had already happened, it could not be changed. But she was not a casual woman. Since this had happened, the other party had to be responsible for her. Involuntarily, Zhou Yao even imagined the two of them becoming Dao companions in the future, and even having children. This made her pretty face turn red, and she did not even dare to look at Yen Chutian again. Yen Chutian did not know what Zhou Yao was thinking. After agreeing to the former, he paid attention to the surrounding situation. With the protection of the 2 spirit inscriptions, the vines that were attacking the two of them had all disappeared. But Yen Chutian knew that they did not really disappear, but had hidden themselves. Perhaps as long as they had the slightest flaw, those vines would attack like mad dogs. Sweeping his gaze around, Yen Chutian saw that there were still some withered bones on this floor of the main hall. It seemed that they had inadvertently been affected by those strange vines. And coincidentally, the two of them also saw two intertwined skeletons. It was not difficult to see that it should be a man and a woman, and it should be the same as their encounter just now. Seeing the appearance of these two skeletons, Zhou Yao could not help but blush again. Although she did not have any consciousness just now, she thought that their posture just now was almost the same as the two skeletons in front of her, right? Zhou Yao did not dare to say more, and quickly diverted her attention to Yen Chutian and asked, "What do we do next?" Zhou Yao had already given all the decision-making power to Yen Chutian, to the man she thought had possessed her. Yen Chutian first looked at the bottom of the hall, then looked at the countless branches of the vines between the levels of the hall, and finally looked at the upper level. Let's continue forward. This may really be the way out. Although those vines belong to this huge main vine, they are just some remnants of power and cannot threaten us. After saying that, Yen Chutian looked at Zhou Yao. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yao beat him to it and said, "Then I will continue to stay on your back. With my current situation, I can only be a burden to you." Zhou Yao's words made Yen Chutian a little surprised. Yen Chutian originally only wanted to ask the other party to come closer to him. He didn't expect that she would say to stay on his back. However, after thinking about it, Yen Chutian did not object because this was indeed the best way. Compared to being on his back, the latter was much safer. It was just that Yen Chutian had scruples about the difference between men and women, so he did not say it. Then, Zhou Yao climbed onto Yen Chutian's back again. But this time, she was destined to be more relaxed than the previous times. Her curvaceous body gently pressed against the former's back. Then she put her red lips next to Yen Chutian's ear and said softly, "Let's go." Zhou Yao's sudden action obviously made Yen Chutian feel that something was different. However, he could not tell what was different. He could only calm his mind and control the two spirit tattoos on his head before continuing to climb up. Every time they climbed up a level, the two could see some withered bones around them. It seemed that this was not the first time that the ancient ruins had been discovered. Otherwise, it would not be like this. While they were climbing, those hidden vines finally swept over once again. However, with the two spirit tattoos on Yen Chutian's head, these vines could not hurt the two of them at all. However, as the two of them continued to climb, they seemed to have finally angered these vines. Some even thicker vines suddenly swept over from somewhere. Seeing this, Yen Chutian could no longer hesitate. The great thunder tattoo appeared, and the heavenly thunder struck and exploded on the thick vines that swept down. It directly broke them, and they quickly jumped back. It was not the first time that Zhou Yao and Yen Chutian met. She also knew that Yen Chutian had condensed 3 spirit tattoos. However, she was sure that the spirit tattoo that appeared just now was not the one she had seen before. What did this mean? Could it be that the opposite party had condensed the 4th spirit tattoo? Thinking of this, even Zhou Yao had to admit that Yen Chutian was outstanding, because even she, who was at the 7th level of elixir, had only condensed 3 spirit tattoos. But of course, if the previous Zhou Yao heard that Yen Chutian had condensed 4 spirit tattoos, she would definitely despise him and think that he was extremely lucky. However, she was no longer the Zhou Yao from Songtian. Even if it was just a short period of time spent with Yen Chutian, it had already changed her a lot. Moreover, she, who thought that she had already had the most intimate relationship with Yen Chutian, did not have any scruples and directly asked, "This is your 4th spirit tattoo?" Yes. Yen Chutian nodded in agreement. His 4th spirit tattoo was not a secret, so there was no need to hide it. So powerful. Zhou Yao exclaimed softly from between her eyebrows. Even her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. However, her reaction made Yen Chutian feel that this woman had taken the wrong medicine. Even if this woman was really shocked, She did not have to say it out so childishly, right? However, Yan Chutian did not have the time to pay attention to Zhou Yao, because he had retreated once. The next giant vine that appeared swept over even more fiercely. As it ascended to a higher level, even Yan Chutian's 3 spirit tattoos showed signs of being unable to withstand it. Helpless, Yan Chutian could only silently circulate the mysterious yang condensing qi and awaken his forbidden spirit tattoo. The true dragon tattoo. Roar! The true dragon roared. The ferocious dragon body, hidden in the flames, rushed towards the giant vine that was sweeping over. The true dragon tattoo appeared, showing its powerful power. Even if many giant vines swept down, they were all shattered under the dragon body. Looking at this familiar spirit tattoo, Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at it closely. Back then, she was very curious about Yan Chutian's spirit tattoo. Now that the spirit tattoo body under the flames was rapidly becoming more and more obvious, she naturally wanted to see it clearly. After carefully staring for nearly a quarter of an hour, she seemed to finally see the true body of the spirit tattoo. Therefore, her beautiful eyes widened and even her red lips gradually opened. This was because the true body of the spirit tattoo was really like the legendary true dragon. Zhou Yao was not ignorant. She also knew the status of the true dragon tattoo. It was a forbidden spirit tattoo, and it was also a spirit tattoo that could not be condensed no matter what. But the man who was carrying her actually condensed the true dragon tattoo. This is my secret. I hope you won't reveal it. Suddenly, Yan Chutian's soft voice sounded. After using it for a long time, he understood that his true dragon tattoo could no longer be hidden from Zhou Yao. Hearing this, Zhou Yao was naturally even more shocked, because Yan Chutian was indirectly admitting the identity of the true dragon tattoo. However, no matter how shocked she was, Zhou Yao quickly nodded and solemnly said in Yan Chutian's ear, "I won't tell anyone." Of course, Zhou Yao would not tell anyone, because in her opinion, her relationship with Yan Chutian had already reached that level. Rather than saying that this was Yan Chutian's secret, it was better to say that it was a secret between the two of them. Bang! Oh Xian was thrown more than 30 meters away, and even his face was smashed into the dirty ground in a panic. He struggled to get up, his face full of humiliation. Perhaps no one would have thought that the young master of one of the 5 great regions, Nether Ice, would be in such a sorry state. Seeing this scene, the distant palace's genius was already numb to the shock in her heart. At first, she thought that the beautiful woman had used some special method to barely fight with Ocean, but now she knew that she was wrong. How could the woman barely fight with Ocean? She was practically crushing him. She had just entered the 7th layer of elixir, but she could already crush the young master of Nether Ice, who was at the 9th layer of elixir. She could not think of anyone in the ancient ruins or the entire Central Plains who could be on par with her. If the other party was also from a great force, it would be fine, but the beautiful woman vaguely knew that the other party was only from a second-rate force. How could she not be shocked? What do you want? Knowing that he was not a match for her, Ocean no longer had any pride, because the other party was too strong, and even he felt that he could not match her. Hearing this, the beautiful woman, Qiuyu, had no intention of stopping. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked over, and her bright red lips slightly opened. Crush the talisman and get out of the ancient ruins. You are going too far. Sia, help me. Let's work together and force her out of the ancient ruins. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 339. However, Ocean didn't expect that after he shouted, the woman who had said she wanted to play along with him didn't say a word. She didn't seem to have the slightest intention of attacking him. This made Ocean's eyes widen. His face was filled with even more disbelief than before. Although he had more or less expected this situation, when it really happened in front of him, he still found it hard to accept. Shen Siya couldn't bear Ocean's gaze because she couldn't defend herself. She had indeed shown her intention to become Dao companions with Xian, but this didn't mean that she liked Xian. It was just that Xian was strong enough. Most of the time, people like her didn't choose Dao companions because they liked them, but because they wanted to have a strong backer. But now, Xian was obviously going to be forced out of the ancient ruins. Even if she attacked, she wouldn't be able to change anything. In other words, Xian's position as the young master of the Nether Ice Territory was very likely to fall. Therefore, how could Shinxia be willing to attack him and cause herself to be forced out of the ancient ruins? Without saying anything, Shinxia didn't even want to stay here any longer. Her delicate body flickered and left this troublesome place. "TSK, it seems that you really found a good woman." As soon as Shinxia left, Qiu Yu's mocking laughter rang in Xian's ears. In her life, she hated this kind of woman the most. Or rather, it was all heartless men and women. When they were rich, they would show their love for each other. But when disaster struck, they would run away without caring about the life or death of the other party. At this moment, she was so glad that she had found Yan Chutan. She had found this idiot who was slow to react to feelings, but was extremely sincere. At the thought of Yan Chutian and the situation he might be in, Qiu Yu no longer had any intention of delaying. She said coldly, "Don't waste my time. Crush the spirit talisman. That way, if I meet that Shinxia again, I will send her out to meet you." Qiu Yu just said it casually, but she didn't expect Xian to agree without hesitation and crush the spirit talisman. Qiu Yu speechlessly shook her head as she watched Xian leave through the spatial ripples. It seemed that the young master of the realm of ice Nether really hated that woman to the bone. In fact, she didn't know that rather than saying that Xian hated Shinxia, it was more like he knew that he couldn't change his fate. In that case, if he could drag that disgusting woman down with him, he would naturally be able to enjoy himself. Yan Chutian did not know how many giant vines he had cut apart. He only knew that even Xian might not be able to reach this step. Along the way, the 4 spirit inscriptions were continuously executed, and Yan Chutian almost couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mystic yang qi condensation had a sudden breakthrough and stepped into a higher level, which also replenished the power of his spirit runes. However, even if he continued like this, if he still couldn't reach the end, then even he would find it difficult to continue. However, it seemed that the heavens did not want to make things difficult for Yan Chutan. After ascending an unknown number of levels of the palace, the vines that swept around him finally disappeared. At the same time, a huge floating stone platform appeared at the top. Around the stone platform, there were 4 stone steps, each of which was the same as the stone platform, floating in the air. Looking at this scene, Yan Chutian gently breathed a sigh of relief. After persisting for so long, whether this was the way out or not, he should have reached the end. At the same time, Zhou Yao, who was on Yan Chutian's back, also curiously glanced at the huge stone platform not far away. However, her gaze soon fell on Yan Chutian's forehead, which was right in front of her. Along the way, Yan Chutian's forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yao stretched out her jade-like hand and gently wiped away the sweat on the former's forehead. Such an intimate action. Even if Yan Chutian was belatedly aware, he still felt that Zhou Yao's attitude towards him was becoming more and more intimate. However, he had no interest in this woman, so he quickly put her down on his back and took a few steps back to open up the distance. Looking at Yan Chutian's action as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion, Zhou Yao lightly gritted her teeth. She really wanted to punch him in the stomach. This guy, he had already done so many bad things. Could it be that he still wanted to act as if nothing had happened? Yan Chutian did not pay attention to Zhou Yao's reaction. Previously, he had consumed too much energy, so when he took a few steps back, he had already sat down cross-legged. Under the circulation of the mystic yang qi, the large amount of spirit rune energy that he had consumed was rapidly recovering. Sensing the movement on Yan Chutian's side, no matter how angry Zhou Yao was, she unconsciously became a protector for him. If the Flame Valley's Valley Master knew that his precious woman had become a protector for someone else, and a man at that, he would probably be so angry that he would tear Yan Chutian apart. This was his precious daughter that he held in his hand, who would dare to wrong her in the slightest. 2 hours later, Yan Chutian, who had more or less recovered, suddenly stood up. Following closely behind Yan Chutian, Zhou Yao also hurriedly stood up. This might be the exit. She could not lose sight of him for even a moment. At this time, Yan Chutian also could not ignore Zhou Yao. Looking at the latter, he slowly said, "The stone platform in front might be the exit. Follow closely behind me. Do not separate." However, Yan Chutian did not expect that before he finished speaking, Zhou Yao had already walked behind him and grabbed his shoulders with both hands, as if she was about to climb up. How could Yan Chutian not understand that Zhou Yao still wanted him to carry her? However, because of the scene just now, he felt that his relationship with the other party seemed to be too intimate. Although the two of them had even been honest with each other before, that was because their minds were in chaos. However, after thinking about it, Yan Chutian did not reject Zhou Yao in the end. After all, Zhou Yao's current cultivation had only recovered about half of it. If something really happened without his protection, she would definitely die. Since they had already reached this step, if she were to lose her life because of a single thought of hers, even Yan Chutian wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Compared to Yan Chutian, the current Zhou Yao did not have such complicated thoughts. Although the other party was hesitant, in the end, he still carried her on his back, which made her feel happy. However, Zhou Yao forced herself not to show it. After all, she was a woman. She could not let Yan Chutian think that he could control her just because he had her. No matter what, she had to make him beg her father before she reluctantly agreed. Carrying Zhou Yao on his back again, the delicate and boneless girl's body did not weigh much at all. The only feeling he had was that extremely soft and seductive touch. Yan Chutian steadied his mind and tried not to think too much. Then he hurriedly looked at the huge stone platform floating in the middle. Then he kept borrowing strength from the stone steps, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he swept to the top of the stone platform. He scanned the surroundings of the stone platform, but there was nothing here at all. However, Yan Chutian was not an ordinary cultivator. Opening his spiritual eye, he swept his gaze again and finally noticed a trace of strangeness. Carrying the girl on his back, he walked to a corner of the stone platform. Then, under Zhou Yao's puzzled beautiful eyes, Yan Chutian's big feet stepped on the stone platform 3 times in succession. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds rang out one after another, especially the last one, which was even louder and more prolonged. At the same time, accompanied by this last sound, there was a layer of ripples on the ground of the stone platform that rapidly impacted. The ripples were directed at where Yan Chutian and Zhou Yao were. This scene made Zhou Yao's beautiful eyes tremble slightly, because such a ripple impact was not something that she could resist, no matter what. Fortunately, she was lying on Yan Chutian's back. Therefore, before the ripple impact came close, Yan Chutian once again stepped on the stone platform, and the agitated wave of spiritual energy turned into nothingness. However, the two people's eyes would not be on the ripples or waves, because at this moment, in the center of the huge stone platform, there was a stone wall slowly rising. The stone wall was simple and unadorned, and the vicissitudes of life surged and spread. On this stone wall, there were 5 fist-sized flaws, and between these flaws, there were mysterious lines that connected with each other, forming a mysterious pattern. Looking at this scene, Zhou Yao might be at a loss, but how could Yan Chutian not understand that the 5 flaws on the stone wall should be embedded with the 5 elements beads? It seemed that the abyss that he rushed into while chasing Qiu Yu was not a place of death, but should be the greatest opportunity in the Dragon Peak underground palace. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Sogu mobile version reading website. Chapter 340. Yan Chutian thought that Xian and Zhao Mao would never have dreamed that the final place of opportunity would be here. If they had known, they would have followed him into the abyss, no matter what. However, even knowing that this was the final place of opportunity, Yan Chutian sighed softly. He could see clearly that in order for the true opportunity to appear, he had to gather all 5 elemental pearls and embed them in the corresponding positions in the stone wall. But now he only had the fire and water pearls. Bang! A figure flew out of the rune mountain and landed on the ground. This figure didn't look too disheveled. In fact, the powerful aura that spread out was enough to terrify many geniuses around him. It was also this figure that made the eyes of the so-called geniuses and the upper echelons of the forces change. This was because they had never thought that the young masters of the 5 major territories would also be eliminated from the ancient ruins. How could they accept this? The young masters of the 5 domains had always been regarded as the top geniuses of the Central Plains. In everyone's eyes, there was absolutely no exception for them to enter the true, grand event of geniuses through the ancient ruins. But now, one of the young masters of the 5 domains had been eliminated. What on earth had happened? The eliminated genius was naturally Xian. The moment he crushed the talisman, he knew how shocking his appearance would be. However, he had no choice. That beautiful woman was too strong, so strong that he didn't even have the ability to escape. At this moment, Xian even believed that the woman would become the champion of the grand event of geniuses, because he really couldn't think of anyone who could defeat that extremely powerful woman. Xian's appearance caused a huge commotion. Even the upper echelons of the 5 domains looked over. However, because of Xian's status, no one talked about him. Even when he flew back to the upper echelons of the Nether Ice territory, no one said a word. Then, Xian's elimination became a mystery. Some guessed that he had encountered unprecedented danger, while others said that he had been defeated after a long battle with the other young masters of the 5 domains. However, no matter how many guesses there were, no one knew the real answer. After all, even the higher-ups of the realm of ice, Nether, hadn't asked about his elimination. The reason was simple. No matter how Xian was eliminated, it was a great humiliation to the Nether Ice realm. So why would the higher-ups ask about it? Truly, this is truly unbelievable. Even the young masters of the 5 regions were eliminated. This year's Heaven's Pride event is really different from the past. Not only is there a sudden exploration of the ancient ruins, but even the young masters of the 5 regions were eliminated in this exploration. That's right. If a chosen one from a first-rate sect, or even a disciple from a second-rate sect, were to eliminate the young master of the realm of Ice Nether, it would be very interesting. Do you think everyone is a disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect? Furthermore, he might have barely been able to eliminate the geniuses of a region. How could he possibly eliminate a young master? The situation was so big that the spectating cultivators, who did not dare to speak under the pressure of the various large factions, started to discuss it. However, the discussions soon came to an abrupt end. The reason for that was because the source of those voices felt an enormous oppressive might. Under such pressure, he felt like he was nothing more than an ant. The spectating cultivators instantly paled. They had forgotten that even the higher-ups of the first-rate and second-rate sects did not have the opportunity to discuss it. How could they dare to talk about it? At the same time, in the abyss of the mysterious fire's sacred palace, Yan Chutian slowly put down Zhou Yao on his back and took out the fire and water pearls. Zhou Yao was intelligent by nature, even if she was clumsy when it came to matters of the heart and didn't even know that she had yet to be possessed by Yan Chutian. She could immediately guess that the 2 round beads in Yan Chutian's hands should be the key needed to be embedded in the 5 flaws on the stone wall. Such a scene naturally made her think back to the past. This was probably not the way out, but an opportunity. At the thought of an opportunity, even Zhou Yao's heart burned. As for whether it was her or Yen Chutian who obtained the opportunity, it did not matter, because in Zhou Yao's mind, the two of them were already in that kind of relationship. They were only waiting for her father's approval to become true companions. What was there to distinguish between them? However, Zhou Yao's heart burned a little but quickly cooled down. Because there were 5 flaws, it was equivalent to saying that 5 keys were needed. However, Yen Chutian did not have 5 keys. How could they obtain the true opportunity? However, even if there were only the fire and water pearls, Yen Chutian still inserted the 2 round pearls into the flaws. Perhaps only by holding the 5 elemental pearls could one feel it. Even if the 5 elemental pearls were not gathered, it would still have some effect. As expected, when Yen Chutian inserted the 2 round pearls, a flame and a blue light flashed across the stone wall one after another. Then, under the unknown gazes of the 2 of them, the surrounding hall shook heavily. Even if the stone platform in the center was not affected, they could still vaguely feel how huge the commotion was. Rumble. At this moment, not to mention the geniuses who had climbed the Dragon Peak, even the geniuses who were still outside the water area around the Dragon Peak, felt the huge tremor from the Dragon Peak. This made them all look solemn as they stared at the towering Dragon Peak. Some of the geniuses on the water area were shocked to find that under the water area around the Dragon Peak, there were large pieces of rocks and soil that were rising from the dark water surface. At the same time, what made them even more surprised was that as the soil and rocks rose, the originally dangerous water area disappeared. In other words, they could also climb the Dragon Peak. What's going on? At the top of the Dragon Peak, outside the underground palace, Yan Ningzhu still did not leave. But at this moment, as if heaven and earth were trembling, her red lips opened slightly as she muttered. However, Yan Ningzhu was not the only one who said this sentence. In the underground palace, many of the top geniuses stopped at this moment to stabilize themselves. This was because they could feel the huge tremor from the entire Dragon Peak. Even without thinking, they could guess that someone had probably triggered something, and this Dragon Peak was about to undergo a huge change. At the entrance of the abyss, Qiuyu, who was about to enter, also stopped at this moment. Not long after she came to a halt, a large area around the abyss suddenly collapsed. No matter how powerful she was, she still fell at this moment. After falling for an unknown period of time, Qiuyu pulled on a giant green vine with great difficulty and stopped her falling figure. Immediately, she looked around cautiously. However, her vigilance was quickly broken and turned into a strong sense of surprise, because she saw Yen Chutian on a stone platform that was suspended in the air below. Qiuyu saw Yen Chutian, and Yen Chutian naturally saw Qiuyu as well. However, before he had time to rejoice, an ear-piercing male laughter came from somewhere else. Ha ha ha. After looking around, I didn't expect that this final opportunity would take the initiative to present itself in front of this young master. Amidst the loud laughter, a fat, bald young man entered Yen Chutian's line of sight. The young man's clothes were simple, and his fat belly was exposed. He looked kind and friendly. However, the bloody aura that he exuded announced that this bald-headed fat man with a benevolent face was definitely not a kind person. Ha! While the bald man was laughing, another disdainful, cold snort came from another place. Looking over, a handsome young man appeared in front of him. His aura was similar to Ocean's, and it was obvious that he was another young master of the 5 regions. The appearance of the 2 people was just a prelude. In a moment, several figures appeared one after another, either attached to the giant vine or walked out from somewhere in the collapsed rock. These people, without exception, were all geniuses who entered the Dragon Peak, so there was definitely no lack of Yen Chutian's old acquaintance, Zhou Ling. Countless fervent gazes swept over one after another, landing on the stone wall in front of Yen Chutian and Zhou Yao. At this time, they even ignored Zhou Yao and Yen Chutian. Or perhaps to them, The two were too insignificant and could not attract their attention in the slightest. Of course, there were always exceptions, such as Zhou Ling. While his gaze was fervent, he also saw the ant that he had wanted to kill for a long time. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version, reading website. Chapter 341. Yan Chutian vaguely knew that when he inlaid the 5 elemental pearls into the stone wall, it would cause quite a commotion. However, he never would have thought that the commotion would be so big that it would attract all the heaven's favorites. Now, it seemed that the only good news was that he had found Qiuyu. However, all in all, he was no longer afraid of everyone here. Today, he didn't even need to fear Zhou Ling, because they were both young masters of the 5 major territories. Ocean couldn't do anything to him. Asterisk boom boom. Asterisk the huge tremors continued, but gradually the tremors quietened down. These heaven's favorites were all smart people. After a few glances, they knew that the opportunity had not truly appeared. The stone wall was still missing 3 5 elemental pearls. A white-faced man with triangular eyes saw this and immediately said coldly, "Now that it's come to this, if you have the 5 elemental pearls, then take them out. Any more delays will only be a waste of time." Although the white-faced man's words were overbearing and arrogant, many heaven's favorites were not annoyed. Instead, they were happy. Therefore, there were only 3 5 elemental pearls left. In other words, only 3 people had the 5 elemental pearls. This was naturally good news for most of the people who didn't have the 5 elemental pearls. Although young Master Ning's words are crude, they do make sense. If any senior brother or sister has the 5 elemental pearls, please take them out now. Thus, before the pale-faced man finished speaking, a petite and delicate woman chuckled in agreement. The girl had a delicate figure and was extremely beautiful. She was at least on the same level as Zhou Yao. For her to be able to speak at a time like this, it was obvious that this girl was not a useless flower vase, but a heaven's favorite. After this delicate girl, there were other heaven's favorites who agreed. Without exception, those who agreed were those who didn't have the 5 elemental pearls. At the same time, Qiuyu had already arrived on the stone platform. Not only her, but other heaven's favorites also arrived on the stone platform. The stone platform was extremely large, so even though many people had arrived, it did not feel crowded at all. After arriving at Yan Chutian's side, Qiuyu didn't say anything. Instead, her beautiful eyes stared at Zhou Yao, who was behind Yan Chutian. At this moment, Qiuyu's anger was slowly accumulating. It was no wonder that she was like this. Not only had Zhou Yao's cultivation not recovered yet, but there was also a restriction placed on her by Yan Chutian. Even her clothes were only a loose man's robe that did not fit her. Any random person would think that Yan Chutian had forcefully detained Zhou Yao and was doing something shameful. However, Qiuyu was not a casual person. She believed in Yan Chutian, and from Zhou Yao's expression, she could see that this woman's attitude towards Yan Chutian was somewhat different. Yan Chutian would not hide anything from Qiuyu. However, due to the lack of time, he only told Qiuyu roughly about his experience. In this, he naturally hid the scene of him and Zhou Yao being bewitched by the vines. This was not only because Zhou Yao was a woman, but also because he was afraid that Qiuyu would be jealous. No matter how stupid Yan Chutian was, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be told to Qiuyu. If he were to put himself in her shoes and know that Qiuyu was like this with another man, even if there was a reason for it, he would not be able to accept it. However, even so, Qiuyu sensed a hint of something. He took a deep look at Yan Chutian before he slowly said in a soft voice, "When this is over, tell me everything in detail." Hearing this, before Yan Chutian could answer, Zhou Yao could not help but snort coldly. "Why should I tell a woman like you about what happened between me and Yan Chu?" Zhou Yao, don't forget, who was the one who attacked him. Qiuyu's words made Zhou Yao's face turn red. After a while, she stammered, That's different." Anyway, I really hope that you, Ning Feng, can happily take out the 5-element beads when you get them." At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. Yan Chutian was relieved and quickly looked over. The one who spoke was a thin young man in white. In fact, at first glance, Yan Chutian almost thought that he was a woman, because this young man was too handsome and his skin was as white as snow. Even the pale-faced man from before, the young master of the 5 major regions, Ning Feng, could not be compared to him. Because of this, perhaps he could not be described as handsome, but beautiful. As soon as the handsome young man finished speaking, he had already rushed onto the stone platform. In his white palm, a dark yellow round spiritual bead was floating up and down. It was one of the 5-element beads, the earth bead. Although the appearance of another 5-element bead was delightful, Ning Feng's expression was somewhat ugly. This was naturally understandable. After all, the handsome young man had directly said something to him. However, until the end, Ning Feng did not say a word. Obviously, this handsome young man was not an ordinary person. He was probably another young master of the 5 major regions. Before the real opportunity appeared, Ning Feng naturally did not want to make a move. The other party's reaction was seen by the handsome young man, and a trace of contempt could not help but flash in his eyes. Then he shifted his gaze and actually looked in the direction of Yan Chutian. However, Yan Chutian clearly sensed that the handsome young man was not looking at him, but at Zhou Yao, who was still quarreling with Qiu Yu behind him. Yan Chutian also looked at Zhou Yao behind him strangely. Could it be that this woman knew the handsome young man? "Miss Zhou, the young masters of the 5 major regions are already throwing flirtatious glances at you. Why don't you go over?" Qiu Yu, who had also seen this scene, laughed disdainfully. She knew that this kind of woman was unclear and hooked up everywhere. She did not expect that she would actually have ideas about Yan Chutian. Hearing this, Zhou Yao immediately became anxious. However, she was anxious not because of Qiu Yu's words, but because she was afraid that Yan Chutian would misunderstand. "You don't talk nonsense. That's my big sister Conling." Big sister Conling? This time, not only Yan Chutian, but even Qiu Yu's eyes widened. A good man was actually called big sister. How could this? Zhou Yao anxiously explained a few more words, which made Yan Chutian and Qiu Yu come to a realization. Especially Yan Chutian, when he thought of a man treating him as a woman, it made his hair stand on end. The only reasonable thing was that the young master of the Kaitian region, Yin Kongling, was extremely beautiful. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to accept. After this small episode, the 4th 5 elements golden pearl was also taken out by someone. It was a young man dressed in linen. From beginning to end, he was silent and there was no one around him. However, Yan Chutian did not dare to underestimate him. Yan Chutian knew that this guy was the young master of the Sacred Heart region. Although even the disciples of the Sacred Heart region had been defeated by him, Yan Chutian knew that even if they were both heaven's prides of the Sacred Heart region, there was still a big gap between the young master and a disciple. Just as Yan Chutian was waiting for the 5th 5 elements, golden pearl, to appear, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. When he looked over, a black-clothed figure had already descended beside him. "Fellow Taoist Yan, we meet again. So it's fellow Taoist Fang Tian." The person who appeared was none other than the young master of the Fire Profound region, Fang Tian, who had formed an agreement with him to deal with Zhou Ling outside the Profound Flame Sacred Palace. However, this agreement was useless. Before entering the Profound Flame Sacred Palace, not only Fang Tian, but even Zhou Ling had not met him. And now, even if he couldn't say that he had defeated Zhou Ling shouldn't think that he could be so easily taken advantage of. Moreover, Qiu Yu beside him had stepped into the 7th level of elixir. Others might not know, but how could Yan Chutian not know how much strength Qiu Yu could unleash? Even if Qiu Yu did not use strength beyond what she could handle, There was probably no young master or heaven's pride that could be her opponent. However, Feng Tian obviously did not know this. After greeting him, he did not say anything else and stared at the stone wall. First of all, he did not think that Yan Chutian could have any strength here. Secondly, with the opportunity before him, he had to temporarily put aside his enmity towards Zhou Ling. But if he knew the true strength of Qiu Yu and Yan Chutian, he would definitely not think like that. He would definitely think of a way to form an alliance. In this way, the chances of him obtaining the opportunity would be greatly increased. The 4 5 elements beads were embedded one after another, causing the stone wall around the stone platform to collapse even more violently. If the 5th wood element golden pearl appeared, this sealed space would completely shatter and reveal itself to the world. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 342. On the Dragon Peak, as the tremors continued, the central peak gradually shattered. Yan Ningzhu, who was outside the underground palace, watched this scene. Even though she had been staying outside, she could guess that the greatest opportunity was about to appear. However, at this moment, she was not concerned about what the opportunity would be. Instead, she was worried about Yan Chutian's situation. Even though she roughly knew Yan Chutian's identity and origin, she also understood that Yan Chutian was no longer the same as before. Even if he could defeat the Sacred Heart region's Heaven's Prides, how would he compare to the young masters of the 5 major regions? Moreover, it was not just one of the young masters of the 5 major regions who had entered the underground palace. There were countless of them. Outside the Dragon Peak, the surrounding prides were overjoyed as they watched the rocks rise from the Black River and fill up the dangerous waters. Immediately after, without needing anyone to say anything, the crowd rushed up the rocks and headed straight for the central Dragon Peak. At the same time, in the dilapidated underground palace, a Heaven's Pride finally took out the last wooden bead and embedded it into the stone wall. When the last 5 elements bead was embedded, the tremors that had gradually subsided roared again. Amidst the loud roar, the stone layer above the crowd finally cracked open, revealing the crowd to the world. In an instant, countless gazes gathered in the direction of the collapse. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw the figures of the supreme geniuses and the mysterious giant stone platform suspended in the air. That is, the young masters of the 5 major regions have gathered. Could that be the final opportunity of the Dragon Peak? With such an opportunity in front of us, we must definitely try to fight for it. Figures constantly shot over, heading straight for the huge stone platform suspended in the middle of the collapsed area. However, at this moment, no one cared about them because the 5 elements beads were embedded in the stone wall. The originally ordinary gray stone wall flickered with an incomparably dazzling 7-colored light. All of a sudden, the 7-colored light separated into streaks of flickering light and shot out in all directions. One could vaguely see that these were not ordinary streaks of light. Within the streaks of light, there were balls of light. Within the balls of light, there were either ancient scrolls or floating treasures. Swish! A top-notch prodigy near the stone wall had quick reflexes and grabbed a streak of light. When the light dissipated, what was left in his hand was actually a quasi-demon's spirit mushroom. The quasi-demon's spirit mushroom was clearly something that even this prodigy couldn't ignore. He quickly put it into his bag. He wasn't the only one. Around the stone wall, as well as in the surrounding area where the flowing light flew out, there were countless geniuses grabbing at the flowing light. Therefore, cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Even though the majority of these people were Heaven's favorites, the situation was still the same. This could only mean that the object wrapped in these scattered streams of light was truly extraordinary. Yan Chutian also grabbed a ray of light. When the light dissipated, a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. After opening the bottle slightly, Yan Chutian confirmed the identity of this pill. It was elixir number 9. 9 elixir was not a very famous medicinal pill. Its use was only to promote a xiujia's cultivation. However, The grade of this elixir number 9 had truly reached the peak of the spiritual grade. Even for a primal core 9th level Shouja, it was quite effective. And this was just a stream of light that he had casually grabbed. It was not hard to imagine that these flowing lights would cause many exclamations. After putting away the elixir number 9, Yan Chutian did not chase after those flowing lights, because his goal was the true opportunity contained within the stone wall. Although the things contained in these flowing lights were not bad, it was not his style to lose the big picture for the small. Beside Yan Chutian, Chiu Yu's pretty face was solemn. She was also staring at the stone wall that was scattering light. She didn't want to fight for anything for herself, but she wanted to fight for Yan Chutian's opportunity. Returning to the heaven realm was imminent. Naturally, she wanted Yan Chutian's cultivation to be as strong as possible. Zhou Yao did not say a word, now that her cultivation had not recovered. Even if she wanted to fight for the opportunity, she did not have the ability. Moreover, even if her cultivation had recovered, compared to the surrounding young masters and disciples of the 5 major regions, it was not worth mentioning. At the same time, she also felt that Yan Chutian was not as good as the surrounding top geniuses. After all, in her opinion, Yan Chutian was only on par with her, or slightly stronger. Yan Chu, let's go. There are so many top geniuses here. If we want to fight for the opportunity, I'm afraid. Before Zhou Yao finished speaking, Chiu Yu glanced at her coldly and said directly, "If you are afraid, just leave." You! Yan Chutian quickly stopped the quarrel between the two. Of course, he would not leave. But he suddenly remembered Zhou Yao's situation. "Miss Zhou, in your current condition, you should leave here first. As for me, I still want to fight for the final opportunity." But Zhou Yao looked at Yan Chutian. However, after several days of interaction, she vaguely knew Yan Chutian's temperament. Therefore, she did not continue speaking. Instead, she said faintly, "All right, but you have to be careful." Zhou Yao's retreat was seen clearly by the surrounding geniuses. Even if she did not say anything, they could tell that her cultivation was damaged. Even if she was in perfect condition with her 7th level elixir, she was not worthy of being on the same level as them. However, what puzzled them was that in the current situation, Yan Chutian and Chiu Yu did not retreat. It seemed that they also wanted to fight for the final opportunity with them. Many of the geniuses present vaguely knew Yan Chutian's identity. However, that identity was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Did he think that just because he had a conflict with Zhou Ling he could represent something? Yan Chutian ignored the gazes of the others and continued to wait for the final opportunity to appear. However, sometimes this was not something that could be done just because he wanted to be safe. Somewhere in the corner, a skinny figure slowly walked out. Before he came close, a mocking laughter could be heard. On this huge stone platform, where there was not much noise, it was quite loud. TSK, you may not want to bully me, but Ainjio will not have any scruples. You are merely at the 5th level of elixir and the 7th level of elixir. What right do you have to stand on this stone platform with me? Before the skinny figure finished speaking, a pale, hideous face appeared in Yan Chutian's sight. At the same time, not only the other top geniuses on the stone platform, but even the geniuses who had appeared outside the collapsed stone platform also looked over. There might not be any discussion on the stone platform, but outside the stone platform, even if they were still fighting for the scattered light, there would still be a lot of discussion. That is the top genius of the Sky Corp sect, Injio. His opponent is... Those two are only at the 5th and 7th level of elixir? They can actually ascend the suspended stone platform with such a cultivation level. Then wouldn't we also? Isn't Injio here? Without enough strength, how can they be qualified to stand on that stone platform? After retreating from the stone platform, Zhou Yao, who had sensed the commotion on the platform, quickly looked over with her beautiful eyes filled with worry. She knew that Injio was the top disciple of the Sky Corp sect one of the top 8 first-rate forces. His cultivation level was already at the 8th level of elixir. Even if her cultivation level was restored, she might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, how could this not make her worried? Even if she knew that Yan Chutian had some amazing things, and even knew that he had condensed the true dragon mark, the difference in cultivation level was too great. On the other side of the rock layer, a beautiful face slowly raised. When she saw the situation on the suspended stone platform not far away, she could not move her beautiful eyes away, and like Zhou Yao, a look of worry quietly appeared on her face. Her jade-like hands were already clenched into fists, showing the worry in her heart. She was not worried that Yan Chutian could not deal with Yinjiu. After all, no matter how strong Yinjiu was, he was only on par with the pride of the Sacred Heart region that Yan Chutian had helped her out not long ago. She was worried about the person behind Yinjiu. Others might not know, but she knew about the relationship between Yinjiu and Zhou Ling. She could completely guess that Yinjiu was definitely under Zhou Ling's command. If he was defeated, the next person to attack would be Zhou Ling, and in her opinion, Yan Chutian could defeat the disciples of the 5 major regions. But against the young master, the outcome was uncertain. As the domineering and arrogant words fell, Qiuyu, who was beside Yan Chutian, immediately turned cold. However, just as she was about to attack, Yan Chutian gently raised his hand to stop her. Then he looked up and slowly locked his gaze on Yinjiu's deathly pale face. The feeling of being someone's dog, isn't it good? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 343. His casual words instantly froze the already tense atmosphere. The gazes of the surrounding peak heaven prides involuntarily swept over and landed on Yan Chutian. They could tell that Yinjiu had appeared because of Zhou Ling, but they didn't expect Yan Chutian to be so arrogant. Yinjiu was the top disciple of Skycorp sect. He was powerful and had shocking means. That was why they were surprised that Yan Chutian dared to be so arrogant in front of Yinjiu. At the same time, Yan Chutian's reaction had caused an uproar among the supreme talents outside the stone platform. They were talking about it incessantly. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant that he dares to say such words to the top supreme talent of Skycorp sect. He is the disciple of the rumored second-rate force in Central Plain City. He is so arrogant that he doesn't know how to restrain himself in the antiquity relic. Humph! This is the antiquity relic, not Central Plain City. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Zhou Ling back then. There will be a good show. Yinjiu is ruthless. This disciple of the second-rate force is so arrogant. He will beg for death later. Yinjiu, who was as pale as a corpse, stared at the figure in front of him with cold eyes. He didn't expect the disciple of the second-rate force to say such insulting words to him instead of running away. But as he thought about it, Yinjiu suddenly sneered. In his opinion, the disciple of the second-rate force had a spiritual talisman, and the spiritual talisman could be used here. He was sure that he couldn't hurt him, so he dared to be so arrogant. Otherwise, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. But didn't he know that if he crushed the spiritual talisman and left, he would be disgraced? Oh, right. The disciple of the second-rate force didn't have any dignity. The disdainful smile on Yinjiu's face became wider. At the same time, he didn't hesitate. When the other party crushed the spiritual talisman and left, he would naturally become a laughingstock. When Yinjiu thought of this, many supreme talents on the stone platform also thought of this possibility. This also caused disdain to appear on their faces. If the result was as they thought, then this disciple of a second-rate force was a complete joke from the beginning to the end. Zhou Ling looked over with a cold smile. Whether it was as he thought or not, the result would not change. There was no need for him to personally deal with an ant. If others could think of this, so could Yan Chutian himself. But he didn't want to and didn't need to explain, because everything would be proven by what was about to happen. Yinjiu raised his hand, and as the gloomy spiritual power surged, the giant handprint had already grabbed toward Yan Chutian. Of course, in his opinion, even if Yan Chutian and Qiuyu were to resist this Mahamudra at the same time, they would definitely be battered and exhausted, perhaps even unable to resist it. This was because he was full of confidence in himself. He was at the 8th level of elixir and was close to the peak. In his eyes, his opponents were the disciples of the 5 major regions and the young masters. One was at the 5th level of elixir, while the other had just reached the 7th level of elixir. He would never take them seriously. But of course, if he knew that a mere 5th level elixir in his eyes had forced a disciple of the Sacred Heart region to crush the spiritual talisman, and that the young master of the Nether Ice region, Ocean, was no match for the young master of the Nether Ice region who had just reached the 7th level of elixir, then he definitely wouldn't dare to be so contemptuous. He even found it difficult to muster up the courage to fight against the latter. Unfortunately, he didn't know that, and even those who knew the situation were not present. When the Mahamudra attacked, not to mention Yin Jiu himself, even the supreme talents on the stone platform and the surrounding talents outside the stone platform had expected this result. Of course, they didn't have any sympathy for this. Instead, they had a mocking smile on their faces. A disciple of a second-rate force dared to stay on the stone platform where the supreme talents of the central plains gathered. He didn't even know how to spell the word death. Finally, the Mahamudra pressed down. Seeing this, Qiuyu didn't do anything, but Yan Chutian slowly raised his arm, and a huge amount of spiritual energy slowly surged up. When he also pressed out his palm, those who looked at him with sarcasm could no longer remain calm. This was because they were shocked to find that after the second-rate forces Mahamudra attacked, Injio's Mahamudra couldn't press down any further. This, the supreme talents on the stone platform, didn't change their expressions drastically, but the expressions of those outside the stone platform changed greatly. After all, among many of them, Injio was one of the most powerful and unrivaled figures. Even they couldn't resist his attack. But now, a disciple of a second-rate force could block it? Not to mention the others, even Injio, the top disciple of the Sky Corp sect, had a slight change in his expression. However, as his eyes flashed, he seemed to understand very quickly. No wonder this disciple of a second-rate force had such guts. He wasn't a paper tiger that would be easily defeated. However, no matter what, he would only suffer a crushing defeat if he encountered him. Black Corp's demonic seal. With a soft shout, Injio's pale palm continued to form seals. However, a ball of black light seal quickly condensed in his pale palm. Mysterious, worm-like patterns slowly wriggled on the jet-black, glowing seal. A strange yet powerful aura spread out, even without coming into contact with it. Many of the geniuses outside the stone platform felt a considerable amount of pressure. This is the Black Corp's demonic seal. The supreme talent of the Sky Corp sect even used the Black Corp's demonic seal on the spot. The disciple of the second-rate force will have a miserable ending. This Black Corp's demonic seal is not only powerful, but also extremely vicious. If you are hit by it, you will be corroded by the demonic corpse chi, and even become a corpse puppet of the caster. However, with Injio's vision, even if a 5th-level elixir cultivator was given to him for free, he wouldn't take a liking to it. The black demonic seal didn't stop at all. It followed closely behind the giant handprint that had yet to dissipate and press down on Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian could feel that the demonic seal contained a filthy aura. He guessed that it was the so-called demonic corpse chi. However, this filthy aura could be resisted by his third-grade mysterious young body, so he didn't have to worry about it being corroded. Moreover, this so-called Black Corp's demonic seal had to ask for his permission if it wanted to get close to him. Bang! Under the gaze of many people, when Yan Chutian stomped on the ground, a layer of light screen quickly condensed and emerged. In just a few seconds, it protected him and Qiuyu. In such a situation, he wanted to rely on this spiritual light screen to resist Yin Jio's attack? Humph, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to resist the Black Corpse demonic seal with just an ordinary spiritual light screen? This spiritual light screen. I'm afraid that even the demonic corpse Qi can't resist this. This disciple of a second-rate force is really courting death. It's a pity that the woman beside him is so beautiful. I'm afraid that even the prides of the 100-Flower Palace can be compared to her. Bang! Finally, under the gaze of many people who were still ridiculing them, the Black Corpse demonic seal descended on the spiritual light screen around Yan, Chutian, and Qiuyu. A dull and roaring sound resounded, and the result was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of too many people. Those who were ridiculing them stopped abruptly. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen an extremely unbelievable scene. They focused their gazes and saw that under the black demonic seal, the spiritual light screen was formed naturally. No matter how the demonic seal's power was released, it couldn't damage the light screen at all. In the next moment, exclamations finally resounded in all directions. Is it possible to block the Black Corpse demonic seal with just an ordinary spiritual energy light screen? How is this possible? I once fought with a disciple of the Sky Corpse sect. How can the Black Corpse demonic seal be blocked by a spiritual light screen? What's going on? How can this be? Not to mention those outside the stone platform. Even the top supreme talents on the stone platform were slightly shocked. Although they all had ways to deal with Yin Jio's Black Corpse demon seal, how could they not be surprised when they were able to block it with the spiritual energy light screen? Zhou Ling's face was slightly pale. He had sent Yin Jio to defeat Yan Chutian, but the current situation was completely opposite to what he wanted. Yin Jio's face was also pale. Just a moment ago, he thought that the outcome was already decided, but in the blink of an eye it was broken. How could he be happy? However, when he fought with Yan Chutian, he could see that the spiritual light screen was able to block his Black Corpse demonic seal, not because the light screen was strong, but because there was an inexplicable power in the spiritual power. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 344. After understanding this point, Yin Jio's expression recovered slightly. Because of that inexplicable force, his Black Corpse demonic seal was blocked. Otherwise, if an ordinary spiritual power light curtain could block it, he would have doubted the power of his spiritual art. Even so, Yin Jio was annoyed. No matter what, he could not accept that a disciple from a second-rate force could block his attack so easily. The inexplicable force contained in Yan Chutian's spiritual power was naturally the Xianyang Qi. The result was not out of his expectations. Even if the so-called Black Corpse demonic seal was extremely strong and contained overbearing demonic corpse Qi, it could not gain any advantage in front of his spiritual power that was infused with Xianyang Qi. Under the continuous suppression of the Black Corpse demonic seal, the spiritual power contained in it was completely exhausted in front of the spiritual power light curtain. Although it was impossible not to cause damage to the spiritual power light curtain, with Yan Chutian's spiritual power continuously replenishing it, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to notice anything unusual. However, this was only for the prides on the stone platform. Those on the stone platform were the top supreme prides of the entire Central Plains. With their vision, even if they were blinded for a moment, they quickly reacted. The spiritual power light curtain should contain an inexplicable force that could block Yin Jio's Black Corpse demonic seal. However, even if this trick could succeed once, there would not be such a chance a second time. This is a crooked trick. Let's see how you can block my demonic corpse tattoo with this trick. The stalemate did not last long, and in the next moment, Yin Jio's voice was heard. As he spoke, dark runes quickly gathered in his pupils. At the same time, a human-shaped demonic tattoo slowly appeared in the sky. Seeing this, the top supreme prides shook their heads secretly. In their opinion, Yin Jio obviously understood Yan Chutian's trick. so he directly used the spiritual tattoo at this time. Once the spiritual tattoo was used, the trick just now was completely useless. How could Yin Jiu block it? Looking at this scene, Zhou Ling's face regained its calmness. Then he looked at the ant-like figure in Yin Jiu's eyes, and the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth became more intense. In fact, in his opinion, Yin Jiu should have performed the spirit inscriptions long ago and immediately defeated the ant. Otherwise, why would such a thing happen? Following the display of the Yin 9 demon corpse tattoo, cries of surprise rang out from the prided geniuses outside the stone platform. Demonic corpse tattoo. Isn't this the fourth spiritual tattoo that senior brother Yin Jiu condensed? It seems that this second-rate force's disciple has really angered Yin Jiu. He actually made him directly use the fourth spiritual inscription. The fourth spiritual rune can only be resisted by the fourth spiritual rune. Rumor has it that the disciples of this second-rate force seem to have condensed 3 spiritual runes. But even if it is the third spiritual rune, how can it resist the demonic corpse rune? I'm afraid the disciples of these second-rate forces have never seen the fourth spirit pattern before, right? Being defeated by the fourth spirit inscription is enough for him to be proud of himself. The cheers were once again directed at Yin Jiu because he directly performed the fourth spiritual inscription, and everyone knew the power of the fourth spiritual inscription. As for Yan Chutian, even if he had surprised everyone previously, in the eyes of everyone, it was impossible for him to condense the fourth spiritual inscription at the peak of the 5th level of elixir. Therefore, the result was already predetermined. However, they didn't know that at this moment, Yan Ningzhu and Zhou Yao, who were worried about Yan Chutian, were slightly relieved. This was because they knew that Yan Chutian had already condensed the fourth spiritual inscription. To put it bluntly, they might still be worried about Yan Chutian if it was purely a confrontation of cultivation level. However, if it was a spiritual inscription, this worry would be reduced instead. However, apart from them, no one knew about this at all. Even if they told the surrounding prided geniuses, they would find it hard to believe. After all, even for these top prided geniuses, none of them could condense the fourth spiritual inscription at the 5th level of elixir. Therefore, how could they believe that a disciple of a second-rate force could do it? On the stone platform, the demonic corpse tattoo that looked like a giant black corpse kept gathering. When it was completely formed, dense black gas spread out. The majestic momentum was really shocking. When the demonic corpse tattoo was completely formed, Yin Jiu's face was the cruelest. Under his control, the giant corpse tattoo hand slowly reached toward the corner of the stone platform, where Yan Chutian looked extremely small. The demonic corpse tattoo's movement seemed slow, but everyone could feel the powerful spiritual inscription power that swept out when the giant black hand reached out. In the eyes of many prided geniuses, even if they used their third spiritual inscription to resist, it would only collapse under the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo. Although they had already expected the power of the fourth spiritual inscription, they were still shocked by the gap between the third spiritual inscription and the fourth spiritual inscription. The more it was so, the more they naturally thought that Yan Chutian was doomed to lose. No matter how powerful he was, under the absolute power of the spiritual inscription, there was no room for him to turn the situation around. Looking at the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo above his head, Yan Chutian looked calm and unperturbed. Only when the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo really came down, his calm eyes finally focused. In the depths of his pupils, strands of mysterious inscriptions quickly gathered, pretending to be mysterious. In the eyes of Yin Jiu, Yan Chutian's reaction only made him snort disdainfully. In his eyes, no matter what his opponent did, he was just putting up a desperate struggle. How could that weak power be compared with his fourth spiritual inscription? Therefore, he even accelerated the speed of the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo. He could not wait to sweep away the disciple of the second-rate force and severely injure him. Boom! Boom! However, suddenly there was a rumbling sound in the originally calm sky. The sound of thunder appeared abruptly. Moreover, it was before and after the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo, so not many people paid attention to it. However, in the next moment, a dazzling lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo hard, which finally attracted everyone's attention. What is that? Why is there lightning suddenly? What happened? Many pairs of eyes were filled with doubt as they lifted their heads to look over. After many pairs of eyes were lifted, it was possible to see an enormous lightning symbol faintly discernible even higher up in the sky. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized something. Could it be that this was the counterattack of the disciple of the second-rate force? Boom! Boom! Just as everyone realized the reason, dazzling lightning, snake-like thunderbolts continuously descended from the surroundings of the lightning symbol, ruthlessly striking the enormous demonic symbol hand that was overflowing with black chi. Is this also a spiritual inscription? So what if it is a spiritual inscription? Under Ingio's demonic corpse tattoo, how can it be flipped over? How is it possible? Some of the prides from the heavenly sect said with certainty, but in the next moment his words changed abruptly. This was because he was shocked to find that the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo that was constantly being struck by lightning was actually trembling. If he looked at Ingio again, he would find that the prides of the heavenly corpse sect had a look of disbelief on his originally arrogant and cruel face. It was no wonder that Ingio was in disbelief, because he could feel that the descending spiritual tattoo, heavenly thunder, contained enormous power. This kind of power had completely reached the level that could threaten his demonic corpse tattoo. But how could this be? Even if the thunder spiritual tattoo could restrain his demonic corpse tattoo. But even so, it was absolutely impossible for the third spiritual tattoo to affect his fourth spiritual tattoo. What was going on? Emotions could not describe his thoughts. The giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo was trembling under the bombardment of the spiritual tattoo, heavenly thunder. Even his entire demonic corpse tattoo was trembling. Demonic corpse tattoo, suppress it for me. Ingio gritted his teeth and shouted. He activated the spiritual tattoo with all his strength, causing the giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo to rise violently and wipe out the thunder tattoo that was higher up in the sky. However, when the other giant hand of the demonic corpse tattoo was wiped out, more lightning rapidly gathered on the thunder tattoo and poured out in the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. The shocking power of thunder kept exploding. In an instant, the sky had become a sea of heavenly thunder, constantly bombarding the demonic corpse tattoo. Looking at this scene, not only were the prides outside the stone platform dumbfounded, but even the top supreme prides on the stone platform were also stunned at this moment. Even they had never thought that the power of the spiritual tattoo of a disciple from a second-rate force could erupt to such a powerful extent. How could this be? Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 345. Dazzling heavenly lightning surged down again and again, bombarding the dark demonic runes. Every time the heavenly lightning struck, the demonic tattoo would tremble violently. At one point, the lightning even penetrated the demonic tattoo. Puff! The heavenly lightning struck continuously. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it only took a moment. When the lightning penetrated the demonic tattoo, the owner of the demonic tattoo, Ingio, spat out a mouthful of thick blood mist. As the blood mist spurted out, he staggered back a few steps. Not only was his face full of shock, but there was also a look of horror. He stared intently at Yan Chutian. At this moment, he seemed to have finally realized something as he continuously shouted. This is definitely not the third spirit rune. You have actually condensed the fourth spirit rune. Before Ingio's voice died away, The geniuses on the stone platform, who were also in disbelief, suddenly came to their senses. Yes, it was definitely not the third spiritual tattoo to be able to unleash such a powerful spiritual tattoo. However, just as they realized this, the geniuses who had always been calm and steady were shocked again in the next moment. If he could condense the fourth spiritual tattoo when he was at level 5 elixir, wouldn't he have to condense the fifth or even the sixth spiritual tattoo when he reached their level? Zhou Ling stared at Yan Chutian, his face extremely ugly and gloomy. At this point, how could he not see that Yin Jiao could not deal with Yan Chutian at all? The ant in his eyes had unknowingly grown to a level that even he could not believe. At this moment, even though Zhou Ling was still very confident in himself, he had to admit that there was a trace of regret in his heart. He dared to conclude that when they were in Central Plain City, his opponent had not grown to such a level. Even after the Mystic Flame Holy Palace, if he had already made a move, his opponent would not have reached such a level. Outside the stone platform, looking at Yan Chutian in the limelight, Zhou Yao and Yan Ningzhu were pleasantly surprised. It was as if they were the ones in the limelight. At the same time, many geniuses outside the stone platform gradually came to their senses. They did not know the details, but it did not prevent them from seeing that the lightning had penetrated the demonic corpse tattoo. In other words, the fourth spiritual tattoo of Yin Jiao, the top disciple of the Sky Corp sect, was actually no match for the counterattack of an ordinary disciple from a second-rate force? No, that must be the power of the spiritual tattoo. To be able to defeat the demonic corpse tattoo with the power of the spiritual tattoo, could it be the fourth spiritual tattoo? To be able to condense 4 spiritual marks at primal core level 5. This, although they were all geniuses from the Central Plain City. They had their own judgment of the Central Plain City. Even if it was a little slower, they could still vaguely understand the true reason behind this. Yan Chutian didn't care about the huge commotion he had caused. He only coldly stared at Yin Jiao. Alio he was he lose. Thinking till here, Yan Chutian had already taken a step forward. But with this step, he had already appeared less than 10 feet in front of Yin Jiao. As he raised his hand, the mysterious yang qi madly condensed, and then he pointed out. Mysterious yang finger. It was an ordinary finger. However, no matter how hard Yin Jiao tried to defend himself, the finger tore his defense apart. Even the body protection spiritual power could not stop it. It left a bloody hole in his body. After the attack, Yin Jiao kept retreating. At the same time, he hurriedly screamed in a certain direction for help. Senior brother Zhou Ling, save me. The surrounding geniuses were not surprised by Yin Jiao's cry for help. Even though they did not have any contact before, they had already sensed that Yin Jiao was under Zhou Ling's orders. They were not surprised that Yin Jiao was calling for help. However, they were still shocked by his cry for help. They had thought that it would be easy for Yin Jiao to deal with the disciple from the second-rate force. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Useless. Zhou Ling shouted angrily when he saw Yin Jiao calling for help. However, everyone knew that Yin Jiao was under his orders. Zhou Ling could not turn a blind eye to it, but he never would have thought that after he made such a clear statement, Yan Chutian did not pay attention to him at all. With a raise of her hand, a powerful force surged forth and converged as a palm struck towards Yin Jiao's heart. You're courting death. Seeing this, Yin Jiao's expression was unprecedentedly furious. He did not care about the cause and effect. After he made his stand, Yan Chutian still dared to attack him. That meant that he did not take him seriously. Zhou Ling took a step forward. The surrounding spiritual power surged out like a whirlwind. Under such pressure, even a level 8 elixir cultivator could not take it lightly. He had to admit that even though Yin Jiao's level 8 elixir cultivation was only 1 level lower than Zhou Ling, there was still a huge gap between them. Sensing Zhou Ling's attack, Yan Chutian glanced at him. However, he did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, he gathered the power of his palm and shot it out. Bang! In the end, although Yan Chutian's palm was blocked by Zhou Ling, there was still a residual force that hit Yin Jiu's back. Yin Jiu immediately fell forward. However, all in all, this attack did not seem to have caused him much harm, which made Zhou Ling's expression look a little better. However, the moment Zhou Ling looked better, Yin Jiu spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he convulsed and fainted. At the same time, Yan Chutian's scornful laughter was heard. Zhou Ling, if you want to attack, just do it. Why do you have to send this lackey to his death? As Yan Chutian's contemptuous laughter rang out, Zhou Ling's expression turned incomparably gloomy once again. How could he have thought that, even if he took action, he wouldn't be able to stop the heavenly fate sect's ant against Yin Jiu? Unknowingly, he had allowed Yin Jiu to grow to such an extent. At the same time, the gazes that were looking at Yan Chutian from the outside world were filled with shock and awe. Even if he was from a second-rate force and only had a cultivation of level 5 elixir, they had to admit that Yan Chutian's strength was above theirs. If they continued to deceive themselves and look down on him, then they were the ones who were stupid. Not to mention those outside the stone platforms. Even those on the stone platforms where the top geniuses were gathered had a hint of fear in their eyes. There were many people on the suspended stone platform. Of course, not all of them were the young lords and disciples of the 5 regions. There were also geniuses from the 8 top first-rate forces and ordinary first-rate forces. They did not think that they were stronger than Yin Jiu, who had fainted. Even if they were, their strength was limited. It was hard to say whether they could defeat Yin Jiu. But now, Yan Chutian had not only defeated Yin Jiu, but even Zhou Ling, the young lord of the Fire Xian region, could not protect him. How could they not be shocked and fearful? Fang Tian's gaze towards Yan Chutian was also filled with shock and astonishment. Although he still did not think that he needed to be afraid of Yan Chutian, he had to admit that he could not underestimate Yan Chutian now. He did not know if Yan Chutian had such strength before he entered the Mystic Fire's sacred palace. If Yan Chutian had such strength then, it would be ridiculous, because at that time he had only treated Yan Chutian as something that could disgust Zhou Ling. The scene changed. At this moment, Zhou Ling, who was confronting Yan Chutian, had an unprecedentedly angry and gloomy expression. In the next instant, his cold eyes locked onto Yan Chutian. He admitted that he had neglected to allow this ant to grow. Today, he would cut off this oversight completely. However, just as his eyes locked onto Yan Chutian, the stone wall in the middle of the suspended stone platform, which was filled with flowing lights and treasures, made a strange sound again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the stone wall. Even Yan Chutian and Zhou Ling were no exception, because they were here for the final opportunity. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Ka, ka, ka! Under countless gazes, the ancient stone wall had a cross-shaped crack in the middle, and it quickly spread out. When the crack slowly opened, there was a narrow space behind the stone wall. In the middle of the space, there were 6 jade boxes that were wrapped in light, and they were floating quietly. At the moment when they saw this scene, there was no need for anyone to remind them. Everyone knew that the 6 jade boxes were the final opportunity. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website.